有些真相，只能用鲜血交换。有些真相，只能用鲜血交换。 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 有些真相只能用鲜血交换。
Howdy soldiers, we are back for more epic COD action. It's Kelly alongside Warden. We are gearing up for Garena Master 6 Playoffs Day 2. We're covering 2 games from the lower bracket today, and at the end, 2 teams will be eliminated from the tournament. A lot of implications in today's matchups, Warden.
Yeah, a lot of things that can really decipher as well, and who's going to make it to the next stage of this competition. We are bound to see 2 teams fall away from the scene here, Callie, and it's just either X, Prestige, and Triple Iodine, or who will lose that Stalwart Esports and SKD matchup will be having to go against, Dovahkiin and Oblivion at the lower brackets. So everything's going to be pretty interesting here, man.
Yeah, 3 teams at the lower bracket. You also got 1 team making their way into there after our first matchup for today. By the way, we will be continuing what was not continued yesterday, which is the SKD and the Stalwarts Esports matchup. Before we even head into that battles right over there, we'll be hopping into an MG42 showdown. And we already saw what happened yesterday. It was underdogs just able to beat down all of the strongest competitors that we've got in PJ as well as Freezy. Right now, we got a couple of more fighting here. We got 2 more matches that will be providing us a lot of these great gameplays. And first and foremost, we got Tin and Scared on their first match. Former teammates, now turn rivals. Now, Tin is going to have to fill himself here because Scared knows how to play these long-range engages, Warden.
It's been a while since we've seen Skirt and Tin play with each other. And the thing about it is that, when Tin was acquired by Blacklist by Smart Omega Esports, we did see Skirt actually taking parting ways as well, alongside with FTX moving over to Stalwart Esports. So hey, MG42 showdown. I mean, neither of these players here really rocks the LMG, so it will be nice to see how or who is gonna be better in this very category between these 2 players.
It's so odd to actually have these members just play through because you got Tin, who obviously loves to play SMG, and the R9 Scared usually rocks that steady setup with that assault rifle. So I do think it heavily favors Scared here, just judging by the amount of engages he does on this long range engage. Right, usually with an MG42, you would spray and just pray that it hits your enemy. And again, it's just fast, right? Fast time to kill, just like the Fennec, and it's got that range like a Holger 26 and has the same mag size as it is, and it's just super unfair on the battles that you currently play, not just in this competition, right, but also in ranked games. I have met my fate, I have witnessed, I have experienced 5-man MG42 on my rank lobby, and I don't want to see more of that here. But hey, we go to the standard 1v1 me at Rust. Let's see who's the boss. And Scared and Tin just trying to play a lot of verticalities here.
It's nice to see Rust here being played in this 1v1 map. I mean, this has been the most stable 1v1 map all across the Call of Duty titles. And before Killhouse came along here, I think Killhouse really became a trend here for the side of Call of Duty Mobile. But here we go, moving over towards this game here. Tin will be able to start things off here with the first skill. Skurd now looking to get some verticalities in the process, but Tin just finds a chain, finds the double up on the board.
All right, nice shots for him. I mean, he's just trying to utilize a lot of verticalities here. On a 3 spree is Tin. Now prioritizes the high ground. I think he's got a good read on where the player is at. But Scared finally gets himself on the board. You want to get this high ground, but you also do want to be unpredictable and just try to play this close range engage. But try to do it up against Tin, right? You're obviously going to get decimated. This is a guy from Omega eSports that just does so much insane control and a lot of eliminations up close. And I guess for Scared, he's just feeling it right now.
Yeah, really good run there for great responding there from the side of Skurd after the 2-piece, but Tin, once he gets the map control, he is just letting Skurd do the heavy job here, putting himself out in the open, using the frustration up against him. And it's going to be a pretty heavy lead here coming in from the side of Tin. Look at this.
Oh, wow. Well, he's just going to get that headshot right there so quick. And you see the fast time to kill, right? I think he's gone before even a second pass by, just like a bubble it's going to pop, right? That was Scared's head earlier. And I guess this is just, you know, one-sided right here. Tin, let's not even talk about that lead anymore, right? 3 minutes still in the clock. I think he's just trying to push over that 20-point mark at this point. He's got what it takes to end this in a kind of scoreline unless Scared decides to show up. He's on a 6-point differential right now. And it needs to get this back-to-back kills just to kickstart that momentum to carry over his side.
I guess the biggest difference here is that Tin is actually really used to playing 1v1s. I personally 1v1 Tin one time, and you know, me, Callie, I'm really prideful with my snipers, and I never thought that Tin would be that man to actually be the first guy to take me down. I've been able to like go against like a lot of like famous snipers here and there, but Tin was the one that was able to dominate really intensely. And adding the fact that, you know, you can hide in there.
I didn't know that was a thing.
Okay, but alright, but continuing statement here, Tin plays with 3 fingers, and it's really impressive for him to be able to play this aggressively, but Tin playing with his foot too much, and Skurd punished him down with a body shot.
I wish I wish it was all the mags that was just wasted there, right? Just one magazine just wasted on Tin's body right over there, but yep, he turns on him, but he cannot get the elimination. 10-4. It's like what you said, right? I mean, 1v1s with pro players, it's just so different when you try to go up against them, right? I mean, the amount of you know what, the game training that they do every day just to be as conditioned is just on a different level. And here he is, Scared, just trying to bounce back. 5-point lead for him. For Tin is just gonna have to try to play it smart, just utilize these angles. Rust is a very large map, has a lot of nooks and crannies. Just gonna try to hide, you know. Do not let Skurd allow himself to get a chance to bounce back here.
Take your time. You only have 1 minute and 20 seconds to stall out. And he does spot Skurd from afar, and Tin is just here. Yeah, well, okay. Let me just, take my time here. The pressure is on you. And Skurd in the process is looking like a dog looking for a lost bone out in the battlefield of Rust. Uh-oh.
Oh, no. Yeah, Skurd is trying to get this through, but Tin able to push out once again. 1v1s, I think he might be the damage dealer once he hops against other winners of the MG42 showdown we have in the grand finals. I think there's a high chance Tin will be able to showcase this kind of gameplay up until the very end. See, there's so much magazine, so much bullet on that. And Scared is gonna try to shred that. But there's no more time left, man. 30 seconds left.
Well, Skurd has pretty much taken the L already, and he's just like, you know what, let me have some fun with those body shots. I don't care anymore if I win. I just wanna BM you badly here. 15 seconds left on the clock. Can play around, ring around a Rosie. Skurd is ready, nodding his head up and down. and he knows what's up. I mean, it's a 6-point discrepancy. GG will play. 10 will be advancing for this MG42 showdown.
Gotta highlight the strong start right here. Scary just decides to pull out. That's what everybody does, right? Once they're trailing behind by so much, you already know that the game is over. So why not just try to throw away that operator skill? Get yourself a little bit more chance to get some kills right over there. But no, that will not happen for Scared. Even if you manage to bring it out, it will be a win for your boy Tin from Smart to Mega. Again, just long as he does not wear, does not utilize, does not equip that Gravity Vortex, we are all good. Keep him with that Spiral, right? I mean,
you're crazy. You had to mention it.
Oh, I am sorry. That's just a core memory. I think everybody has that core memory right there, right, for Tin. I guess it's just something you don't forget most of the time, because that's the reason why Blacklist International Ultimate had to play Game 5 up against Smart Omega to fight for that second ticket to the playoffs, right? But
yeah, it was a goner already. Yeah, it was a goner already when the Gravity Vortex came along. And, you know, if people ask you, how much did the ticket costed? It costed a Gravity Vortex. Congratulations, Tin. But, you know, we gotta put on a sandwich here. You can have the great times, but at the same time, you know, I've talked to Tin already. I always tell him, how do you feel about getting memed around with the Gravity Vortex? He's like, you know what, I already accept it. I like it. It's a core memory for him as well.
Oh, that's nice. That's great for him. You know, at least what kills him made him stronger, right? Now we are going to be heading into our next game. We got Revox Invicta Wards, your brother, going up against Clasher from Classified Pegasus. So this is going to be an MYSG showdown here, by the way. So that will be a great gunfight. I feel like for Clasher, he's always had that talent when playing Search and Rescue, but when he plays Response, where he kind of lacks, right? He does win those 1v1 gunfights, but on a 5v5 setting, sometimes you're not going to have that extra instinct to be able to snap back on a player that might head in for a flank or is just right in front of you, right? So this is going to be nice. We got teams that haven't made it to the playoffs, but they're here just to try to showcase what they got with the MG42.
Yeah, I mean, props to Garena here for giving them another chance to, you know, showcase themselves in the battlefield of Garena Master 6. I mean, I thought that, you know, Revox Invicta, that was their last appearance coming in from the group stage. But with this, you know, segment up and in mind, it goes to show that really Garena wants to get everyone the, you know, the opportunity, the slice of the pie for that spotlight. So, hey, Wards, Clasher, better make the most out of this opportunity.
To those who are just wondering what's going to be at stake here, right? It's a winner takes all, single elimination with 10,000 CP on the line. So that's going to be one good draw for whatever is available right now in game. Where you can get the MG42, or you can get, you know, the draw boxes that we got over there. And if you're lucky enough, you might be able to draw two if you manage to get the mythic in just one draw. And have you had that instance where you're just kind of the son of Garena Call of Duty Mobile, right? You just press that 5 CP draw, gives you at least the character or the mythic or the legendary gun?
You know, believe me or not, I've had 2-1 draw legendary. It was the holidays and shockingly the Zealot. One draw. It only took me one draw, and that's very lucky right there. And the rest though, I haven't been so much lucky, but at the same time, you know, as a sniper, it's my dream to have the Zealot and the holidays for my arsenal, and I got it in basically in a total of 2 draws.
Yeah,
thank you, Garena.
Yeah, thank you, Garena. Yeah, thank you, Call of Duty. Thank you to Warden for making me jealous. I spent so much. I spent so much to get all my mythic and legendaries, right? But we're not gonna talk about numbers here. You might think I have spending. I have a bad spending addiction, right? I mean,
I think you do, Callie.
I'm not. I don't. I am great.
Not for clothes?
For clothes? Well, for clothes, I have one full room with my clothes. I don't know. It just kind of stacked there one day. It was just kind of complete. Like, it's a full set.
You got different colors per day, my guy. And that's what I like from you. You're a very colorful man.
Well, I'm not a unicorn. That's one.
Could be, maybe not. I don't know. But, you know, looking at this here, Arsenal for a set of Clasher and Wards, they don't really have the mythic skin. And that's, I guess, one drawback, because they didn't really make it to the playoffs. Because the duration for their trial skin really only lasts until the end of the group stage. And looking like we didn't really have enough time to really give them back at least just the mythic MG42, so they're not going to be playing with the campaign. Moving in, it's going to be an equal game though. So really props to Garena as well for finding and giving them like this even ground. As we move along here for the first initial clash, it's not really happening here, not just yet.
Yeah, they're waiting for where the wind will blow. And they got the default weapon, right? It brings so much memories in Call of Duty World at War. I used to rock this weapon even before, right? That's just how old
You're
I am.
that guy.
Yeah, I am that guy. But I am not like Coach Jericho who plays competitive, right? I am just a casual guy, a rank warrior. I trash talk everybody I see who plays terrible. They're gonna get a mouthful from me, but I am way past that
In
now.
an analytical way. In an analytically way. Analytic way. Yeah.
You're supposed to get inside the point, not get those kills like that. No,
Well,
that's not.
you're the type of guy that says, go for the cut already, push up the flank, and try to offer a pinch, and then the rest of your teammates is gonna be like, what the hell are you saying?
Well, who do you think you are? You're not my coach. You ain't my in-game leader. Shut the heck up, right? I mean, that's what it is, but what a long standoff, right? 2 minutes without a gunfight? Finally, shots being sprayed here by wards. And I love how Clasher has a tactical scope on his weapon, just to try to imitate what the MG42 campaign has. I mean, wow, here we go. First blood goes to Clasher.
Really good shots here for Instead Clasher. Coming up, he wants to go for the chains. Manipulates the spawn. You get to see as well that he took his time to go back to the opposing side, and he basically got a clear idea as well where Wards is at, but now they go for the trail. Timing is not going to work into their favor, and they're going to be on the opposing side once more. This is a very slow game here, Callie.
Very unlikely of what happened in that first match today. I mean, if it's 10,000 CP on the line and a chance for you to get a full throw, why not just try to take the risk? Right? If you're winning right now, if you're Clasher, you don't really have to go in and engage. And I think for a map like Cage, there's just so many verticalities that you need to worry about, and also flanks that might just happen. And Clasher's just trying to cap here. Do you even call this a tactical positioning? I don't think so, man. He's just trying to hide.
Tactical looking, probably. I mean, it's going back and
Oh,
forth here.
no.
Another clash. 2 in a row here on top, on the mid side of the map. And now we are seeing a bit of aggression here from the side of Wards, but the timing is just not working to their favor. This is Call of Duty Mobile at its finest right here, Callie.
They just cannot see each other right now. That's not a skill issue, right? It's just a lock that they have right now. It's not working their way. But it is also kind of their fault, right? For not seeing all this engaged as much because they're not moving around that much. But finally, some shots for Revox. Wards gets himself his second kill. A minute and 23 left. Flasher needs to find a threat here of some sort. Wards might just be able to get away here once we reach that last 30 seconds.
Come on, younger brother. Check out. Gonna be on opposing lanes once more. And only a minute left already on the clock, and only 3 kills has been accumulated. On the lead, Wards he goes. But Clasher finds the equalizer as well. And Callie, less than a minute to play with. This has to go down to a tiebreaker.
All right, this next shot will really count. Clasher currently #1. If it does expire, right, he's going to win this, as he's got the higher score. Now, just trying to take a peek here. Might have heard that sound cue. Oh, this is huge. Climbs the ladder. Oh,
No way!
Clasher! Look, oh, he decides to look left, but it's over. Oh, I think he spots him. There we go, Clasher.
Easy.
It's gonna have the
Easy.
angle. Wait, spray.
He
The
missed.
discipline will be not enough
Hide.
for him to get punished. It's all right. He still got it.
Hide. Hide. Don't peek. Hide. Clasher. Running
away.
away. Wards. Gonna be right around the corner. He spots him down now. He knows exactly where he is. Wards gonna go for the push, but chooses the wrong direction. And Clasher will be able to pull away with a win for the low scoring game, but it doesn't matter. A win is a win.
There we go. We got our first win here. That will be Clasher. That will be dropping. Nice gameplay there for Wards. Obviously, he managed to clutch it up at the end. Get those 4 points. Very low, right? If this was scared, could have been him as the winner on the Sky scoreline. But that will conclude our MG42 showdown for the day, right? We got a couple of more as we play the playoffs, so don't you guys miss that one out to showcase everybody's gun skill with it, because MG42 is one of the best weapons that you can play right now, and it also has our lucky draw in game right now that you can draw, right? If you want that MG42 campaign and just shred everybody to pieces, make sure to get yourself that amount of CP to be able to get that weapon acquired on the game itself, right? Now we are going to be able to finish our MG242 showdown. We got more tomorrow and the following day. Now we're moving into our games that will be mattering a lot since this is the playoffs right now. You got one team, another team that will be playing on the upper bracket. That will be SKD and Stalwarts Esports to start the day off. That will be great clashes that we'll have, is that's going to be the number 3 team from Group A and the number 2 team from Group B that will look to try to fight their way in and earn the upper bracket semifinals ticket.
It's a heavy show here, man, because yesterday we were only able to see a pretty interesting matchup between Team Star Magic and Dovik and Oblivion, that hence, we were able to get to see our first Game 5. A very down-to-the-wire series right there, but we started off with Smart Omega Esports and X Prestige, Elevate and Triple Iodine, and were we able to see that it's just kind of a rundown of the big boys up against, these teams that has been trying to rise to the top and just getting obliterated. And I think, like, to be honest, for me, if I was able to talk about, like, the overall storyline between Elevate and Triple Iodine, it was very interesting because 2 of these teams has been open about Olea coaching them, being able to help out with the system, but you also get to call as well. You also got to see that the discrepancy in regards to the gunfights and experience really mattered quite a lot there for the side of Elevate.
Still got a lot to learn if you're Odine, right? I mean, just learning from the best is already a huge plus in trying to become the next best team. But before we dive into our epic clashes for the playoffs, let's recap the glory here in Garena Masters 6. Battle of Valor. We ignited in the qualifier stage where we had 32 teams across Southeast Asia, Malaysia, Singapore, and the Philippines fight for their way in the group stage where we divide them into 8 teams per group. We have that one concluded. We got our 4 best teams from those 2 groups, and we got our first day from the playoffs just yesterday. A couple of 3-0s, 1 Game 5s, which was exciting up until the very end, and we're drawing closer into the grand finals, which will be happening here this weekend.
Ooh, I mean, we are basically bound to see the finals run here for Garena Masters 6 on Sunday. So this is going to be a championship Sunday once we do reach the specific date, but there's still 3 days that will be separating us away from that very scene. Now, let's talk about the prize pool here. $2,500 US is going to be on the line here, Callie.
Yeah, I mean, the heat really is building up on the playoffs yesterday, and as we draw closer to the championship Sunday, the players would want more of what's at stake here. $25,000 US on the line, and the champions will be crowned and will pocket the lion's share of $10,000 US. The stakes are definitely high, and everybody wants a piece of that pie. Now, for the playoff teams, at least if you get dropped down there early, 5th to 8th place, you get yourself $750 US, but not that much compared to when you place yourself at the top 4.
Yeah, I mean, there's a big jump between the 5th to 8th place coming in for the 4th place right there. It's basically double there, man. Moving over to the map features that we have here, we have hard point, search and rescue, control. If you want to talk about map instances, man, we did see take off pretty nicely, but Corona Metropolis, as we have been talking about, it hasn't still made its debut here for the playoffs.
Also, the terminal map. I feel like those 2 might not just see the light of day, as the teams just want to try to get a little bit more familiarity on maps like Tunisia and Coastal, as well as Takeoff, which I feel like might just be the dagger for some of the teams that don't play that much, especially in the group stage. And we saw that for DVK. Their lack of awareness yesterday on this map allowed a team like Team Star Magic to get away with the victory on a 7-5 scoreline. But as we take a look at our bracket here, only the most dominant forces managed to get here. We got the top 8, 3 matches already done, and 3 teams have been sent to the lower bracket, and that's AX Prestige, AAA Odine, and DVK Oblivion. And whoever loses on our first match of the day in SKD and Stalwarts Esports will be dropped down to fight DVK Oblivion and just battle for survival to head to the quarters at the lower bracket. Again, Each match will be a best of 5 battle all the way to our upper bracket finals and lower bracket finals. And on our grand finals, it will be a best of 7. And it's just who will be clinging on to their glory here right now will be the question as we bid farewell to 2 teams at the end of the day.
You know, the nature here for playoffs comes in pretty unpredictable. So I personally won't make any predictions anymore on who's going to be able to make it past through. I mean, we've seen a lot of teams, not really a lot of teams, like notable teams like Elevate, where they were able to make their first major appearance and they were able to push it through all the way down to the upper bracket finals. It's a very unpredictable shape, but that's exactly how it's going to go. Moving over, here is the matches for today. We've already seen the MG42 showdown. Congratulations to the 2 winners right there. And moving over to the official matches here of the best of 5, it's going to be SKD up against Stalwart eSports. Moving over towards the mid stage, we got AX Prestige and Triple Iodine. And whoever wins between SKD and Stalwart eSports will have to go up against Novik and Oblivion at the end of the day.
Yeah, the loser of that match number 1, I feel like is going to have a rough day, Enzo, because they're going to play 2 games today. You already lost that first match. Now you're going up against a DVK Oblivion team that will have to play scrappy, right? So you're going to have to really keep your mental game there in check on that final game of the day if you drop that first match that we got lined up on our schedule. Now this will be a very great fight. You got SKD, the cool kids on the block. They have been making a lot of noise. They came in here in the playoffs as the number 2 team in Group B. Just allowing so much of that dominance was Freezy, who was scoring a lot of kills in the group stage, not just in one game mode. Every game mode, he's allowed himself to become that dominant force, putting SKD on top of that board. Meanwhile, you take a look at Stalwart eSports, fresh off of their Snapdragon Mobile Masters run. They got themselves a little bit of a rocky start. They lost their matchup against Team Star Magic, as well as Elevate on their Group A, which was the bracket of death. Now they're looking to try to get themselves a chance to win their first playoff game here of the day, which is going to be the suspect, right? I feel like they got a higher chance of winning this one in terms of looking up their experience, but anything can really happen here for today.
Yeah, I'm just kind of hoping that Stalwart eSports was able to resolve their connection issues, because up against Team Star Magic, yes, I can safely say that it was a pretty fair win there for TSM, because they were able to actually showcase really good rotations, proper decision makings. The gunfight was pretty spot on as well, but knowing the fact that Stalwart eSports was playing with high connectivity issues is something that's kind of alarming for me. I do hope that this time it won't be that case. We want to see that even, you know, like leverage here between these 2 squads. So if ever that's going to be the case, SKD, you got to prepare yourselves. After all, this is the playoffs, and there has been a lot of speculations as well where has Stalwart eSports been hiding some strategies. This time around, they can't afford to hide anything at all here, Cali.
Yeah, Stalwart eSports been playing since Garena Masters Season 1, and their highest placement is only 2nd place. And back then, they had a lot of chances at trying to take it away, but they have been always denied. Now they have the best roster yet that was formed in Garena MSP. Now they have added Clove in the roster, which is from Indonesia, by the way. A prodigy that's just compiling so much of that presence on the SMG department in every game mode so far. And this is the best roster that they provided so far on this team. And they're looking to try to get their first title in Garena Masters history, but easier said than done at the moment, as they really had it rough off the start of the group stage. But maybe in the playoffs, they will be a completely different beast, because knowing Stalwart eSports and with Incendio on the roster, you already know that this team can play well and can duel at a high level just by judging from their stage 4 performance. 3 years straight, they are the 3-time Garena regional champions. That ain't easy to do. It takes a lot of hard work to do that, and having someone like Incendio for Stalwart eSports, you already know that they will look to lock this one in and score the first huge win in their Garena Masters run.
Yeah, Incendio here has to step up pretty drastically, because his last 2 performance hasn't been the best as well up against Team Star Magic. So, you know, being the in-game leader, I always give that props to them, that they're able to make the best calls and at the same time, you know, perform mechanically well. And I know for a fact Incendio is more than capable to doing that. Something about the history line here, or the nature of the Stalwart eSports, these players, once they know that they can just really take over the game, they play like savages, ravages, going out in the battlefield, just claiming every single kill that they can, and show that dominance that we're so used to seeing here as a squad as a whole here for Stalwart Esports.
I can't agree more with what you said. I mean, once they manage to beat you down, they're gonna throw hands. They will go for those executes, right? That's just how really this team is built, right? They're built to entertain and also upset whoever they want to upset within the day. And so far, it's going to be players that will look to try to upset them today will be that SKD team, right? We've touched up a little bit on Freezy, who's been locking things down in every game mode so far for the team, but who's going to be that second player that will help him score all of these kills, right? So as we take a look at our team lineup for our first game of the day, it's the cool kids on the block with Freezy, Tokyo Mids, Chroma, Sanji, and Kenobi representing the #2 team in Group B in SKD.
You know, Freezy, hands down, really insane player. Pretty young, a prodigy, is still going to be on the rising here for the side of SKD. But if I was to talk about a player that needs to really step up as well here for the side of SKD, it has to be Kenobi, man. This player really suffers a lot, especially when it's really up to them going up against a team like Stalwart Esports or Smart Omega Esports or any of the top 4 big dog teams that we've been able to see in the run for Call of Duty Mobile. Moving over now to Stalwart Esports, we got FDX, Shut Up, Irfan J, Skirt, Incendio, Clove, and these are your 3-times Garena regional champions.
Now, easier said than done, right? Even though they had that record, still winless in Garena Masters in terms of winning that championship. Now, they've added in the first of its kind in the region to have an Indonesian player, a Malaysian, a Singaporean, and also a Filipino player. So that's 4 regions in total that's playing for Stalwart Esports. Maybe in the future, we get to integrate the Indonesian teams, the Indonesian region in our circuit, and it might just become, a high-level competition yet again. So far, though, for Stalwart Esports players to watch out, it's got to be Scared as well as Shut Up. Yeah, that AR and that SMG combo, it will look deadly once you play them in response. Let's take a look at our playoff stage, Day 2, Best of Summit, and Search and Rescue Garena will be played respectively.
You know, it's going to be my first time casting Garena Metropolis on the big stage, so I really want to see these teams here force a game number 5. But looking at the odds, I won't really call out anything. I mean, SKD, if Stalwart Esports was confident, so is SKD. I mean, I have never seen a team that is on the rise make a call that they want to go for a 3-0 up against Smart Omega Esports, where they did get a 3-0, but on the opposing side, so it wasn't really favored for them. I want to see the max potential here. This is going to be the first time that we're seeing SKD and Stalwart Esports have a go at it on the stage here, man.
Yeah, looking at those maps, right, we got Standoff Hardpoint will be the first map that we're going to play here today. It's going to be very scrappy. We saw that map be played by DVK Oblivion as well as Team Star Magic yesterday, where it ended 250 to 244. I don't know what's going to happen here, but I'm smelling something, right? I'm smelling blood in the water. I feel like this is going to be a close match. SKD and Stalwart Esports, this is their operator skills. Just a difference of using a Purifier and a Gravity Vortex. And this is going to be interesting because you already know in P3 and P4, every angle there is just going to be close. It's tight. The entryway is difficult for you to be able to get attacks on through. You have to attack in multiple angles. And operator skill like the Gravity Vortex will be essential for you to hold off the point, not get any problems as your team will be on their way on the reinforcements. Right now, it is going to be a great start. I like what we are seeing right now on the maps. It's very default, and it's got a great Game 4 and Game 5 potential. I'm sorry for predicting stop right here. I just really love my stats, right? But this hardpoint standoff, it's going to be scrappy here, Warden.
Bound to be scrappy, gonna be involving a lot of CQBs. Gonna be also talking about the power positions here later on as we start things off with hardpoint number 2 and hardpoint number 3. P4 and P1 can absolutely go scrappy. It's gonna be a matter of questioning now on what kind of preparation these two teams has been able to do. There has been a lot of instances where we can talk about those staple power positions, but all of a sudden Stalwart Esports or Smart Omega or Elevate, they show up with a different strategy. moving over, because the evolution for Call of Duty Mobile, I don't believe that it's even like 100% through. I think we're not even halfway there. There's still a lot of things that they gotta unlock, and this is the perfect opportunity for them to show as well on what they are capable of and what they can offer in these set of maps that we are seeing in front of our screens.
I'm already looking at that that shot up versus that Freezy SMG showdown later on. If we ever get to see a player like Shot Up utilize that weapon later on, because sometimes he just locks in that assault rifle, just provides the team that extra long-range support, right? But on a stand-up map, you're gonna want to really play it fast. You need that kind of ability for a Fennec, as well as that fast time to kill to be able to push through the map itself. As we start our first game up today, Star Wars eSports and SKD, they will be living the game. All right, there we go. The game's just too hot. The game's just too hot.
Not living up.
Yeah, not living up.
Totally not living up to the moment. Just leaving the game. You know, a bit of a tease right there. That's exactly how the first games usually start off, you know, Callie. They get you excited, they get you hyped up, and then all of a sudden, Freezy decides to leave, and the rest of the squad as well. And they said, you know what, hey, calm down, calm down, calm down. At least we know for a fact you guys are hyped up. So we'll take our time here to try and possibly give out the best game so we can see the best hype there is.
Okay, I know you don't want any predictions on this match, but I'm going to have to tell you. We're going to have to stretch this one out. I'm going to have to ask you, what will be your prediction on this best of 5?
Not going to be saying a name, but I do believe it's going to end off with a 3-1 here, Callie.
I'm looking at 3-2. Chat, let us know in the comment section what you guys think about our predictions. And let me know, let us know in the comment section, who do you guys support in this match number 1 to start the day at the upper bracket. Match 4, Star Wars eSports opens the day with a strong start, finding 7 in the feed, getting themselves inside of the hardcore.
Really good call there for Star Wars eSports to actually put an extensive push here towards the elbow. But they do lose the gunfight in the process, and SKD has something to say right after that. Here we go, extensive clearance here in this hard point number 1. But when we get to see two heavy teams have a go at it, we don't really get to expect a lot of definition. And as I thought that Star Wars eSports would have a great opener, it's going to be SKD actually taking the lead now.
What matters is that mid-game, right? What happens in that late game is also going to be important as that opener break for Star Wars eSports. Early Predator missile locked in here for Chroma, who's been mostly the MVP for the team in all of the games. Usually shines a lot when he plays the control, but here today he's got 6 kills to provide this team that needed firepower to win the first hard point that turns into a money hill. 40-10 as we hop into P2.
Really good call here for out of SKD to take away Kenobi for now. I mean, I really applaud the player right there, but he is not really good under pressure. Having Sanji, which is a player that does have no emotions, just like Luffy, his basically, you know, long apart brother, he can absolutely perform in this level of competition. So far, understandable lead here for a set of SKD. They're not going to be able to chain it down now. We get to see a breakthrough happening for Star Wars eSports.
Only one angle we got here for SKD so far is they spawn at back alley. They do have the castation attack being provided there by mids with that LMG that will allow them to get inside at the point. Chroma finds a triple with the Purifier. Nice adjustment, nice investment that they got to put themselves inside of the hard point. Chroma's got himself 15 kills so far today. And this is just the P2. You're looking at about a pacing where he can score 40 kills, judging by the amount of presence he's been able to maintain in the battle so far. Last 5 seconds, we're heading on to new. It's a battle between SKD, Sanji, and Chroma and FDX, who'll be going down as SKD are able to flip that spawn as we hop into P3.
Oh boy, you can tell that SKD is just revitalized in the moment, immersed really well. They're going to be able to get this pretty convincing lead here, man. Not something that I totally expected from them, but they're making things work out. The dream lives on, and they still win another gunfight inside the hill.
Oh yeah, this is what you want, right? Sanji on a 5-3 with the AR. FDX trying to turn things up, but no, they're going to get denied. The cool kids on the block is able to shut down Star Wars eSports push on the first 30 seconds. Now you're on the back 30. Still need to provide the same amount of consistency from this team, and they've just been able to really drop their gunfights here. Star Wars eSports finally able to break inside the hill, remove the player inside, play that OBJ now. That will be your boy Chloe and shot up, but they've always been denied inside, and Sanji decides to hop in. but will also get shot down. SKD will take that P3 Mon Hill, and we're heading on to Bakeries.
Yeah, I mean, scrap time here going to be given for the set of Stalwart eSports, something that you don't really get to see quite a lot. Stalwart eSports usually is the team that would be able to get the big bag away from the hard point, but now they're playing chase. Though, hard point number 4, they are able to get an opener. 2 players, 3 players going to be inside the hill, but they got to worry about the pinches. And the investment coming from the side of Tokyo will be able to find a double, and the break gets let loose here for the side of SKD. They get this one down. 4 more points to play for them to have that 100-point mark.
And despite spawning on tractors, they let someone just play that L wall to provide that anticipation for players coming in from hay bale. Sanji's just been locking things down so far on the OBJ. He's got himself 33. Skyler's got pull-up sprays and working inside of that smoke. Stalwart just trying to break inside. Chroma got himself 22 kills, and with the help of Mid, they're able to lock down the 2 players from Stalwart inside of the point. That will deny the push once again. Almost a 100-point lead that SKD's building up. Stalwart's looking to start the game off slow. Cannot get anything going inside the objective despite just providing the same amount of firepower as SKD in the slaying department.
Coming in, pretty convincing lead here for the set of SKD and Stalwart eSports. No matter, even if the fact that they are able to rack up those kills, they are not translating or leading it to any convincingness inside a hard point. But we get to see now here, early investment from the side of SKD. Does Purifier will get dropped down. Not really the best looks, but they are backing it up with the raw mechanical gunfights inside the hill. And once more, a full clearance here for the side of SKD.
Chroma on the 26 kills. Incendio finally able to lock down the Bakeries. They're going to push up once again, get this contest inside in FDX. Still going to be 50-50 battle on this mid-map. Sanji still holding down the top side of the grannies. They will be able to get inside of the hard point again. Going to completely turn the rotations to favor their way. I mean, for me, Clove, I'm saying that R9 is great, but you gotta bring in that SMG. It's just too slow for the liking, and that's not gonna completely work up against SKD so far. When you have a 2 AR setup plus an LMG, you need to be able to have yourself that dual SMG setup be a lot faster in terms of finding these eliminations. And not just going for the lock, right? It's not gonna cut it. Gotta be able to change the pace here if you're Stalwart, as you're going to start that early setup on next. SKD will look to attack in multi-angles. Gotta prepare for this massive wave.
They do lose that fight there towards window, so they are just pushing now in the direction of gasoline. One player goes out from Grandma, and now it's going to be Sanji here finding the huge COD here, whipping out the claw. Not really the best of investment. 4 players still inside the hill here for the set of Stalwart eSports, but the pinch might just happen along here for Chroma, but the claw is overpowering the pushes here from SKD, and now we get to see some convincingness here from Stalwart eSports. Only the tail end of the time of the hard point will be played out here, but SKD is still persevering through the defense from Stalwart, and they get the break inside the hill once more.
Yeah, you really gotta emphasize that overall team strength inside the point, right? You got dual SMGs just providing so much of that firepower inside. Clove still doing a lot of job with that R9, right? I still think that they can still play it faster, maybe go in for a comeback one, see how him with that Fennec, but I'll leave it to the pros on that one as we move on to P3. Early setup for SKD. Got 2 players inside the point, while you got number 3 in yellow and Freeze is going to anchor the power position to stop the players coming in from the fence. As Sanji, who looks to hold inside the point, decides to hop up. Instead, you're finally able to find an opening for Stalwart, but only to get turned down by Tokyo inside. That's the first wave won by SKD once again.
Yeah, just 5 points, 3 points to claim here for SKD to enter the 200-point mark. And now Stalwart eSports playing Desperado. They want to hop in, they want to barge in. They got 3 players so far around the vicinity inside a hard point. They do get the cut off now. Looking at the spawns here for the side of SKD, they are going to be pushed away towards the A bomb side. So that is going to be buying enough time here for Stalwart eSports to enter a bit of convincingness as they get the 100-point mark for them. Still a big catch-up that they got to do. But man, I am so lost on how the systemization has been able to overpower Stalwart eSports coming from SKD.
Still a lot of hills to worry about here. Right now, for SKD, what matters is the early rotation. Stalwart just goes in very late. Now, they got a War Machine invested here from Incendio to try to cut down a little bit of that throw system inside. Gets a little bit of kills to help the push work in this pinch that they got set up. Successfully break the hill inside where the hard point open up. Incendio needs to sustain his life out there. as he's going to be the one trying to anticipate the players coming in from the gas station. As he falls, Clove brings out the claw. That will stop the push on hay bales, but Sanji able to get in top side. Look to try to be the distractor as SKD tries to go in for a multi-angle push.
You're on the verge of taking this game away, SKD. Gotta make the best decisions now when they do get the break instead of Hill. And you can tell by the face of Stalwart Esports that they want to take this game badly. But SKD, shockingly, in this very moment of time, playing better hardpoint than Stalwart Esports.
And just on a different level here, it's just crazy with 34 kills along with Chroma. This SMG AR duo is on a different level today. Freezy on the 4 Ps. Looking to get himself a 5-man before getting taken down, but he'll get denied. But they've done the damage here. Just 25 points for SKD to end map 1 with a win.
Your SPS participant for Garena, your 3-time regional champion for Garena, is bound to lose a map up against SKD. This is not something I totally expected coming from the narrative. As we go back to hardpoint number 1 here, brother, it's gonna be a break coming in once more. Investments galore for the side of SKD. They only need to claim 20 more points to claim for them to end off this game, and they're making miracles work come true.
Yeah, Spawn's just kind of far away for Stalwart here. Shut up, just be able to get inside, but mid there for the deny with the War Machine. Just 15 points to win this match for SKD as they continue to lock down the points inside this B1. A lot of scrappy fight we're seeing for Stalwart that they're able to throw inside, but who wins that gunfight? That will be SKD with the eliminations, stopping the first wave of push for Stalwart Esports on B1. Freezy with the snapback, fights himself a 3 freeze, and this will be the hold of a lifetime. And SKD Freezy connects with the last 4 eliminations to put an end to this map number 1 and put SKD on the top of the series with a 1-0 start.
SKD, oh SKD. My days. Callie, honestly, I need to see the chain of the momentum here for SKD. These kids, surely the branding of SKD with all of these players composed into one. This is not just the best version with SKD that we're talking about. We are looking at a possible top 4 team here in Garena, but it's too early to call here. Too early to call. But just basing it off from the facial expression there from the side of Incendio and the rest of the squad of Stalwart Esports, they really wanted to win, but the frustration came along because of the dominance that SKD was able to show.
That's the map pick of Stalwart Esports. They're gonna get mad because they lost that map right over there. Let's talk about the stats here, shall we? Scared did a great job with the MG42. 43 kills to his name. And again, the kills are not different, right? I mean, what mattered here was the pacing of the match. Stalwart Esports was running a 2 AR, 1 SMG, 1 LMG, and a shotgun, an R9, which is being utilized by Clove, and you get me, Ace, doing well with it, 36 to 34, but it's not completely fast, right? They need to be able to play it a little bit faster to get to the heads of SKD, who just won rotations after rotations, chaining hard points like it's nothing, like they're the ones being the top dog. Although, despite they're the ones being considered the underdog in this competition, a big shout out to Freezy to get this MVP again. This guy averages 40 kills per game, averages as much kills as AG from Smart Omega. That's just how insane this guy really is and how incredibly consistent he's gotten when it comes to playing hardpoint. His teammate Chroma will follow him up. Usually the ones getting so much of the eliminations in control. Has been a multiple-time MVP for their matches back in that group stage. But you really do gotta highlight Sanji here, right? He's been seen playing only S&Ds, search and rescues, all throughout the group stage. But here he is playing respawns, able to at least keep himself almost at a positive.
I don't know, man. I don't know what about you, but my body here is heating up. That
my.
was a show. That was a match. Come on. Sanji,
yeah,
gotta talk about him, man. This guy, I was questioning, why are you guys not letting Sanji play on respawns? This guy feels no emotion. This guy is very composed. He doesn't celebrate not until the win has now come through for their side. So, hey, mental setback here for Stalwart Esports. And if you take a look at the bottom side once more, you got to see as well that Incendio was the man that struggled the most in regards to the gunfights in comparison to to both of the squads. Moving over now to the post-match head-to-head here. We got 180 for the side of SKD, overpowering Stalwart Esports in regards to the gunfight department on the hill time and dominating this through, man. I thought that it would at least end off with like a 190 to 250. Hell to the no, SKD would say. Bring it on, 250 to 138.
Just a unexpected result that we got here, right? Usually you'd see this kind of battles in group stage, but no, you don't expect this kind of, very one-sided game for Scotty, but that might just be the first match that we got here for today, right? This might just be a great indication that we're gonna have ourselves a long series to start the day off. This map number 1 definitely delivered, as Freezy and Chroma just finally able to lock in their final form and maybe even get this huge upset right here. You know what's giving this vibes on me, right? Remember Garena Masters Season 1? C8 eSports with Freezy as well as Dre, this young squad going up against the AMT squad. They managed to get the upset, put AMT at the lower bracket, but it might just be too early, right? Might be too early to say that an upset definitely is possible after looking at that map 1 performance. I must say, Chroma and Freezy, they are great, but mids also play a huge factor on that. But now you're heading into Search and Rescue Tunisia. This will be a map pick by Scotty. But overall, if you take a look at the stats for these two teams, they have played this map a ton, and it's just going to be a difference, a slight difference on the win percentage. And I still think that we're guaranteed a close game here.
You know, there's a lot of things that we can totally predict here. But moving over to Search and Rescue Tunisia, which is something that I know for a fact. I'm not going to neglect that Scotty is well renowned to playing Search and Rescue, all because of the tandemship between Freezy and Sanji. But we're also talking about arguably the best game mode that Stalwart Esports has to offer in this competition. But if ever Scotty can chain this one to a game to win, there's the whole narrative gets twisted out, the world turns upside down, and we don't have any definition anymore who's actually gonna make it to the end of the line here for this competition, Gally.
It will be tough because if you drop down in the lower bracket, that means you're gonna have to play 2 games today, and you don't want any of that. If you're a Scotty and Stalwarts Esports, you want to be able to advance to tomorrow's match without any problem at all. Now we start this Tunisia Search and Rescue, Scotty and Stalwarts Esports heading into this map, both with 4 wins and 1 loss.
Let's go.
Up against stronger teams. Now let's go. We got Stalwarts Esports starting on the defending side. Scotty on the attack. We got Clove holding this ace player with an MG42. This will be essential as you do want to get that spray down once a collapse and a flood comes through.
Shotgun kill here for Sanji. Finds FTX off in the board. Early 4v5, and now they go for the push here. Look at the coordination here coming from the side of Scotty.
Oh
I'm not hyping them up too much. They disturb this quite a lot. They dismantle Starwalk Esports. I'm losing my words. I'm losing my mind. This is something that I'm just failing to absorb here, brother. Scotty. What are you doing?
I'm just lost for words. So Mids with the 3Ps? Where was he coming from? Right? I think he came from the winery. Then he just managed to just somehow collapse the players of Stalwarts Esports holding down Shadows. And same setup that they're going to take an 8 all the way to Z Connectors. Mids got himself an Odin here this time. You know, very slow fired, but packs a ton of damage. But you do have to be accurate with it.
Take your time. Play perfect defense. Stalwart Esports, you're known for that. Make the best of choices, but Scotty might just be able to overpower the respondment here for Stalwart. There's only gonna be player 3, Incendio holding the angle down, but he misses the shot. Sanji once more finding the first blood, and they get this opener here on this B-bomb site.
Yeah, Tokyo, they've managed to take full control of top red and top yellow. Shut up needs to be that playmaker here with that Fennec, but he cannot really get close as there is going to be a long-range support coming in for Scotty on this one. Crazy, able to light him down. Trades for Chroma, but scared. Finally gets himself a 2-piece, but he's going to get slid on by Chroma, who finds a 3-piece. And that's Scotty up 2-0 on the series.
You see it, Kelly?
What's happening?
Chroma is smiling. They're feeling confident. Being one with Call of Duty Mobile. And now, they want to go for a quick pusher, possibly on this A side. Moving over coming in. Gonna be a 4-1 split here. 4 players playing around the connector. Freezy gonna stall away from the scene. Watch for a possible cutoff. But with the dominance that SKD is showing up in this very moment, no one is daring to go for a flank here, Callie.
Yeah, Sanji, I mean, the Pocket Terminator, Luffy's friend from Elevate, just providing the opening kills in the last round. Finally, we get the first blood to happen for Stalwart, as they take down a guy so important at that winery for SKD. And this is going to be a revive that can potentially happen here, as we got Chroma just heading over to this side, just help his team make this a 4v5. But hey, this play right here for Chroma, he might just be able to make that elimination to go through. Scotty Freezy now able to push up, shot up there, able to hold grounds, but Tokyo with the spray takes down Clove. Now it's a 2v2 situation. Tokyo able to slide again, but shut up wins the gunfight to find himself a 3-piece. A 1v2 now.
Freezy, more than capable. Going for the clutch. But should be an early shutdown here once more. But unfortunately, for the side of Incendio, Freezy's going to bring back one of his teammates here. Now going to be a 2v1 situation. You quickly see that is search and rescue at its finest. You get to see the odds turned around, but Incendio finds one. Looking to get the respondent. Sanji finds the shot to connect. In my days, take a look at Incendio. Man is frustrated.
Oh boy. That's what's gonna happen, right? A team just as hungry as Scotty is just going up against the best team in Garena MSP to start the year. Just kind of falling off right now, as the other team just wants it more today. Sanji has been able to deny Incendio not once but twice in this 3 rounds of action.
Wow. God nade for mids. Finding FTX away from the scene once more. And take a look at this. 1 number discrepancy, enough for Scotty to make the choice to go for a push here on this A-bomb site. They go for the pinch. They go for the barge. They take down every single bit of players coming from the side of Star Wars. And Incendio, where are you at? Go down, brother.
4-0. This is starting to look like a bloodbath. There's no... You see, there's just only one strat just being used by Scotty on the A site. Mids heads into Winery, throws a nade at the Z connector. Wait for 15 seconds. Now we go in for the flood. They haven't found an answer for that in the 4 rounds.
They go for a desperation play here, pushing up towards the mid. Scotty, pretty surprised about the choice here for Stalwart. And now they make the play here. They get that information. A lot of the composition here from Stalwart is going to be wrapping around. Should be an A-bomb site here for them. But this is something that is kind of brand new here for Stalwart to go for this big old flank. Something Scotty might not be able to have the proper respondment, but this should be able to find the recovery. But they instead go for the A side. But in the process, finally, signs of life. Incendio finding that frag up in the board, as it's going to be a 2v4 situation here, Callie.
Just waiting for the bomb to get picked up. There is Incendio mids. Needs to get this revive at least. I think it's possible. They can put his teammates back to his feet. I think he may have spotted the feet. Oh! And now the wall bang just connects for Incendio. Now he's mad. Yeah, 4 kills for him. And when you try to put Incendio in a very tight note, right, it's going to perform. And right now, it's got 4 for his team. Now they're going to go in for a complete beatdown on Tokyo. And finally, a round win for Stalwart Esports. A huge sigh of relief if you are a Stalwart Esports fan. So they finally get that first round win here on the defense. They do want to get that extra round to make this a 4-2 split. Not give Scotty an extra chance to put this game at the match point as we switch sides.
Round won't cut the chase. Could still be an extension here for Scotty as we move over to the second half. Gonna be a 3-man defensive format here for Stalwart Esports. Now they go for the cut down in the process. They do lose 1 player here for Stalwart, but they responded back with 3. 2 to 3 trade-off we go. Mids here might just be able to make the play here for this very round. He finds 1 off the process. Those for a fact, Clove already crossed as well. 1 player gets brought back here into the battlefield, but Mid's not gonna waste a time. He's gonna be able to get the kill. Sanji, enough distance for him to close out, and he get the shutdown. Last round here for the first half. Scotty claims, and they're only gonna be a round away from match point.
Yo, insane strat so far for this team. Mids has been that playmaker, usually averages only 7 kills per game. He's got himself 9, able to outdo the competition, his personal record in the group stage and the playoffs. Right now, he's on a different level. He's been the playmaker. Now Incendio decides to take a pick of that player. Freezy first stone to go down, and a double for Incendio to take down the 2 best players of SKD on the B square. Now they can put that bomb there as they successfully take a pick on that B site. They bring the bomb over, Mids gets cut down, and SKD's down to their last 2 members.
The thing about Incendio is that he never abandons his ship. He wants to lead the squad here to glory. But the thing is, the round's still not over. Sanji, aka the little Terminator, still alive and kicking, but has to deal with a 1v4 here. Makes the push, FTX gonna go down. Now gonna be a 1v3, but Skirt is quick to respond back with the trade, and the second round for the side of Stalwart Esports will come along.
Finally, you needed that. You needed that if you're Stalwart Esports. Finally put yourself into a spot where you got yourself your sniper working finally in Incendio, but you still need FDX to turn it up. He's got only 2 kills in this 7 rounds of action, approaching 8. On the attack, they want to still play for those picks. They send out 3 players to play the B square. That's where you got Chroma holding off with the MG42, while they got Freezy holding down double doors. FDX will try to make a player up against Sanji on balconies, but cannot really get a timing on that player as he just keeps it patient. Just let this attacker just come through them.
Incendio looking to get the pick off. Not gonna be able to get the first shot. Second shot, not gonna have any opportunities. The break will be coming in for this B bomb side. A bit of an aggressive take there for set of Chroma. Won't be able to get the challenge rocking in. Freezy though in the process will find one player wrapping around. They get the raid, they get the kill. 2-for-2 trade-off now, but they bring in 1 player here for the side of SKD, so it's gonna be a back to a 3v4 situation, and Stalwart Esports here not having the best looks. Clove all alone here now in a 1v4 situation. The pinch tries to come true. He finds the double, but Mids up top shuts him down, and match point advantage will be at SKD.
Yeah, they just need 1 more round. I mean, this is going to be important, right? You've already played for that retake. That was perfect. If you're SKD, just let Freezy hold down double doors. Wait for your teammates to flood through top yellow, and they get that B site successfully locked in. Stalwarts in a deadlock right now as they look to try to find a way in at the A site. Snipers has just not been working for them so far, only combining for 11. SKD only has 1. You see that Sanji with 7 kills, but the LMGs has been the de facto here. A double MG42 setup just affecting the pushes of Stalwarts wherever they go.
Sanji, in exchange of Chroma for this B bomb site, might just be the best decision that SKD has been able to put up now. But look at this, gonna be a 3 to split. 2 gonna be coming from passage. 3 players gonna be coming away from the main side, and there we go. Sanji's gonna go down. The break, letting loose here for this B bomb site as we approach this retake. It's gonna be a 4v5 situation here, Cal.
Yeah, Clove now just trying to play with this live red over here. Finds the spray onto mid. Still got to figure out where Freezy is at. Double doors. He needs to take down Tokyo. Successfully locks it. Makes this a 3v3 situation. The Prodigy and Clove just trying to keep this hopes alive for Stalwart to extend another round. But SKD can close it here. They get the revive back to their teammates. Chroma holding up the top. MG42 set up. Ready to spray it down. Clove gets eliminated. And Chroma does the last blow. They find the defuse to work their way as they go up 2-0 in the overall standing.
2-0 for SKD. Chroma is having some serenity in this action. Finding peace now. The game's not over, not just yet. But props to them, though. This is something that I totally didn't expect. I mean, okay, you know what? I gotta admit it. I have to admit it here, Callie. I called 3-1 here. Didn't say which team, and I thought that Stalwart Esports will be able to win 3-1 away from SKD. And I am completely wrong. 2 games in a row here from the get-go went to SKD.
I mean, my 3-2, I'm still going to keep it oblivious, right? I think my prediction is just so far off. But anything is possible as we hop into the next game mode, right? Which is going to be the swing game. Whoever wins that might just be able to turn it over. But yeah, it's going to be important that SKD maintains this kind of dominance on the next map ahead to finally close this one out. But this search and rescue, we finally give birth to the new meta when you try to play Tunisia, right? No need for you to use a dual sniper setup, say Scatty, when you're on the defensive side. When you got two LMGs, two MG42s, just anchoring down the positions at both of the bomb squares that we got on this Tunisia map itself. And again, for mids, he was just able to really dismantle the players of Stalwarts eSports on this map, especially at the start, where they managed to get a huge lead, a 4-2 split to end the first half, where mids actually scores at least 8 kills. That's just a lot, right? Just needed for them to be able to get those attack side wins. Once they hop in on the defense, they immediately lock it down. Mids ends up with 13 kills here to be the MVP for Skadi as they draw closer into going to the upper bracket semifinals, which will be held tomorrow. Do mention Stalwarts eSports can still try to win this, as this is a best of 5, but they got to have the same pacing, same hunger as Scatty, who's been really winning most of the gunfights on the maps that we've played thus far.
I wonder who put up a nuke back then during 2021 or 2022, if I'm not mistaken, up against Almighty. I wonder who that guy was. Oh wait, it was Mids.
The MVP. The
Yep.
MVP.
Surely the MVP.
Yeah. The on Twitter it exploded, right? Mids just nuking Stalwarts eSports back then. And yeah, this guy just went in multiple teams time and time again. Cannot really find the right team. But here he is at Scatty, just getting the full lockdown so far. I mean, yes, he's the MVP of this map too, but he's done his presence on that map 1. You saw how he was able to anchor, get that mid-map presence on statues and that standoff map, and they completely capsized the rotations on that map, and it overflowed on this map too in Tunisia as they just get this win right here.
Control is going to be up next, and it's going to be a map played in Arsenal. Scatty, if I was to bring in some history lines, it's not going to be the best elixir for them, but same goes for the side of Stalwart eSports. So I'm going to be pretty in question once more. Something about, closing a series out is the hardest thing there is. But for the side of Stalwart eSports, the pressure is going to be living up all across their bloodstream, as they can't afford to drop any games anymore. They got to win 3 in a row and force the game number 5. Moving over to the post-match head-to-head here, 36 kills for the side of Scatty. Once more, getting more kills here away from Stalwart eSports, having a +4 for them. Total Rescue will have a better look as well here for Scatty, and they are the only team in this series right now that was able to get a round win off the objective.
Yeah, this is insane right here. Look at the kills. This is just a +4 differential here in favor for Scatty, but the scoreline says otherwise, right? It wasn't a close game at all. It's just that Scatty just worked their way up, find a lot of these eliminations, and the defense was just kind of the most boggling part about this. Imagine when they start on the defense on the first half, could have been a different ball game, right? Could have been a 7-0 because of how timely those rotations were and how these rescues was utilized, especially at the end of this match, to put the numbers game in favor for Scatty, and the numbers game just favored them. They managed to throw away that win, and they managed to get these 2 wins on the series. Now we hop into Control Arsenal. This will be everybody's favorite map in Control in the group stage, so this is not any foreign map that we got here for today.
Callie, I'm just trying to absorb what's happening here in this very moment. I know you're feeling the same way for me. It's something that really, a lot of speculations in mind. Take this as a joke on all, but someone track their bloodstream, someone track their devices here for Scatty, because they're not playing the same Scatty the same way that we were able to see them play in the group stage. But at the same time, if you do get to compare as well the Scatty that we have been seeing all throughout the Garena Masters series and comparing it to this version of Scatty, this is totally unexpected.
Yeah, this is a different version of Scatty that we're seeing right now. But we were tracking back, right? Let's try just to theorycraft right over here. Smart Omega 3-0 Scatty. Does that mean Smart Omega is stronger than Stalwarts eSports right now? Because looking at the first 2 maps, right? It was a beatdown. No, not even a close game on that stand-up in the Tunisia map. You can see it right now at the bottom third. at the lower third of your screen, as we hop into Control Arsenal now, let's talk about some stats here as we prepared the games for you guys.
Bring it
This
on.
match has been played a lot in the group stage, but if we're drawing it specifically for SKD as well as Stalwart's eSports, for Stalwart to start, they got this game played 5 times. They lost 2 times. So we got a 3-2 record here. Not a great sight as SKD manages to get a 100% win rate on this Control Arsenal. So looking at the statistics, right, it favors SKD so far, and by just judging the performance that they've had on the last 2 maps, they got a potential to close this one out. But the champions might not just be an easier thing to absolutely underestimate, right? You still got a couple of championship players here, right? Teams representative for Garena and Japan in Stalwart's eSports. And one thing that they take pride on the most back in the days was Control. They were the kings of Control for a reason back when they have Heaven in the roster. But do they got what it takes to bring back Summon That Demon, force a map number 4 where we play Hardpoint Summit, and maybe a game 5?
Callie, I think that the Eye of SKD is just going to be overlooking at Stalwart Esports, you know, and say that, hey, you know, you've had your time, you've had your moments, but this is going to be our spotlight. This is going to be our series here. Stalwart Esports, something about them that I can totally vouch for, at least before the series, is that frustrations don't get to them at all.
Yeah.
They can really recompose themselves. They can really just, you know, tell the rest of the squad here, you know, we got this. We can own this. It's just going to be a matter of questioning, though. When are they going to start to pop off? But there's going to be a lot of speculations as well. Is Stalwart Esports, you know, just preferring to have the lower bracket run? What kind of a team would ever want to go down the lower brackets and miss out on the opportunity of having that upper bracket finals advantage?
This is not the hide strat moment. This is not where you want to try to bring it up. This team is just struggling, not just in this playoffs. Trace it back in group stage. They lost 2 times up against Elevate and Team Star Magic, and they're looking to carry over that kind of, you know, struggle here up against SKD. The team looks to try to end this in just 3 maps. The potential sweep can be possible for SKD as they start on the attack side. Opening break will be won by SKD as they take that mid-map control fully to gain time in the A side.
Such a good split there for the side of Stalwart Esports, but SKD, the reflexes coming from the side of Tokyo, was able to get a crucial kill as well. Coming from 1 players down to Vandalators, and now good to see a push here. About to get set it up here for the side of Stalwart Esports, but the MG42 is just beaming them down. Tokyo and mid, shutting down Stalwart Esports. Only the both of them making the impact.
Only a double LMG that it takes for them to finally pull it through, right? So you can see them just try to push up spawns. That's Tokyo and Sanji able to get through mid over towards B. Only FDX can settle that clinch so far as he holds down the benches, but Sanji will be able to hold it down for now. Push coming into the staircase, only gets 1. Now, a couple of more players going along the way here for SKD as they look to try to win their attack side on this first round. Mid's able to get himself a piece of that bullets coming in from Clove. Former Prodigy now looking to try to set things up as he finds himself more on the feed. Sanji will be there to get that beat down. 13-17 on the live count so far, favoring SKD, but Stalwarts, a little bit of map control that we're seeing from them as they look to defend the B side.
Well, 14 now. Recovery here for Stalwart Esports. Once was a 7 life discrepancy. They lower it down to just 1. But the time here for the side of SKD to play around with means quite a lot. They can take their time, possibly wrap around towards throughout the whole map and find the pinches here. And in the process, they catch Shut Up off guard, and Sanji's going to go down as well. And now the map control here from the side of SKD is looking to be in a better shape here, Callie.
Tokyo just able to extend out right there. Now they have some access at least on the spawns. If you're Shut Up, you need to be able to hunt this guy down, try and lurk. You don't have that stun grenade working, so you don't really got no info on this.
The Fred.
Now they bring out the Predator missile.
Formation relayed. Spots 1. Gonna go for the commitment. 6-9 we go. Contestment here on this Bravo point will be coming along, and they get the cutoff now. 4 players here from the side of Stalwart. No more respawns. Scatty still up by 1. 5v4 situation, but Stalwart Esports wins the most and the bulk of the gunfights here. And they're going to be able to go for a reset. It's only going to take one last wave to decipher who's going to be able to win this very round. Is it going to be Stalwart Esports on defense, Scatty on the defensive side?
The Miz is throwing the War Machine just to win this round itself. Skirt able to take that guy down instantly. Chroma decides to vent, and he managed to take down the Sussy player. It's a 1v3. Make that a 3v none. As Scotty manages to completely flood the point, win through eliminations on the attack side. And Stalwarts continues with this struggle.
First round, Scatty. I don't know what's up. Share me the meal that you've been eating from the last few days. Show me the preparation that you guys have been doing to take away the game from Stalwart Esports as we head straight back to round number 2. The first 3 kills is going to go to Scatty. Skirt finds a respondent with 1, with 2, but Chroma doubles it down with a Sparrow. They get the shutdown, and they get the clearance here on this A control point.
Yeah, 7 lives just went down just like that on the first 30 seconds for Stalwart Esports. It cannot get too frustrating more than that. As you tried to break, you got Freezy with the clock. Great thing, you're able to shut him down. Prevent this noble to happen. Now you're able to get some trades working. Got that life count deficit down to 2 points. I can still make their way inside of the A site. Not really much of contest happening there. You got the spray from Skirt. Just need a couple of backups there to fully enter the A site. Now they got their OBJ players working their way inside of the A. Then you got Clove able to extend with the equalizer. He needs to be able to find a good value from this. Just break free from the spawns, but even that will be read by Scotty.
Good recovery from them. They hold it back, wait for the push to come in from the side of Clove. They know exactly that he is a very aggressive player, but we gotta move on. A control point shouldn't be a topic anymore. Stalwart Esports, they're gonna be able to get the capture. 1 player will be holding it down for the side of Scatty, but mids will go down. 2 operators, 3 operators coming from the side of Stalwart Esports, and this is the blitzkrieg play that we have been able to talk about, coming from numerous amount of plays from Stalwart Esports. They get the break for the speed control point. Life now, not gonna be siding for the side of Scatty. We get to see here, first segment already captured by Stalwart.
Yeah, now nice kills here for Skirt as he finds himself 4 in a row, shredding it in to pieces. Head glitch in and mids goes down. B-side push continue to be successful. 2 segments they managed to get Scatty down to the last 7 lives. Spray still going strong for Skirt. Backup is on their way, but the read from Tokyo and Chroma will be good for it too if they shut down the push at the B side. Now, where are you gonna try to take this attack if you are Stalwart, right? Do you wanna play through eliminations as you got that live count lead? Do you wanna take that risk or do you wanna play slow? Try another angle. But cannot be too sure with that. Incendio, the captain, trying to play the playmaker, but he gets gone down. Now it's a 7v3.
Mids, Tokyo, Chroma, gonna go down. It's all gonna come down to mids and Tokyo to make the clutch. Tokyo finds a double now. They have an operator to play with. This could make the biggest difference now. Hunter Killer drone flies through. FDX from afar shuts it down with a Tundra. And now Tokyo in the process with that Hunter Killer drone will be able to find 1. Could be able to find a double here as FDX is tag away. He goes for the spray down. The commitment comes true. But Stalwart Esports, they finally claimed their throne here, at least for the second round. Up in the pedestal. But still, that is going to be the equalizer here. Game's all tied up.
A nice bounce back for Stalwarts. They fell down 8 lives in the first 30 seconds. Managed to find their way in at the A site, which was unguarded by Scotty, by the way. Immediately changed that into a B rotation. No exit kills were made by Scotty as they remain unsuccessful with Clove, able to get most of the attacks at the spawns, trapping them on 1 by 1 to put the live count in favor for Stalwart on round number 2 now. As we head into this round number 3, we switch sides. Scotty on the attack. They will be able to hold on to the opening break, but with Shot able to find himself at 2 keys right over there. Still going to be a 50-50 battle.
Now, we get to see Stalwart Esports breaking loose once more. Going to be a lot of investments, a lot of resources here that we are seeing from the side of Stalwart Esports accumulate, and they're going to be breaking loose here, coming in pretty confidently. They're going to go for the spawn trap here, cutting off 2 lanes. That's going to be coming in from yellow, and at the same time, Skirt is already at enemy lines. FDX with a sniper will be able to get 1 in the process. There's going to be enough pressure for Scatty here to hold back, but 1 wave gets cut down. Another wave comes through here from Stalwart Esports, and we're seeing them bound to win another round here, man.
Yeah, Shut Up just playing the cutoff, playing the spawns. Scared just playing off angle too. This is a much tighter setup that we're seeing on the defense, comparing this one to the round number 1 we got. And FDX has been fully locked in. 20 kills with him with the sniper. Search and rescue was kinda inconsistent. Couldn't really help the team's case there at all, but truly making up for it now as they face elimination. The wrath of Stalwart Esports, the 3-time Garena regional champs, just trying to fully let go of this objective A. Try to funnel this one over towards B, or where they can play for this exit kills. Shut Up will be here. Trying to play vents. Mid is going to be the key for you to control this game, but you fall. And SKD on their way to get some map control.
The 9, life here, looking to be favorable for the side of Stalwart Esports. And they double it down now. It's going to be an 8 life discrepancy here for the side of Stalwart. The Bravo capture is left to be contested here. You get to see the cutoff here from the side of Stalwart Esports just breaking loose once more. Stalwart Esports has been struggling from the last 2 games, but now they're showing that they can take a hold off this controlled game mode. Last 2 players here from the side of SKD, and it's all going to come down to mids now as Chroma will go down. 1v5. A lot of lives left for the side of Stalwart, and we get to see gonna be on match point now here, Cali.
This is where you kind of worry a bit if you're SKD, right? I mean, you pick on the first 2 maps, you won it. Now Stalwart is back, right? You tickled the bear, gotta expect it to fight back. Stalwart starting on round 4 with 4 operators available. They can end it here just by utilizing those operators to its full extent, but cannot be too sure with that, right? The Shut Up and Incendio brings out the Sparrow and the War Machine. Take down the 3 members, holding it down so far in the mid laboratory for SKD. Got FDX pushing up batteries, cannot really get a read on the players, but you do have at least some map control. You are able to extend out, but not a lot of eliminations you got from the 3 operators burned on the altercation.
Now it's going to be Skirts' turn here with Claw. Mitch is going to be holding out that angle down. You go for the spray, go for the push. The punish comes in. This alpha point here is already a segment away from getting captured from the side of Stalwart Esports, and that's exactly what you'd want to see if you're on the side of Stalwart. Early capture here, you get the live lead now, and if ever the time gets stalled out even more, we can see that Stalwart Esports can just try to build off those operators to get the shutdown and the dagger to get this game away from SKD, and what a shot there from FDX.
Yeah, finally able to see him be able to provide so much of this damage with that sniper, more specifically, a very tough weapon to utilize in a respawn game itself. You got Skirt just scrambling around, trying to play for map control, get this spawn trap activated. You got FDX now able to get through it. He's got himself an annihilator. Focus on him on the screen. It's getting a look at that angle. Right over here with FDX, trying to lock it down. It's gonna get eliminated. Nice break free by SKD on the spawns. Got still an opportunity to break this B site. Shut Up. Only player contesting inside. And even with him only being the player inside, he's able to shred it. Finds himself a 3Ps, and now a Predator missile able to be built up. He can bring it right now, stop the push as he finds a double with the Predator missile. That's going to completely mess up the rotation of SKD on this B site, but they bring out the War Machine to break. Make this game play a little bit slow.
You don't see him. They get the recovery. A very dire situation here for the side of SKD. They get they reset that last segment here, but they don't have the lives to play with. They can go for this multi-kills here, play off angles perhaps to have the better look here. But looking at Stalwart Esports, they are going to be rotating all across the map, and they get the shutdown. 4 players remaining here. Stalwart Esports now is on the verge of getting this game away, and now we get to see 2 games owned by SKD from the get-go. But Stalwart Esports will want to take this control game mode back, and they extend the series to a game number 4.
Yeah, tickle the bear. You gotta expect it to fight back, man. Here we go. This is the most interesting part. Swing game won by Stalwart Esports. Map number 3. We saw the last time we see a team win map 3. That was DDQ Oblivion yesterday. They were able to extend that map all the way to a map number 5. So again, your 3-1 scoreline is definitely still in the window. But this time it's just favoring the other side, right? But it's still going to be a great match that we got here for first match. Truly semifinals worthy of matchup we're seeing for both of these squads, but you're going into another close range map. If you are a SKD, yes, it might just favor your way, but this is a completely different ball game right now. Clove will be playing with that shotgun on that summit map. Now, this is where we want to see Freeze to bring out the KRM just to give us at least a duel with the shotguns. Prodigy versus the former Prodigy, right? Freezy versus Clove on that matchup. But looking at our post-game breakdown here, Scared and Shut Up able to carry the load of offense here for Stalwart eSports, with FDX scoring 27 kills with a sniper with an Annihilator operator skill setup. Now, kind of unexpected that Incendio goes for a double negative here, Warden. 11 kills, 23 deaths. Kind of weird to actually see that one happen, but at least the team got to win.
Incendio has been on the bottom feed here continuously for the set of Stalwart eSports. But come again, as an IGL, it's not the easiest position to be in, especially when the pressure is all going to come down to you to make the calls. For the set of SKD, welcome to the playoffs. This is where your might get tested. Can you actually close out a series up against Stalwart is the biggest question. We reach game number 4. We move over to Hardpoint once more. And Cali, this time around, this is going to be a map chosen by, SKD here. So let's see if they can get the closeout. Moving over to the post-match head-to-head here. No objectives at all. They're just going to go for the kills. And this time, finally, first time in a series, they do overtake the killing department, 107 to 79, and that's going to be a huge discrepancy.
Yeah, interesting. I feel like I did see some captures working there for Stalwart, right? But they came so close of taking away the B side once they were playing on their attack side at round number 3, but they just had to win it through eliminations. And that's going to be nice now for Stalwart eSports to keep this one locked in. You got SKD now thinking, what do we do? We lost this map number 3. I thought we were able to close this on a sweep, but now we got to fight arduously. The great part about this, guys, we got our map coming right up next. That will be Summit, which is our strong map so far, where we are 100% on the win rate when we played this 3 times in the group stage. But the bear is angry. You woke him up on a deep slumber. Stalwart eSports now looking to have that kind of momentum that might just carry over on this map number 4 that we got, right? Swing game matters a lot. This is where momentum just kind of shift, right? We've seen that happen for the past Garena Master season. Some team just win 2 maps straight, then they lost the control, somehow just kind of falters, right? So there's definitely some stats just behind this, but it's just keeping yourself at the positive if you are SKD right now as you go into your best map, Hardpoint Summit. I hate to say it, but I feel like if we see the same kind of performance for SKD, they might score an upset, but if not, it's just going to be a close game.
I'm expecting it to be close, but at the same time, when you put Shut Up and Clove in this very map, you might just expect a bit of disaster here. But at the same time, I am talking about the narrative where SKD and Stalwart eSports has met. It has never happened, not until the playoffs came through. I'm empty-handed about this. I think it's still going to be a SKD run here. Just by basing it off from the playstyle that we got to see as well from the first game mode. I mean, if you get to compare all 5 of the hardpoint maps, Standoff and Summit shows and shares the same similarities here, Cali. But one thing about the critical point here for this very map is that rotations. Rotations has to come in pretty crucial, especially when you move over to hardpoint number 4 to P3 overall. So I'm expecting these 2 players are going to be pretty 50-50 in regards to the gunfights. It's just all going to come down now to the proper decision making.
I agree with that, with what you said, right? Obviously, for SKD, Freezy is averaging 40 kills per game. He scored 43 on map number 1 in standoff, with Chroma just following up with 38 kills, if I'm not mistaken. So you're going to want to have the same amount of eliminations coming in from your 2 best players on this coming map up ahead. Now, Hardpoint Summit definitely shares the same kind of characteristic for standoff, but it's obviously more scrappy once you hop on that P1 itself. Now, this is where Clove can just bring in the R9 or the KRM, which he takes pride on, by the way, as he's got that locked-in close-range combat ability to really go in for these eliminations. But same thing can be said for the team of SKD here. They got Freezy that might just be able to play that fast pace that just might just ruin the momentum that we got here for Star Wars eSports. A lot of things to really unravel on this map itself. And if you are a SKD fan, you want to end this game right here. Can it go to a map number 5 where we gotta play Kurahana Metropolis, where it's going to be a Star Wars eSports map pick? Gotta end it here where you only have to play one search and rescue game. Now, if you are a Star Wars eSports fan, you do want to see Incendio able to get himself involved more in the gunfights as we hop into this Hardpoint Summit, because tracing back what happened at Control Arsenal, 11 kills, 23 deaths, unacceptable if you want to play a response.
Isn't that a map as well that, you know, SKD was able to force for the group stage here, Kurahana Metropolis? Because if I'm not mistaken, this is the second time that it is appearing here for this Garena Master stage. So in regards to familiarities, I mean, safe to say Star Wars eSports did force that very map, but SKD has something to show as well. But the biggest difference here as well is, you know, when you talk about the pro scene here, Cali, you get to talk about the history line, VOD reviews, and Star Wars eSports has been able to catch a glimpse as well, and how SKD has been playing that very map. But before we head straight to even a game number 5, Star Wars eSports has to go through this Summit Hardpoint, as we're going to be heading straight into the battle. First initial wave, Star Wars eSports, they do get the wave through, and they also wipe out the players of SKD.
Yeah, Cove, 1-2 right over there. Just you want to get the high ground here, right? Just to be able to shoot down the players down below would go to be the easiest way for you to take down these players, and also find yourself that high ground. Maybe get a little bit of a spawn trap happening at the green spawn where you got Star Wars eSports currently at the moment. You do have the early set being won by SKD on this one, where you have Mids, who's able to fully lock in 3 kills with Sandy getting 4 apiece with Chroma. You do want to have Tokyo be able to involve with this gunfight, but so far you're doing most of the damage, so keep away this points away from Star Wars eSports.
Yeah, Coveted and R9O here will be able to get the double shutdown that is going to be offering a bit more clearance here for this hardpoint run, at least in regards to this P number 1 though. But where things gets more interesting is once we move over now to the rotation here for Green Raider. Coming in now, we are seeing that it's still going to be a lead here for the side of SKD, but Star Wars eSports, they have 3 players already in the vicinity of this platform. They do have a better look in this very case, but they got to worry about the resources here coming along from the side of SKD, as they also get a quick retake as well. A back and forth battle, but at the end of it, at least at the start of this hardpoint, it will be going to SKD.
Yeah, Shove just trying to play this one right now with the Type 19. He's been able to lock in 3 kills here so far. Nades going to be usually the suspects here in destroying these trophy systems. And so far, the stunts will be cancelled out. Incendio on 3 cannot get any more than that on the speed, but they are able to stop the push to come in from the side of SKD here so far. But with that shot down coming in for Mids, that will open things up inside at the point. Last 20 seconds left here. Globe still contesting inside. He finally brings in that R9 to play a little bit more scrappy once he plays a close range engage. And they also do have an early setup right heading into next. On that P3, that's where you want to bring in your operator skills. The War Machine, that clock would be important for you to be able to stamp the push for SKD who's playing on this rotation.
You saw on a 20-second mark here in the activation for the platform hardpoint. We were able to see that Star Wars eSports went for that early rotation now here for Cables. And now we are seeing that there's going to be the full composition here from the side of Star Wars eSports, holding it down. They have a War Machine alongside with a Sparrow invested into the scene. They're also going to go for a massive beatdown, at least on this first wave of the pusher coming from the side of SKD.
Yeah, just turning this one into a money hill now. They won the first 20 seconds. They managed to just completely stop the spawn flip to happen. Still going to have to take care of the guys holding down greens here. He got scared, able to light it up once again on a 5-3. Built himself a Predator missile. Just 2 more kills to get that EMP system activated and ready online. SKD wants to force their way inside through the help of this War Machine, and they do manage to get shot down there by Skirr, who just continues to pull in so much of the shots. And the pinch does work, but it only grants you this final 10 seconds. Give away the early rotation on Star Wars eSports heading on to P4.
Yeah, it's going to be a heavy fight here for hardpoint number 4, as there's going to be 3 operators, 2 operators now available for the side of Star Wars eSports to invest into for this defense. Coming in, you do have that lead. And this is one of those hills that you can really bag a money hill. Let's see what's going to be the setup format here for the set of SKD as they try to get a break here from platform. They do take care of one player in the process, but they're going to deal with coveted and R9, and he's just holding this one down. Easy just like that. And they're going to be able to get the first wave once more. SKD, this is where I was like mentioning earlier that rotations comes in pretty handy, especially when you're talking about the rotation for PG4 and Stalwart Esports. They get the first wave. SKD still going to be trying to barge in, but the outnumberment here from the side of Stalwart is just overpowering them down. They don't get the spawns, and it's still going to be a hill here, held down by Stalwart Esports.
Yeah, all those push for what, right? Just for you to spawn back at control room. You gotta be able to flip those spawns if you want to take control of this P4, something that's been missing on the arsenal of SKD as they play this P4, but still going to be very close, still in striking distance. 115 to 73 as we hop into P1. You already got Skurd scoring 22 kills with Clove just following up with 21. This is your beamers, your turrets so far. Getting that eliminations up close, shredding those lanes to pieces. SKD still starting off the back foot, starting on this reset. You do have a couple of players just trying to push in multi-angles here. You got Chroma trying to push through jail cell, but they're gonna get locked down. First wave of gunfight is being won by Stalwarts on this first 15 seconds.
This is a Stalwart that we all know, just being able to control chains after chains of hard points. And now, we're talking about the remaining 30 seconds here inside a hill, and still, it's gonna be SKD here scrambling across the map, looking for some sense of hope here to get some points inside a hill. They do get the break, but they lack the control here from 2F alongside Staircase, and quickly just like that, Stalwart Esports gets the read. They get the break inside a hill, and they quickly build up the momentum even more.
80 to 147 will be the scoreline here right now. Still need to keep that P1 contested if you are SKD, just to erase the deficit here a little bit more. Now we're heading on to P2. You got an early setup for Stalwart Esports towards screen, but doesn't even matter here at all. What you want is to be able to dominate the second floor of this control room. Early gunfights inside of the hill for Freezy. Able to get a read on the players inside the catwalks, by Clove will get that elimination. Now Sharp will be cutting across that mid-map. He will not be spotted, and the early engage favors Stalwarts as they manage to find the opening break inside the hill. 96 to 152. SKD just kind of desperate to get themselves inside. They're not thinking. Gotta have to work your way through here. Get that high ground. Put yourself in this hard point as soon as you get some map control.
Yeah, they go for the War Machine investment here to try to cut off the rotation from Green Raider. And looking at the kills here from the side of SKD, it's not as much as we get to see here in comparison to Stalwart Esports. We need to see a better system here from them.
Wow.
Gotta go for the hustle here for the scrap time in the process. Get that early rotation as well for Cables. And now we are seeing, yes, for sure, you do get the spawns, but they don't have any access for the scrap time. And it's just going to be Stalwart Esports here building up the lead, lowering down the points that they need to claim to end off this game. And at the same time, they lose that rotation for Cables, but they also put a player inside a hill, and they're going to go for a massive cat off here, Tally.
Early rotation battle, right? This is going to be huge. You got to bring in all your operators, but for what, right? You got to find some value with it. Stalwart Esports is able to flip that spawn right before the hard point opens up, so SKD, with Ostor is invested, going to waste. You need this claw to be able to get some eliminations. Pinch play working for Shot Up right now through zigzags, and they find their way inside the point. You do get cut down by mids, holding down the cable car platform, but you still got that spawn, so limited reinforcements all the way through.
Oh, crucial gunfight here being won over by Stalwart Esports. They get the players cut off here from Cables. They also win the gunfight as well in the process inside a hill. But SKD still persevering through. They force the spawns here still coming from the back end of the hard point, but they're not going to be able to hold it down in regards to the fight inside a hill. And for the first time here, we are seeing going to be an early rotation here for SKD. There's going to be 5 players in the mixture, 3 players inside the vicinity, 2 players holding down the perimeter. And Stalwart Esports is going to be claiming that scrap time enough for them to reach the 1-point mark.
Yeah, if you're Sanji, you have to maintain the anchor spawn here. Provide that team that eliminated reinforcements. Just read the way Stalwart Esports in his first wave. You're able to do that. You find 2 in the feed. You got Chroma able to finally step up, and you manage to bully their way out. But you lose that gunfight up against FDX on the back. You do need someone to trade that one for you, and SKD will be able to sustain their life inside the P4. But now the relentless assault from the Sparrow for Scared will now be felt as he has got himself 40 kills. Oblivious attacks here, just being thrown inside. Scotty wants to force this a close game, but they gotta work it, gotta play perfect. But whatever they try to throw, right, they have always been canceled down by Stalwart. Finally able to get a little bit of a breather here. Is Scotty, as Sanji will be able to play inside the point, get this final 20 seconds at least to put themselves in striking distance as we head into the reset.
See, we have a pretty staggered push here coming from the set of Stalwart Esports. We weren't really able to see a full man push at all. They just went in one by one. But hey, when you're on the lead, you can afford to put up the mistake. Not gonna happen anymore though for the side of the reset here, back to P1. Third time in a row here, Stalwart Esports, they do have players cutting off computers at the same time to F. But they lack the pressure inside a hill, and now they try to respond back, have to allocate 3 players now in the process. Scatty, meanwhile, they are looking to get the power position. They also are looking to get the vicinity away from the scene here, coming from the side of Stalwart, and they also get this opener now here for this hardpoint number 1. Can they lower down the lead even more? Might just be the case as 3 operators will get invested here by Scatty.
And they're going huge here. They want to keep this one in striking distance. Once again, Chroma has had trouble so far playing this hardpoint. Scored 17 kills on the first 2 sets, finally able to get himself 26. But gonna need more than that to be able to withstand the comeback here. That's being done by Stalwart Esports through a reverse sweep, possibly, as we hop into the map number 5. You do want to end this match right here, and you're doing what esports to win this match. You need every contest that you can get to avoid these points from being run over. You do get gunned down on this crap time on this P1, but on this next set, you need to be able to get that map control, get that high ground, flip the spawns, and win this gunfight. But Stalwart is doing whatever it takes to force a map number 5. They bring out this Sparrow and Incendious War Machine to try to close this on this map number 4. P number 2, shut up, swings on by, wins the first set, and they only need 20 more points to win this match.
Coming in, you get to see Scatty is now heated up, but they're not having any control whatsoever inside this game. Only 9 more points to claim here for the side of Stalwart Esports. Rotation's not going to be too far as well. Coming from Green Raider on the feed, FTX finds a triple now, and Stalwart Esports will be able to force a game number 5.
Yeah, Kurahana Metropolis, here we go. First time we see it in the playoffs. Sighs of relief we just see for Stalwart. Everybody came into play. You really got to highlight, I mean, FDX right there, just finally able to wake up. Still find himself underperforming, but enough for them to get this win. But here, drops 40 right after we end the second set of hardpoint rotation. That MG42 went in his hands. The 2021 Eastern Finals MVP just working it like magic. I wonder how many he scored at the end, because he was just able to stop so much of the gunfights, especially once he's the one locking in that P2 right over barrels, where he's got an oversight on the green control station that we got on this hard point, right? He was just able to spray so much of that bullets and managing to land so many multi-kills a day.
Ali, I mean, this is just the story here on how much it takes to win a series on the playoffs. You get to claim the first 2 games, but the job is never over, not until it's a goner already. And we are now seeing another game number 5 here, following up now, coming from that run between Team Star Magic and Dovik and Oblivion. This is a matchup that I am loving to see. I mean, you did make the call here, man. You did make the call. It's going to be a 3-2 here, and fortunately for the side of Stalwart Esports and for you, they are making it come true.
Well, I didn't say it's Stalwart Esports that will win the 3-2 though. It's a toss-up between these 2 teams. I feel like there's a high chance for a team like Scotty be able to pull through this one, because we saw them play this one up against AAA Yodyne, managed to win it 7-4 on the scoreline. But who knows, right? Let's see what's going to happen later on. For now, we'll take a look at our post-game breakdown here. See what just happened. Clove ended with 53 kills. And this is what happens when he's got that R9 at that close range, plus the Fennec. As we switch around those 2 weapons, he had the most time, had the highest impact on the team. But Scared is really who you wanted to point out here. He was doing a lot of important plays, securing cutoff rotations, finding a lot of spawn traps to happen his way, with 51 kills to his name and 32 deaths. Now, Incendio still managed to find himself in the negative, but again, if you got a great in-game leader like him, he doesn't have to play the greatest. He can let his teammates shine a bit, put him on the back pedal, just secure those spawns for his team, and that's what he did. They won all of their early rotations on this Summit hardpoint, which was the one thing that lacked when they played this standoff earlier at map 1.
It's crazy how Clove was able to overpower the pressure inside a hardpoint, all because of that R90. The multi-kill capabilities that this weapon can offer was really devastating there for a set of SKD. I mean, they were able to get a break. They were able to get like 2 players in the process, but Clove was still alive and kicking. And guess what? 1 tap, 2 taps, said and done. Get the multi-kill. Find the reset. Stall enough time for the rest of your squad to hop inside a hill. And Stalwart Esports was really able to make the most out of it. In regards to the KDAs here, Cali, I mean, it was only Freezy for the set of SKD that stayed on a positive rate, while Stalwart Esports had 4 of them. We got Clove, Scourge, Shut Up, and FDX. The gunfights now here coming from the set of Stalwart Esports is looking to be where it should be.
Yeah.
Comparing it to how it should have been going ever since the series started.
They started on the back foot, right? Woke up in the wrong side of the bed, and they just was not winning rotations, and whatever map control happened that favored SKD at that map 1. Now they fully set up, finally able to adjust to the pacing that was needed for them to get right back to their feet. Now that they have finally woken up, they will have a massive lead in terms of the skills. Just comparing it here, right? They got 4 players at least able to reach 40 kills for Stalwarts Esports, with 2 of them getting 50, with 2 of them getting 50 plus kills. Comparing that on the other side, it's only Freezy again, which you mentioned, that has only managed to put himself at his usual average, which is 42.13 kills per game in the whole combined hardpoint games he played in the group stage as well as the playoffs. Now, you do need a bit more important factor here for Sanji, actually, because he's the one that the team relied on to secure the anchor spawn for P3 and P4. But even though there was a setup that was made by Sanji, he just couldn't really manage to pull the team and, spawn him on his back because they kept on being broken. So if he could have win a little bit more of those gunfights, stop those players to come at him at the back, could have been a chance for SKD to score in some rounds here. But what's done is done. Gotta work on what's going to happen right up next. And if you're Stalwarts Esports, right, you're already winning in the moment. You got the last 2 map wins. You got a 204-point kill performance in this hardpoint summit itself, which I believe is the record. I think the highest was 197 in the group stage. So now you're good to go heading into Kurahana Metropolis.
Look at how the kills, the hill time, and the dominance really stayed here for a long time coming from the set of Stalwart Esports. They were able to get all 3 factors connected. And once we move over to Kurahana Metropolis, Stalwart Esports, at least, they have the momentum now. They got the morality back, and that's something that you just want to have here for the set of Stalwart Esports. SKD was able to win the search and rescue earlier. It was a pretty nice show that they were able to claim, but we're talking about a map that Stalwart Esports is going to be choosing. We're talking about a map that SKD already played open publicly for everyone to see. So in regards to map reading here, I think Stalwart Esports might just have a pretty nice look on what to exactly do to dismantle SKD here on this game number 5.
Yeah, Star Wars is no foreign team when it comes to reverse sweep. You know what happened when they played WPM Lokings, now known as Elevate, in Stage 4 last year? They had to go through the same kind, right away. A reverse sweep is actually their kind of specialty at the moment. And now that they know that they can beat you down, now they're gonna go ravage and become a savage. And I just hope that they don't do the TikTok dance, right? I'm a savage. Okay, I'll stop now. Okay,
Yeah, Kyle, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
Being a player for Vitality,
Yeah.
what do you think that SKD should do here to have a better odds of actually closing out a series? Not just for this very series that they're having against Stalwart, but for their overall journey here on this playoffs.
For a player that will play the AR role for Vitality, man, I feel like they gotta do better with the SMG here. Tokyo needs to be able to light things up on the search and rescue Kurahana. And yeah, that's just, I think, will be the difference here for this matchup right here. Tokyo's been playing great on those first 2 maps. The team managed to get that win. Then he somehow pulled a bottom frag, right? 24, 42 deaths on the Summit hardpoint. You cannot allow that to happen twice. Search and rescue Kurahana would involve a lot of close range engagement, especially once you're on the B bomb site. So you need to be able to fully lock it in and win this 1v1s. Help your team increase their odds of winning because you already came so close, but now it's looking so far with what's happening on the last 2 maps we played today.
No overtimes for search and rescue. There's just going to be 13 rounds that you can possibly play for. So Scatty, you better make the most out of this. I mean, the reason why I'm deciding to Scatty so much is obviously Stalwart Esports has been able to claim the spotlight numerous amount of times. They were our representatives for the Garena and the Japan region for SPS. And moving over, they really had a fair share of highlights as well during the group stage, which is something that actually I kind of just realized. They've been pretty cold comparing it to how it went down when they tried to qualify for SPS. So there is still going to be that, window that Stalwart Esports could get slowed down. But at the same time, the mentality is something that I am just holding for here for the side of Stalwart Esports. I don't think they cared that they lost the first 2 games. After all, they already made miracles work come through, winning Arsenal Control, moving over to Hardpoint Summit. As we move over to Garena Search and Rescue,
Ooh, let's go!
It's going to be a battle of just, deciding all off now. Who's going to be a better team for the series, Cali? Is it going to be Scatty or Stalwart Esports?
We got that Stalwart stuck on the attack side. Scatty playing defense. A 2-1-2 split. Focusing more on that B side now as they manage to get some information on this. Shut up, kills the first blood. Chroma falls down as Clove gets the trace. Finds himself a double. Now they can get to put the bomb down. It's a 3v2 situation.
Gonna go for the rescue as well. Mid's not gonna be waiting for Sanji to possibly offer a pinch, leaving Sanji all alone out here. 1v4 situation is shut up now, gets brought back into action. He goes for the shot, he misses. You can't afford to miss those types of shots when you're at the game number 5, where the decider is now coming along. But hey, better come down. That is only the first round here. Stalwart Esports, they claim it down.
Yeah, great job just pushing all the way to courtyard, enters spring lane. You got bait and switch set up there with Clove mostly getting all of the eliminations. Finds himself 3 kills through stairways. And now they're going to try to take a different angle on this. Sanji, only the one defending at the A site. So you got the Kurahana Avenue just being utilized by Stalwarts to make their way through the truck where the A bomb site lives. And Sanji needs to be able to get some info on this, get some relay on where the angle is being taken here.
They push up dolls. Sanji finds a frag here. Takes down FDX. Now, we're seeing Stalwart Esports going to go for commitment. Look at this. 5 players already around the vicinity on this A bomb site. Mids finds 1. Skirt finds a double on the feed. Gets a spray down with an MG42. And with that play there from the side of Skirt, he gets a triple up on the board. And Stalwart Esports, they chain round number 1 to 2.
Man is just getting twisted, right? 51 kills on that Hardpoint Summit. Now he's got himself a 3 spree on that round number 2 to secure the retake attempt there by Scatty. Put them to the ground, just score that second round. Put your team to a best spot possible. They're going to try to play it slow after playing aggressive on the first 2 rounds. This is going to be the best setup, right? Keep these players guessing for Scatty. Not let them know where the angle will be taken. Just play through picks. You got a 3 trophy system set up on the mid-map through courtyard. FDX just trying to find a way to get the read on the player on the balconies at the restaurant. Right? So far, no info. They're going to try to make their way at the back alley here. Number 3, Freezy in Tokyo. Got to be prepared on this gunfight.
Oh, Clove gonna go for that entry right there with an R9, but he gets stunned in the process. They drop 1 player, Skirt finds a trade. Freezy pushes up pretty aggressively here. Could find Shut Up away from the scene, but Sanji beats him right into it. And now it's gonna be FDX all alone here in a 1v3 situation, coming from the wraparound. He does spot 1, lowering down the numbers. He does pick up 1 player as well back into action. So it is still gonna be a 2v3 in the process. They go for the bars and they go for the spray. Not gonna waste any time. And Scatty, finally, on the round number 3, they get their first round.
You need those quick adjustments right there. You know that FDX was about to heal his teammates. So immediately, right, hops into the back alley, get those eliminations, pull in your first round win. You did a great job just being patient at round number 3. Just gotta have to be a little bit more specific on which angle you want to take on the defense here. This time, more centric at the A sites. as they look to just play for retake once they hit B, right? First blood is important here, and Incendio almost takes Sanji's head off to pieces, but not going to be working here so far. You do have Shut Up taking down mids, and Incendio follows up with the headshot on Sanji. There we go. Now you got numbers advantage favoring Stalwarts eSports, but Freezy finds himself a huge kill to tie it up, make this a 2v2. You do have that rescue working as well, making this one a 3v2 now.
DX on the flank will find one. Whips out the J358, won't be able to connect with the double, and SKD mids finds the shutdown as well to claim the equalizer away from Stalwart.
Yeah, you need those kind of rescues, and that's been the one thing that SKD's been doing great all throughout this search and rescues. Only reason why they were able to close out Stalwarts eSports in just 9 rounds was because of that, right? Play the numbers game. Although you would think that it's kind of over for your team, right? Once you're able to fully recover your teammate, your odds of winning just increases. Now you got Stalwart eSports playing staircase through courtyard. That's mids holding down this balcony. He spots the head. He's got the info. Clobe hops up. Does he find the player? I think he knows. He's spraying. And praying mids will look to back away. Not going for the contest.
Lovin shit up. Gonna be pushing up mid, playing around dolls now. There's only gonna be one play right there. It's gonna be Sanji. Gonna be playing a 1-4 split here. The bomb is gonna be resetting towards the A bomb side. Sanji has to pull back. It's gonna be a good call here for him. Just gonna play for the retake instead. But they gotta worry about FTX here that could go for this wraparound. So it is gonna be a free plan here for the side of Stalwart eSports. And FTX is a rogue wolf here looking for an opportunity to go for the flank.
But that's not going to be red, right? I mean, SKD just immediately hops in, goes in for the flank. You got Freezy off the back, heading in the Garena Avenue. I don't think Incendio knows about this, but Scared finally gets a shot down. Scared will be locked down, and the flank, it needs to be stood upon. Stalwart eSports trying to hold ground through High Street, and Globe finds the double with the R9 to finally settle business. Gets that round win for Stalwart, keep that lead in their side. But that was a nice read if you're SKD. Almost had it, if not for Sanji being taken down by FDX when he was trying to guard the truck all the way to the spawn location.
Gotta worry about FDX now. Being the man to really get the opener as well. But a crucial kill for the set of Sanji, taking down Incendio early on. There should be an availability for the rescue though, as it is gonna be pretty deep away here, so they should be able to bring some numbers back, but not to wait for the res. Should up this find Sanji out now. Good trace here for them. It's back to a 4v5. Could be a 5v5. They can find Sanji back in action.
Well, they can really play for the 5v5 retake later on, right? They do have the read that there's no players in Kurahana Avenue at this point. You're gonna have to play for that retake. No players from Stalwart eSports making their way at the courtyard. But this spawn kill right here that might just happen for FDX might just be the difference maker, right? Clove will be looking to play lurk. FDX will just let them fly through. Clove finds the first speed on Tokyo. FDX cannot get any kills so far. Finally takes down Sanji, finds himself a double on the feed. And there we go. Chroma, last guy standing along with Tokyo. Just trying to fully lock this one in. You do have that number disadvantage. Gotta play, find another player. FDX will be the first one to be spotted. Chroma trying to hunt him down. But FDX finally able to regroup back with his teammates, play the numbers game, and now they have a 2-round lead.
It's gonna be the last round here for the first half. Stalwart eSports now gonna be playing defense. Something about the defensive format here for the side of Stalwart eSports has been pretty convincing. Not so exactly so certain how to talk about it in regards to Kurahana Metropolis. But moving in now, it's gonna be a 2-1-2 here for them. It's gonna be a default call as well here for the side of SKD. Just having one player here to look for an opener, and he does go for the hop-up bids. Nearly got his head shot down by FDX, but first one for the set of FDX as well, he does pull away, so just relaying that information for the whole squad, and looking like the whole squad of SKD here is just going to be pushing to the direction of this A bomb site.
It's a long way that he's trying to hold right at FDX. I don't think he knows that there's a flood about to happen here. You can push through High Street if you're Chroma. Get yourself a little bit more control. Clove is there trying to hold that angle. But you do have a go big or go home moment here. You're kind of just spread out across the map. You see number 3 in Incendio just going in for the massive flank. You see the pinch just working right now as Incendio finds the double. And oh boy, You took this one too long, and now you're getting punished for it. Stalwarts eSports will take that round number 7, force this to a 3-round lead for their side.
You can totally tell that Stalwart Esports is back to their primal form where they're playing pretty confident, unpredictable, and SKD is pretty lost in how to take an approach here for this very map. You gotta go back to your form where you can be pretty aggressive, pretty confident, because that's exactly how it went down on the run for Tunisia, where they get the first kill, they go for a full barge into one bomb site, and play off those post plants, and they were pretty successful at it there, man.
We're trying to play it slow here. It's SKD, you cannot afford to lose one more round, give away that game point to Stalwarts Esports on this game 5. This is going to be crushing. As you already had the first 2 maps, lost the next 2, and now you're just about to falter. Going into the lower bracket to face SKD.
Wow.
Playing scrappy here. FDX is shot up, just going in for the massive push. Immediately floods the Kurohana Avenue and freezes the last guy standing. The best player left to clutch a 1v4. Incendio might have heard him, but he cannot win that gunfight still. Going to be important for Freezy. Try to clutch this as he finds 2, almost finds 3 there, sprays it down, but scared. Manages to land the MG42 at the long range. And there we have it. Final round for Stalwarts Esports to take. And they win this series through a reverse sweep.
A reverse sweep. A good old Cinderella story here for Stalwart Esports. Coming in, last and final life for SKD. They're gonna go for a pusher on this B bomb side. 2 players alive and kicking. That's gonna be 3 actually here for Stalwart. They're gonna be quick to hold back. Just waiting for the aggression to come along here for Stalwart. But unfortunately for them, they're taking too much time. 4 players already found in the process. Make it 5 if ever FDX decides to go for the bite. Now they want to push here towards top side. They drop in, they lose the players in the process. Sanji all alone. You take the first 2 games, but we'll take the rest. Sanji, you claim it all down. All eyes on you to make the extension here work out for the side of SKD. But get to see, game's not over, but Stalwart Esports is already celebrating.
Yeah, can we switch to FDX real quick, see what he's doing? I want to see that dance, these emotes. And there we go, he's dancing, he's getting the final kill too. That will wrap things up. Stalwarts Esports completes the reverse sweep. They stay alive, providing themselves an opportunity to go up against Team Star Magic in the upper bracket semifinals, while also dropping SKD at the lower bracket to face DVK Oblivion later on today.
You saw what FTX did? Bro, he did this. The Eye of SKD. Man.
Oh, I thought he said...
Wow.
Yeah, I thought that was a cry emote, right? But I guess that's the Eye of SKD. But yeah, what were you saying?
I'm just like really lost. My energy really got invested coming from that match number 1 to number 2. And all of a sudden, a win here from Stalwart Esports. I'm like, okay, all right, you know, we're slowly getting back to the Stalwart Esports that we normally get to see. And then game number 4 came along. The first 2 hard points went to Stalwart Esports. A bit of recovery there for the set of SKD, but at the end of it, you got to see Stalwart Esports was still on top of it. And moving over to the search and rescue, game number 5, the decider who's gonna make it to the next round here on this upper brackets. Stalwart Esports was like, hey, you've been having too much fun, but we'll take this one away from you.
Yeah, hello, hi, thank you for the ticket. Yeah, thank you for the ticket, right? Goodbye. Scared. I feel like he's got to be the MVP of the game here. I feel like the last 2 maps he played, especially at Hardpoint Summit, was key for them to win this map number 5 too. 51 kills. Now he brings in the MVP performance, just like what you would expect from the former MU Anarchy player, former PH champion, and the 2021 Eastern Finals MVP, giving himself, you know, whatever it takes to finally land that first title for Stalwarts Esports, who've played 5 Garena Masters seasons consecutively and have only reached the 2nd place as their highest standing in the competition. Looking to build up from this, you're going to have to feel pretty good because you fought it scrappy, you won at the end, and now you get to book your ticket to go up against Team Star Magic on the upper bracket semifinals, where you got a chance to absolutely work your way into the upper bracket finals, be a step closer to inching your way in the grand finals and become the champions of Garena Master 6. But there's still a long road up ahead that they have to walk through. They gotta go through tons of teams that looks to have that same idea, same goal in mind. Now, that will be wrapping things up for this post-game breakdown as we head into our post-match head-to-head. I feel like Freezy definitely did his load, right? He kept up his average. You saw him 40 kills per game with that hard point. He's the MVP on every map, if I am not mistaken. And this guy is definitely the next best thing. The prodigy and Freezy, you really got to highlight him up as he's going to become a bigger threat once he's eligible to play in the next stage of the World's Championship. But for now, we just have to highlight what happened here. See the difference in kills, rescues. It's just a lot, right? Look at the bar. Just favoring Star Wars eSports by a lot.
22 to 44. Doubled. Exactly doubled here. Coming in from the side of Star Wars. 2 to 5 we go for the rescue. Safe to say, Star Wars eSports just made the best decisions inside that very map. And all I can say here for a set of SKD, welcome to the playoffs, where the series, when you're up by 2 already on the verge of winning, it's going to be the hardest things to close out. So, hey, got to learn from experience here. Got to have that mentality like Star Wars eSports, where they don't really smile, they don't really laugh, not until the game is over. So, final laugh, they hand it down to Star Wars eSports. SKD was feeling themselves for that first 2 games, but enough to be said, they're going to get forced down on the lower brackets, and unfortunately for them, you know, Cali, they were only a game away from having another break for the matches here that will be played out, but now they get forced to go up against Dovik and Oblivion at the end of this day.
Yeah, many teams that play 2 games a day, especially on at that first game being game number 5, are going to be mentally exhausted, right? You pull in so much of the damage, but you just faltered up against Star Wars eSports. So how will you maintain the dominance moving forward as you get dropped down at the lower bracket, where you have to face DVK Oblivion, who went in, play almost a reverse sweep up against Team Star Magic on their upper bracket run yesterday? You're obviously going to think that will be scrappy fight, so you cannot miss that action right away. But overall, this win right here, deserving for Star Wars eSports. They fell on the first 2 matches, got outbeaten on rotation, as well as the power positions in the third Tunisia search and rescue, where you got Freezy and Chroma just owning things up, with mids becoming that MVP in the search and rescue. But what happened on the next 3 maps just happened. It was a Star Wars eSports specialty. The comeback is going to be ensued, and they just managed to escape on this battle right here up against SKD to book their ticket to the next stage.
You know, SKD is feeling embarrassed or pretty guilty of them dropping the series. It's okay, SKD. It's not the first time we've seen a team going 2-0 at the start of the series, then all of a sudden just losing the rest. Totally normal, especially when you get to experience your first, you know, at least for the majority of the players here, the first playoff experience. You get to see as well that experience really matters here for SKD, as Freezy was really unfazed coming in from like every single game. He was still doing his job, doing the heavy load here, and it's kind of like very unfortunate to see, because it was only him for SKD that remained on top, coming from control to hard point, moving over to search and rescue, at least for the second batch. But as soon as we move over to control here, Cali, you got to see it was just a pretty messy show that the whole squad of SKD really showed. I mean, the first round was remarkable. Talk about the MG42s holding that first initial wave of push there, coming from the side of Star Wars eSports. But once we train it down to the second, to the third, to the fourth round, SKD lost control. They got too excited, probably, perhaps, or could it just be Star Wars eSports playing so much better and just revitalizing, resetting their mentality?
It was Scared that played so much better. Like, the performance he did on the first 2 maps definitely was impactful, but not to the point where he was able to carry the load of offense on the next 3 maps that he played, scoring 51 kills on that hardpoint map number 4 that we got, then 10 kills plus 3 bomb plants on the search and rescue Kurhana Metropolis, right, was just the difference maker. We saw the first few half of this game just become very scrappy, but the moment where you saw that 2-round lead be pulled away by Stalwarts Esports at the end of the first half, that's where you kind of know that the snowball already happened, and it will be Stalwarts Esports that gets the win, and the 2021 Eastern Finals MVP gets the most valuable player award on this series with 139 total kills, 3,893 average score in a 1.72 KDA, and the Spiral as his main operator skill. But also, the most important thing about this is that they had them running an LMG setup. The MG42 worked at his advantage, and he scored tons of kills with it.
Well, looking like we are going to be hopping inside an interview here with Stalwarts Esports, and we got El Capitan Incendio here locked on. Here we go, Callie.
All right, Incendio, great job on the win here today. I just want to know what went wrong on the first 2 maps, and what did you guys do to be able to lock it down to the next 3 maps to win the series to a reverse sweep?
The first map, standoff, they were just a better team. They played overall better than us, and we were just struggling against them. Then for Tunisia, I think our momentum went down a little bit during the 1v3 against them. When I was trying to revive FDX, then there was a bug. I tried to revive him twice, but it didn't work out. Then Sharap thought that we got the revive, we're gonna 3v1 him, then we pushed in, but yeah, that's everything went wrong.
Okay,
so a bit of a personal question here for you, Incendio here, man. I mean, you as an IGL, it's unfortunate to see, it's unfortunate to say, and I know for a fact you acknowledge it as well yourself, that you have been suffering mechanically in the gunfight department. I want you to like share everyone the thought process of an IGL, how much load that you have to take a hold of to, especially in the midst of the series.
As IGL, in between games, you just have to look at what went wrong and try to get everyone back on track. Yeah, so yeah.
All right, just brings up the game there for Incendio, right? Definitely a great one to have. Obviously, now you guys won the game through reverse sweep. You're going up against Team Star Magic next. So how confident are you guys to take that series win? And what's the confidence rate at a scale of 1 to 10?
I think we are 10 out of 10, really confident to take on every single team, although they are good, they're bad. But yeah, we're just going to do our best with 100% confidence.
All right. I mean, that's great, right? Great to hear that from you, Incendio. Thank you so much for joining us in this interview. Have a great night. Good luck on your schedule tomorrow. Peace out.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Incendio. Well, straight up, man. Straightforward guy he is. I love it a lot. Simple questions, simple answers for him.
And that will wrap up our first game of the day, right? I hope this is a great premonition of what's more to come on our next 2 games. Coming right up next, it's Triple Aodine and AX Prestige at the lower bracket. And we'll be right back after this one.
有些真相只能用鲜血交换。有些真相只能用鲜血交换。
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back for more Call of Duty Mobile action here in Garena Masters 6 Playoffs Day 2. We just saw the upper bracket showdown between Stalwarts eSports and SKD go down to a game number 5 where it ended through a reverse sweep, allowing the boys of Stalwarts eSports to advance to the upper bracket semifinals to face Team Star Magic. Now, we got our lower bracket runs here for today, and this will be a sad, tragic story that we're about to tell to you guys. As we're down at the lower bracket, a team will have to be eliminated right after this best of 5 concludes, and we got AX Prestige going up against AAA Odine. And joining you at the desk, it's still the Cali and the Warden Wombo combo. And man, what do you expect with this match? Are we seeing an early 3-0, or Are we gonna go down the distance here?
You know, I mean, if I was just going to be basing it off in the past, then obviously it's safe to say that it might just be Undyne that will be able to pull away with this match. They have met on the group stage, and, you know, we got to see how that one played out. Although at that game number 3, Undyne really had to work on their control because that is exactly where they faltered. We are talking about the number 3 and number 4 team here for the very, you know, group B of the group stage. So, hey, let's see if it's going to be the same call here. But if I was going to be saying anything here, Callie, playoffs, it's a totally different nature. You can't bring in the past coming from the group stage. This is a game 5 format that we are seeing, so it could either go down to the wire or a dominant showdown. It really depends on how the first game will be able to mellow down the tone.
And some maps will just be open here, right when you unexpect it, right? Yes, you get to ban 1 map each for each of the game modes, but there's that 1 extra map that will be left wide open that might just be utilized as a curveball once we hop into this hardpoint and search and rescues. And one curveball that we saw earlier when we had that matchup between Stalwarts eSports as well as AAA as well as COD was the Kurohana Metropolis. So let's see if we are going to have the same exact maps we played here via AX Prestige, where they got Yuka, Shane, Fluffy, Ian, Sampots, and Gomla, a team that just got decimated by Smart Omega. A quick 3-0 at the upper bracket yesterday, looking to try to extend their playoff hopes alive here as they go up against AAA Undyne.
There was some theory that Sampots could possibly join the squad of Undyne, and something about like the history line between Gomla and the branding of Undyne as well. He was a part of the roster, but moving over to this Garena Master 6 run, it wasn't the case. It's now we get to see the officiality of the lineup here once more, coming from the set of Undyne. We got Becky, Ninsei, Dino, Logic, Oro, and the rest lives on here. And obviously we can't neglect and can't forget about the captain, Jedzi himself.
Jedzi was a key playmaker when they played up against Sparta Omega Esports, but they just kind of lacked that extra guy. Becky was playing for their team, but does Logic find his way in and play in this competition will be the very main question, because he was the main player that put this team at the top, managing to secure the number 3 placement in their group stage ranking. Now we'll take a look at our best of 5 maps.
Here we go.
Mods. What do we got here, Warden?
Oh, we got Hackney Yard on Hardpoint, baby. Let's go. Something different. And that's going to be a map here forced by AX Prestige. On the game number 2, we are going to be seeing Search and Rescue Coastal. That's going to be an L staple here for Garena Master 6. And on the middle, Callie, favorite map of all for Control. It's going to be Arsenal.
Just kind of too overplayed now, right? Let's have a bit more variety with that. But hey, I'll take the Arsenal map, right? I mean, that's basically great. But obviously now we got Hardpoint Summit in map number 4. Should we go the long distance? And Search and Rescue Takeoff beat the map number 5. So at least on the Hardpoint and Search and Rescue gameplay, we're seeing much more creativity here. And more specifically on this map number 1, Prestige, able to pick the first Hardpoint map. They rather play through their opponent's weakness rather than their own strength. They haven't played this map in the group stage, but God knows what they did at the back end with their scrims as they look to try to put AAA Undyne on this map itself. For the last time they played this, they went up against the boys of SKD, where they lost 224 to 250. It was a scrappy fight. Now, you do want to bring your A game here if you're AAA Undyne, as you get challenged on your weaker map.
And then on the game number 5 now, Takeoff Search and Rescue is going to be a map chosen by AX Prestige once more. It's something that it's going to be pretty interesting to see if ever it is going to be necessary that we do get to see the long distance. In regards to like the history line that I know on hand for both of these teams is that Hardpoint could be somewhat dominated by the side of AAA Undyne, but once we move over to Search and Rescue, that is where like things gets a bit washed out here for Undyne. So AX Prestige, they got to win all of their Search and Rescues and try to have the run as well for Control, to have the better look for them to win the series.
And here we got our operator skills that will be available for use by the teams. We got the usual suspects, the default ones, Arrow, Purifier, Claw, War Machine, and Equalizer. No Gravity Vortex will be coming into play. I guess that's just how the way you want to play it on this Hackney Yard. You got to be able to win your 1v1s, honestly. Holding the point is huge with that Gravity Vortex, but the cycle time is just taking so long comparing to a Purifier. Right now, it's going to be looking like a very scrappy game here. Like, by looking at the 5 maps of action, I feel like a game 4, game 5 is possible. Looking at the way it's gonna play out, as we got a little bit more variety on the maps here. Potential curveballs that might put us to the edge of our seat. And this map number 1 that will be coming right up next, Hacking Yard, has only been played once. About to reach the second instance as we see these people fight in the playoff.
I mean, I can be very critical with my words, but at the same time, I've been proven wrong myself, especially with the run right there between SKD and Silver eSports. I never expected it would be such a great jumpstart there for SKD, but Stalwart eSports, you know, once we head straight to the game number 3 to 5, they were able to blow away. I don't know if I can apply the storyline here between Undyne and Prestige, but it's just something that we have to see later on as well. You know, for instead of AX Prestige, these players, you know, specifically talking about like Ian and Gomla, they're pretty gnarly if they do get heated up, and they have to go for it right from the get-go if they want to be on par with Undyne. Undyne's firepower, fire will has been one of the best I've seen in the community scene, and it's a safe comparison as well here, Callie, because, you know, these two teams really came from the grassroots.
But more successful is going to be AAA Undyne as we start our first game at the lower bracket. On this best of 5, one team has to go, and we got this one going. We start with Undyne right off the map, early engage opener. Will be won by which team exactly as we find the engagement working right now for Prestige to break off of that P1, while also the spawns at the early game.
They get forced here to a split spawn. There's going to be 2 players here coming from the left, 3 players from the right here from the side of Undyne. And they're going to be scrambling across the map here, looking to get the break. Now, they do have the numbers here around the vicinity of the warehouse, so they are going to be able to get the influence inside a hill. Not going to be the best start here, but it is going to be a reset.
Nice start here that we're seeing for Prestige. Definitely what you want to have is to try to drag AAA Undyne on this map, but a couple of hardpoint players is getting inside. There is Backy. Stand-in for Logic. A couple of players just going down with his weapon of choice. The Type 19 able to shed 3 pieces here so far with his last 11 seconds. You do want to get your early rotation on P2. You don't want to feel the pain of this map being one-sided. So you gotta have to manage to find a break here if you're Undyne and starting off the back foot on this P2.
Gonna prepare your smokes, gonna prepare your utilities here if you want a long to get a break here for this hardpoint number 2. Going to Blue House here, we get to see a lot of pressure allocated here from the side of Undyne as they try to go for a push here, wrapping around towards the flank. But most of the gunfights here is going to be leaning towards the AX Prestige, and that's going to be pushing Undyne here, pushing up from the bottom side of the map. Now they look to go for a pinch, but they are just struggling quite a lot as the AX Prestige. It's building up the heat, building up the momentum, and now taking back the lead.
Yeah, holding it down is nice, right? You got Yuka finally able to keep himself involved in the gunfight. Yesterday, he was just not having it easy when he went up against Smart Omega. He's got 7 kills so far for Prestige. But on the flip side, for Undyne, everybody's got themselves a lot of involvement in the eliminations. They find their way in the final 20 seconds. And at Prestige, if you're thinking that you're going to have to contest this, you do have to put in that last wave of gunfight, but you're just getting gunned down, being trapped in all the entryways. And Undyne able to pick up a couple of kills. Arrow already on 10, heading on to P3. It's going to be at the phone booth. You want to have the high grounds, especially at the office building, to provide you that extra alleyway to build off the long range and take these players down without even going up close.
Yeah, and that's going to be 66-38 here. Going to be the lead once more given for a set of Undyne. Despite the fact that they did lose that rotation, the tail end of the hard point still going to be going to their way. And now they're looking to get the chain as well here. Moving over to this very hill. Going to be a bit of a scrappy formation here for both ends of the spectrum. But the map control here is deciding to be more favorable coming from the side of Undyne.
Dino is just on a spree, 6 in a row, able to build up with the Predator missile. Be able to get at least some information with that, even without any kill. Right now, it's going to get gunned down completely there by Ian as they finally get control of the office building. Finally able to get at least some 20 seconds in this hardpoint scrap time. You do take down the guy holding down the equalizer on the opposing end, but the eliminations just got a lot better for Undyne as we hop into that P3. Moving to P4 we go. Early on rotation, that's Prestige with their 2 members just trying to play with the raw vanilla guns. Ninsei is just going to take his time, going to try to cut off the players coming in from phone booth. Now they can just focus on whatever is going to be thrown at them in the mid-map. Once he brings in the Purifier, able to cut down a couple of players, Spawn going in at the top cars. If you're a Prestige, you're just going to be scrambling right now. Odyne just going in for a massive lead.
All I can say here for the side of Odyne, the best part about this series here so far is the camera here coming from the side of Jedzi and Insane. Nice legs, by the way, guys. Really good camera placement and really good positioning here as well as we move over towards this very hard point of, P4. Coming in, really good recovery here from the side of AX Prestige. They invest through operator skills here. There's going to be Fluffy and Gomla, but the equalizer gets dropped. Same goes for the side of the Purifier, and the breakup is loose here for the side of Odyne.
Yeah, the AAA squad, right, just got many batteries here right now. They're just supercharged with fighting a lot of the chaining of rotations here so far. Has got themselves at least a 60-point lead. Heading into P4, this is where things get a little bit tough. Right, another one-sided hardpoint hold that you're going to have to do with your Prestige. You just lost the last 2 hills. You need to be able to find a massive bounce back here. At least for now, you do manage to just put Odyne off the back, would not have any of the spawns in control. They are going to be coming from the cop cars. You're going to be able to anticipate where they are at, but you cannot win the gunfights here, which is the problem right now for Prestige.
Yeah, someone has to step up here, and the veteran is going to be the one struggling here at most. Fluffy still on single-digit kills, only having 9 here. And if you're that man that has a lot of expectations going to their direction, you really have to step up in these types of situations. But unfortunately for him, it's going to be only until now that he's going to be able to claim the 10 points, 10 kills. But the rest lives on here for the side of Odyne. Look at this. Baki, Oro, Ninsei already at 20. 19 here for the side of Dino. Only a kill away from reaching the 20-point mark as well.
Nice, this is just nice gameplay for Odyne. They definitely did their homework. What kind of adjustments they had to do. And the matching is just on point here for today, right? The last time we saw them play up against SKD, they had a late start. Now they came in strong. Now they just have to finish this as LBAX on the first set. Just fully locked in 76 points on those 4 hard points. Needs to get themselves going in the gunfight right now. Need some butts to be able to make those plays for you. It's been that hard point kills per game leader for this team on the group stage. But at the playoffs, it's just somewhat inconsistent in finding his elimination so far. Only got 14 on the team.
95 to 177 here. Moving back. Really good control here from 7X Prestige, but they got to deal with Dino. This Barrel's Wrath coming in. He finds a double. Overall, gonna go for a tree spree. And now they go for a simultaneous push here. Pushing over to Blue House. They want to claim the side as well, as once the rotation flicks up now for the P2, they should have a better look, and they take the scrap time. They take everything that they can get. And for the most of it, really good accumulation here from Odyne. Should be another chain here for them. And only a point away. That's going to be the 200-point mark. And that should be a close out already once we move over to P2.
We talk about Jetsi being the playmaker for AAA Odyne, and he did that when he played up against Elevate on yesterday's match at the upper bracket, but it's not him doing most of the damage here on this match right now. It's just Baki, Aro, Ninsei. Everybody's just scoring loads of works. That's 5 players with 20+ kills for Odyne. And Face Prestige only got 2 there so far. Some Plus making his way with 19, but they've already done so much of, disaster. And they just need to get themselves inside of the hard one, but they still get denied. AAA Odyne can end it here. Just 20 points for them to win this match. A heap of contest managing to be done by Prestige as they manage to break the point. We gotta be further from here on out to initiate the comeback.
Yeah, 20 points to claim here for a set of Odyne. Gomline now with an equalizer. Gonna be hopping inside a hill. Going out away from the objective, but will be able to zone out the players here. One last team of contestant here will be coming from the side of Odyne. I don't think that this is going to be a worthy push here for them as they just get trampled down, just feeding off the momentum here coming from the side of AX Prestige. That's not something you'd want to see. Resources comes into matter, especially in dire situations, so better play it safely. You only need 20 more points to claim anyways.
Yeah, I agree. Now they just have to keep it slow, right? Now you got yourself inside of the P3. Dino has just been fully locked in this battle so far. He's been the MVP for the team heading into the playoffs, and he's just able to really pick up win-less eliminations for your team up close with the SMG. Right now, what's needed is for you to find those last 12 seconds You got a great map control. You got prestige spawning all around the map, and you just need 5 more points to end this win the first map. You got thrown in this, despite this being your only loss in this Hackney Yard map. You're finally able to put yourself in a position to win your first win on this hardpoint Hackney, with prestige just trying to get this last 20 seconds. Might just be harder for them to get this one through, as Odine needs only 2 points to win this.
Oh boy, that should be a break, but he does get shut down. And now the rest of the players here scrambling inside a hard point here for the set of X Prestige. Sampots, Yuka, doing miracles work here to try to get the play and to get the time extension to move over to the next hill. But they get to deal with Ninsei now with a purifier here spraying down through the smoke. Finds a double now, and that should be the clearance here for them to seal the deal. The dagger is on. But still, AX Prestige persevering through the force of AAA Odine.
Yeah, Baki now still able to get this kill, and that might just end it. Odine wins the first map of this best of 5 down at the lower bracket. And yes, some enchantment just being done there by Aro. He lives in Mindanao. He got a lot of those moments right over there. That will completely wrap it. Prestige tried to drag Odine on their map that they got a huge loss up against SKD, but they still managed to win this with their gunfights. You saw the early rotations that they did, more specifically on the P2 up until P4. That was where they're kind of able to pull up a 100-point lead. Once we hop into the second set of hardpoint, Prestige just gotta do a lot better on the gunfight. The thought there is already initiated. It's just that the execution just kind of lack on this map, number 1.
Yeah, and this really has been the problem here for Set of X Prestige. I don't exactly know if they have a team or not. I mean, they have a coach or not, but they really have to go back to the drawing board. The signs of intentions can be easily be said, but when it comes to executions, they're pretty lacking. And something about executions shouldn't really matter as well if you're not gonna be able to win your gunfights, and that showed quite a lot there. It was a bit of a beating that they had to face up against Ninsei, Oro, Baki, and Dino. So yeah, that's just really about that. Fortunately for them, moving over to game number 2, it is gonna be search and rescue, so things will be slowed down. And I did make a call as well that if ever X Prestige is longing to get this win away from Odine, they do have to win their search and rescues.
The search and rescue is going to be one particular team that AX Prestige take pride on when they play in Tunisia, but that's a different thing because we're hopping into Coastal right up next, where they're kind of under the radar when it comes to playing it, right? 2 loss that they took when they played SKD and the Lulus on their group stage ranking, but same thing can be said with AAA Odine when they lost up against Omega on the group stage. Both teams 0% win rate in Coastal, so that's kind of 50-50 that we're going to be able to watch out for. Prestige Yuka was able to light things up here today. He was a gunner yesterday, but at least you got to find someone like him to be able to carry those frags for you. But you do need this SMGs to be a lot better. We did not even see a lot of great investments on the operator skills, ending up with at least 3 or 4 kills right over on this matchup for Prestige. They just couldn't not really find those eliminations, cannot get into momentum, especially for Fluffy, who went down 18 kills and 34 deaths. Almost went here for a double negative on this map, number 1. Taking a look at the flip side, AAA Odine manages to have all complete members be able to sustain their life out there, win their 1v1 gunfights, especially for Ninsei, who plays the SMG role, to be able to find himself with the MVP for today. And even the stand-in for Logic, who we thought is going to be a handicap, is able to completely get the eliminations to follow to his side, right? 34 kills for him on this hard point right now, keeping himself in the positive while also having the highest objective time in this battle.
You know, Baki is a no joke, especially when he is able to bring in the momentum for his side. You know, if you remember back then, no, I think playing Undersea Duke, if I'm not mistaken, their first set of Baki. Remember the time where we were casting at grassroots tournaments and Baki was the guy that pulled off a nuke as well? This guy, once he gets the groove inside a game, map control isn't something that he struggles on. It's just all going to come down to his reflexes. But at the same time, if he is slow, he backs it up with his intelligence as well, Callie.
I agree, man. And this guy's been with multiple teams. He was owning up multiple community tournaments, and he was a teammate of Waza. If you guys know him in the community tournament, I don't know where that guy is right now, but he was a community tournament legend. Same thing can be said for Baki. But now that they got the job done here, you see the difference. Plus 23 on kills, 2 minutes on the clock for Odine, and just plus 90 on the amount of dominance that they get on the scoreline. That will wrap things up for this match right over here. As we hop into our map number 2, which will be Coastal Search and Rescue, it will be difficult for Prestige to try to carry on with a gunfight if they continue to play like what they did on this hard point at Hackney Yard, right? They gotta have to find someone to complete those first bloods, initiate those cuts, and go in for a lot of these eliminations. AAA Odine will be coming here hot, right? This is their second strongest game mode, with Control being their weakest so far. So you really want to have to bring your A game here if you're Prestige, as you don't want to go down 2-0 to start this best of 5 series.
Yeah, I mean, for everyone here watching on the broadcast right now, better make sure you get some drinks, some popcorn for perhaps, and just enjoy the show here. This might just be a pretty long series if ever we do get to see some respondent here from the side of AX Prestige, and it's not the last and final series that we have in line. Later on, it's going to be Dovik and Oblivion up against SKD, so still a pretty long night here, Cali.
We got a long game up ahead. That could go to Game 4 or Game 5, right? Possibly if Stalwart eSports managed to just destroy the mental game of SKD. But focusing more on what will be coming right up ahead, right? AAA Odine just managed to win that hardpoint Hackney Yard. Now they're going to be coming into their map pick where they think they can win and have the best odds of taking down AX Prestige. You do have to take care of the snipers. If you're Arrow, you've been completely doing a great job finding yourself consistent with eliminations. Even at the playoffs where you got dismantled by Elevate, you put up a top shot. Now you gotta have to have that same kind of performance going up against the opposing nice sniper in AX Prestige, which will be Ian, who currently has the most kills in a game. The record so far in Garena Master 6 with 21 kills when he played in Tunisia up against the Lulus. It was a tough fight over there. They lost that match, but he still can output that kind of performance. You might be running into trouble in this Coastal Search and Rescue.
Coastal Search and Rescue is a very staple map now here for Search and Rescue. It has the same similar layout here for Tunisia. Same goes for the Hana Metropolis. So, you know, it's just all going to come down to what kind of like recomposition that you'd want to offer on the other side of the spectrum. And so far, one thing that Garena Master 6 really like showcased in regards to defensive format here, Cal, is just one force. You know, have one player just hold down a bomb site with a sniper, and the rest just holds down the opposing side of the bomb site. So that has been pretty efficient. Let's see if that's something that we get to see. But for now, to start things off here for this first round, it's going to be LVX or AX Prestige. Going to go for a 2-on-2, and they got a quick pick off here, taking down Oro, forcing a 4v5.
That's just quick shots right over there. Yuka able to follow up, taking down Becky. So just 2 players just across the map playing 1v1s for AAA Odine to find a pick. Now Dyna just needs to keep himself alive here, but no chance. As Fluffy with the R9 just hits him just like that. Down to a 1v4 we go with Jedsi holding the bomb. A potential 1v5 here with some pots about to be revived back.
You can't move too much when you are reviving your teammate because it's going to buy you down a lot of time. And Jedsi finds the double. The information is going to be right there. It has to deal with 3 players though from the side of AX Prestige. Only having an R9. Does it have a sniper here for the side of AX Prestige? MG42 and a Phoenix, so you peek out, boy, you're gonna go down.
I don't think they know, right? Now the push goes through. Gomla able to get that slide there. Prestige manages to find the first blood, convert that into a round win.
Really good call. Great look here for the side of AX Prestige. Moving back now here towards round number 2. We need to see more definition here. Try to avoid those unnecessary gunfights if you're on the side of Dyne. But looking at the formation here, they also want to have one player to wrap around. No smokes though investment coming in from this mid side. So that is going to be them forced to drop one player. Ninsei is going to get brought back into action. And in the process, back he goes for an extensive push towards the A side. He gets an opener now. And they do have this free side for them.
That's going to be the opening break there. Arrow, the first one to go down at round number 1. Finally able to get an opening. Dino going to push up. Stools. Flank on Gomla. That will be the cut that the team needs to put this team in an even disastrous spot. Is this going to be the Bane? No one even watching the flank. Dino gets another one. Now it's a 2v4 situation. Becky holding off the baskets. He's gonna get a great sight on this as soon as the push comes in. So we might just need to line this up one by one. But Dino making the play on the staircase, and Jedzi at the end manages to secure the round number 2. But I tell you what, Dino playing the flank.
Yep.
And there's no communication made there by Prestige. They were not watching the 6. After one of their teammates just got caught off towards the mid-map, nobody was watching the flank, and it allowed Dino to get 3 kills in that last round.
Yeah, it was just being such a nuisance there, coming in from the side of AX Prestige. But overall, once more, we do get to see somewhat of an unnecessary gunfight here for Oru, still challenging the mid-map. If Adine just decides to smoke off mid, go for a pusher towards bar, they can absolutely overpower the presence that AX Prestige is putting up here on this A side. But instead, they want to go for those ISOs, goes for the 1v1s. They're not doing too bad at all, but it's just a bit more risky comparing it to pushing cohesively as a unit. As going back to this round here, it's now going to be a 2v5 situation. Gamla does find one. Dino is now going to be away from the scene. There's going to be a bit of respawn as well from the side of Oro here to hold down bar, but he's not going to be able to get any opportunities from here.
Here we go. Auro needs to hit the shot. Mid-map control for him. Successful. Gamla now eliminated. It's all down to Ion in this 1v4. Needs to watch the long A. He gets his head pieced off. That's a wide shoulder. Ninsei is going to get easy shot for him. Odine on a 2-1.
Going to be on the lead. I'm going to talk about Dino here with 5 kills so far. Having the most kills here for the lobby. And Jedzi is going to be on the trail. Baki, Oro, and Ninsei is going to be tied up for 2, combining for 6. Moving up now. Finally, we get to see a bit more of a cohesive push here from inside of Adine. Going for a barge here towards the B bomb site. And you get to see how easy it is for them if only they push cohesively and all together here as a team. As they get this opener, they find 2 players in the process. And that should be a bomb plant here for them.
All right, it's a 3v3. I mean, there's a high chance LPX manages to win this retake. Just needs to connect this scopes for Mayan, but cannot get the kill on the Jedzi, who's oblivious right now on the smoke. And a revive will be working. Still going to be numbers in favor for Odine. Ian decides to take a swing on that mid-map. Through his tools, he manages to find someone, but his teammates just be the distraction, but they cannot win the gunfight. So Sampot is the last guy standing. Dino switches. He gets taken down. Sampot in the reload action, and Jedzi, all it takes is for him to take a quick ADS on that. Finally secure a 2-round lead. Odine feeling confident that they can take Prestige here, and it makes sense. Prestige is 0% at the win rate on this map, 0-2 on the group stage, and they just cannot get their 2 members involved in Fluffy and Yuka after that great started at round number 1.
There's just a lot of fundamental mistakes here that is happening for 2 ends here. Come again, really tactless holds here for a set of Sampots. Oru is playing aggressively, and first thing for him is just winning those gunfights, his duels here. And now we are seeing a break letting loose here in this mid-map. And Jedzi, Dino simultaneously finds one for them. And that is going to be a break here happening for this A bomb site, leaving Gomla all alone. 3 kills on the board for him. I don't think he's going to be able to find anything else right after that, though.
Immediately puts the bomb here to create more pressure, but now you have some information where he's at. He's through mid. You don't even have to go in and attack here, right? But now he's going to play the big brain way. Search and rescue, get to revive back your teammates. So now this makes it a doable 2v3 situation. They do have a cut on the players coming through stools and the bar. So Gomla needs to watch out on this as he just tries to make a play. Need to get every corner checked. Ninsei is waiting, anticipating this moment to last. And that's going to be a relapse coming in for Gomla. Some bots manages to take down Dino on the staircase. But Becky gets to read, gets the trade. A couple of more players makes their way for Prestige to make this way, but time is ticking. 8 seconds left, and Becky is finding the right read at the best time possible to put an end to this true elimination. Odine cannot be stopped on a 3-round win spree.
1-4 here for them. Now, Jedzi is going to be racking up the kills. Same goes for set of Oru. Dino still, though, pretty impactful here. Only a kill away from reaching the 10 kill mark. And finally, we do get to see a smoke here coming from set of Adine as they head straight here for a push towards bars. This is exactly what I called, and this shouldn't be a problem here for them. They find one, but in exchange for one as well. It's going to be a 2v3 situation as in the process of the rotation, AX Prestige will be able to catch one player off guard. The number discrepancy will not be able to be talked about anymore as Dino gets brought back into action. Gonna be a 4v2 situation coming in. Back and forth battle as I speak. And it's just going to be a run. Should be given for the side of AX Prestige, but Baki picks up a triple now. A 1v1. Baki all alone. Same goes for the set of Sandbox. The challenge comes in, but Baki with a quad, shutting them down.
And holding down the bar, all on his own, finds the 4 Ps on this round to give them a 4-round lead as well. And Baki played terrible up against Elevate on their search and rescue yesterday. He was the bottom fragger. Now he is at 8. Currently standing at 2nd and 3rd at the moment. And that play right there is what you need to pull away, quickly get this win, advance to the next stage. And you started all off with the first blood from Dino. Taking down Fluffy, who's only got 1 kill here so far.
Dino throwing the utility, will be giving off his information. He doesn't check his corner here. Fortunately for the set of Sandpots, he does follow up now with a second shot, gets the connection. They know exactly there's going to be one player right there around the car, and they get the shot down as well. And now Iron is going to be all alone in a 1v3 situation. He does have this opportunity to get the pick up here for one of his teammates, but Jedzi is going to be right around, has to deal with him.
And now the shots come through. Nope, denied. No chance. Already at game point is AAA dying. And we just started, right? I think this is just the same kind of performance we're seeing from that map too. From Stalwart as well as SKD. So, yeah, we can never be too sure, right? I mean, yes, Odayan definitely does win the first 2 maps through their gunfights, and I think that's a solid indication that they can just start the snowball once we got map number 3, but anything can still be possible here if you're LVX. But now you just get completely flawed on at the restaurant. And now you got only 3 members left. You're gonna get those revives right away. And Odayan just looking to end this one strong. Number 2 in yellow Inaro holding down mid. He takes down Fluffy. Jetsi takes Yuka down, all down to some pots, who's got 13 kills being chased. And Ninsei finally deals the kill to bring this series to a 2-0 in favor for AAA Odayan.
Jetsi is just like punching his phone on the camera. They're pretty excited, but you know, the last time we saw teams excited here in Cali, they got reverse swept. So hey, can't celebrate not until the series is over. Odayan, I mean, I have high hopes for you guys. I know for a fact you guys will make it far in this, here in this competition, but you know, you gotta wait and see once you actually win off those games. And Cali, I got a question for you. Do you want to see Baki do a Baki pose?
The Baki pose is hard to do, man. I tell you what, it needs a lot of core strength. I think he can do it, but it will take more than 2 years. And Garena Master 6 is already done by then, right? But I would love to see Baki with his father, Yujiro, maybe just get this sweep right up against these players from AX Prestige. But again, Baki just definitely shut off here for today. That was lacking yesterday, right? He did have an impact when the team played at hardpoint, but at search and rescue, he was playing terrible today. That was the complete opposite. You saw him 4 kills on 1 round, clutches it, and extended the lead to 4 rounds for this team that he's representing. It just shows to you the talent that he's got, right? Just needs to find the right system. And right now, he's been able to completely turn it into his own game. That map number 1 right there, the stats line just favored him, and it allowed the team to really pull away with a huge lead to end map 2.
Yeah, I mean, with the gameplay that I've been seeing here coming in from the set of AX Prestige, from hardpoint all the way down to search and rescue, control should be a struggle here for them. But we did get to see them actually put up a fight in control, so it's just all going to come down to that. One big struggle here for the side of AX Prestige is Fluffy consecutively going negative for his KDA, and this time around, we got to see, you know, decent amount of rounds here. The quantity is there, but Fluffy will only have 1 kill all throughout the game here, Cali.
It's just tough, right? To see him be the one always leading up to be the first death on the game. It was either Dino that was picking him up, or it was Jedzi. It was just kind of tough for him, especially when you really need him the most, right? He was kind of underperforming on that map number 1 too, which is not a surprise, where his momentum just kind of went downhill once we played the search and rescue. It didn't help the case at all when the team only had a couple of firepower to start the round. Their only round win was that round number 1, and outside of that, it was AAA Odayan that managed to get their wins straight. But some pots did play pretty great here for this team, 13 kills to his name, but everybody else just could not get to break the 8-kill mark here. Everybody 5, 5, 4, 1. When you have this gunfights not just really favoring your way, how you're supposed to push around the map, play the round wins, right? Search and rescue is a team game. You cannot let only one player to do the carry job for you. And for AAA Odine, they did exactly that, right? Everybody paid off dividend. They played their angles right, their rotations, the positions. It was there. You got some first bloods from Aro. You got a great hold down from Becky when he was playing the angles on the post plant defense and just pulled through with a victory here. Look at the amount of difference on the kills here, Warden, at the search and rescue map too.
Too much. When you're playing a game mode where it heavily relies on those kills, especially in this type of nature that we were able to see between AX Prestige and AAA Iodine, that they didn't even go for the objective, they just went for the eliminations. So it's pretty understandable how AAA Iodine was able to really overpower this whole game mode away from AX Prestige. Moving over, if this is, come again, the same element that AX Prestige will be able to showcase on Control, this is bound to be a pretty fast series here, Cali.
I feel like there's definitely high potential for that. I mean, the last time we did see these two teams meet, it was AAA Odine that managed to get the win at the group stage. And it's just difficult for them to really pull it through right now because you're messing with your mental game, right? You lost your upper bracket. Now you are bound for an elimination match here. It said go big or go home moment now for Prestige moving forward. In the last time that these two met, right, they played Seaside Control. Not really a great sample size on what happened in their Arsenal game here, but to be precise, looking at the stats for AAA Odine, they played Arsenal 4 times. They lost 3 of those maps. So you got a little bit of a chance here if you are Prestige in playing this map right here. Just need those gunfights to work today. Start the snowball on this map 3. Play the swing game, just like what we saw for DVK and Stalwarts eSports at the upper bracket.
Yeah, we've been in this situation before where a team is going to be on the verge of winning. The only difference is that, between Stalwart Esports and SKD, comparing it to Odine and AX Prestige, is that there was a fight to be seen. Here on the side here, at least for Search and Rescue Coastal, it ended up to a 1-7. And that's not going to be a great look here if you're on the side of AX Prestige, if you're a KTL or Momj, aka the manager. You'd want to do anything, you'd want to say everything that you have on your belt to really motivate the team here for the side of AX Prestige.
But it's soft right now, right? You need a technical timeout just to maybe reset the mentality of this game. Players that they have, right? Losing 2 maps, definitely tough. But Control Arsenal seems to be that very balanced map where you can go in, win your fights. But it will take a lot of mental strength to do that because overall you've been utilizing so much of your gunfights. If you are AAA Odine and you've been successful with it, on the opposite end, it was just kind of the polar opposite right now. They're just struggling with the eliminations. We haven't found any good value on their operator. But how do they maintain their live out there is the question for Prestige as we hop into map number 3. Facing elimination, do we see a comeback happen? Or will AAA Odine manage to get this victory, seal the day, seal the series in 3 maps to advance to the next day of competition? Here we go.
Well, let's see a bit of a cash for Jinx here. I mean, I'm seeing AAA Odine just win this one 3-0, but at the same time, you get to see the first wave of openings here. It's going to be AX Prestige showing a bit of a fight, but once you see the efforts here from set of AX Prestige pop through, AAA Odine, they double it down and they get the clearance here on this A control point to start the capture.
Yeah, this is going to be nice fights now coming in for Dino as we got him. Just holding off the doorway, right? Nobody's going to expect him here unless a flood fully happens. So far, they're just trying to attack it. Dino just skipping it on and just trying to beat a distraction, trying to open this doorway for his teammate Aro to get his eliminations. And that's going to be a nice team work. Aro finds the 3 Ps. Boy brings back Prestige to their defensive location. Now we got the A-side capture, and look at where we are seeing that hit for AAA Odine. Not through mid-map, they're going in for the spawns, looking to get a spawn trap activated.
Gotta rely on player 2 here, Oro, alongside with Baki to start and rack up those kills, because they're not gonna be able to get any spawn traps if both of those players that I mentioned back in Oro can't get anything away. This might just be a bit of a reverse card here played by the set of AX Prestige. If they are able to get the break here, can leech off those two players here coming from the side of Odine.
Gamla, some pots, initial fights that they have to do, but any player that goes down, they're gonna meet the grinder. This is Ninsei and Jetsi, one-ball combo. There we go. For LVAX, they find two players. They take down the players up front coming through the jet decks, but still, no elimination we're seeing for AAA Odine to really activate this spawn trap here right now. So it's kind of difficult for them to finally get some kills, but loving the take here for Prestige to slow things down, let Odine just get through it, but now kills come through and the spawn trap now is activated. We got LVAX now kind of trying to spot away this player, but it's going to be a nice struggle. Ninsei at least finds Su before getting taken down, and they have already managed their way to break the B site. Score some time in, get the first second.
Yeah, that was a pretty sloppy play there from set of Odine, going for that spawn trap where they haven't been able to claim any kills whatsoever. And it was a pretty dominant start there in regards to the killing department here for them. But, you know, they took it slow. They tried to wrap around, and now the game is all equalized. Yes, for sure, you were able to get the first segment, but now you are struggling in regards to the battles here in Arsenal. So 12-9 now as we speak. There's only going to be 30 seconds left on the clock. And this is a turnaround here. Great turnaround coming from the side of AX Prestige.
And they just slowed it down, just played through positionings. They don't really got to move. Just let the attackers just come through you, right? 70 seconds is left on the clock. LVAX some pots. Always finding those nice trades, but Ninsei takes a peek of that look, and that's going to be a double for him. Opens up the B site, pauses the clock for a bit, waits for his teammates to get there, but LVAX now decides to go in for a massive defense, but Baki again finding a double right now, able to have the high ground, head glitch locked in, but some pots there for the elimination arrow, brings out the claw, stops the push, but will be unsuccessful, and that will be a nice defensive round for Prestige on this round number 1.
A bit of a rookie mistake there from the side of Dino. He had a Sparrow already in his hands, but he decided to peek out in the open towards Staircase, and that really just bit everything down. And the Claw from the side of AX Prestige was able to just barge in, get the spray down, finds the rest of the kills to take back the round for their side. Moving over now, here we go. Dino going to be playing defense. Offense for the side of AX Prestige, typically we are going to be seeing an A control point push here, Cal.
Still going to be aggressive. These LVAX, they know that they got the momentum to carry over their side after that round 1 win. This is something that we haven't really seen for the team at all when they play the first 2 maps, but you still need to have your best player in Yuka get some eliminations here. He started off with only 1 kill. He started off with only 0 kills on the first round of the attack, so he really needs to light things up here a bit, not let AAA Odine get that chance. And finding some eliminations. Dino able to push up on the defense. He's gonna get knocked down by Fluffy. Fluffy, he's got 11. He had 1 on that search and rescue game mode at the coastal map earlier.
When I shoot 21 here, Odine is still gonna be struggling in regards to performing well here in control, as now we get to see here a current segment of the game. Time extension here granted for the set of AX Prestige. And Odine here is still going to be pursuing for the spawn trap, but man, they have to work on their parameter plays first before they go pretty, you know, like ballsy about making and going for the spawn trap. I mean, you're able to get 1. Can you find a triple? Though is the question. Yes, he can. Yes, he can. Okay, never, man. Taking my words back. Oru making great impact off that spawn trap.
They're just trying to play this one, end it on the high notes, right? They've already gone through spawns. They've already got the activation already done, and the snowball is going to happen. But great job by Fluffy, just trying to break through the spawn trap on one side. But you allowed your opponent just to build up, get some eliminations here. 9 for 16 on the live count in favor for Odine right now. A couple of players going in for spawns. Don't want to go down here early, as we got Becky from Odine just trying to play through eliminations. On that spawn trap still, it's gonna take some damage in there. Fluffy, their players fall down to their last 6 lives. Gotta get inside of the B site. Ian brings out the Annihilators to try to make a push. So far, it's not make any contest so far. Getting eliminations is key. The push in the B site is a 5v11. Cannot lose any more lives from here on out to win this true capture. But now you're about to get flooded in. Arrow being the playmaker as he is in this round number 2. Manages to take that first kill. Stops the push coming in at the B site. all down to Gomlo to make a play, but they're gonna get gunned down, and I must say, a better defensive win for AAA Odine comparing the round 1 performance on Prestige.
Yeah, it all had to come down to Oro here, actually getting that spray down with an Odin. I mean, I was expecting him to die down already. He was up against, like, what, a Fennec and an AR? But the trades in the double child there from Set of X Prestige was pretty sloppy. So coming in, moving forward now towards the next round, we are back to how it all started now. Going to be Odine here playing offense. They're going to be able to get a breakthrough here on this A control point quickly, just like that.
Try to slow things down here. Is your voice from LVAX, but they've just gotten so much loss on the kill counts here so far. Odine manages to take away the mid-map control. Now they're doing time, pausing the clock, gets at 2 segments on the first 30 seconds of the action. Number 5 in blue and Dino just manages to go all the way towards left side of the minimap. Look at the spawn trap happening. I am trying to stop him from getting that, and he manages to be successful in that elimination, but you've already given up so much time. You gave away that A site for free. That's extra minute out of the clock for Odine to try to get this capture on this B flag.
Oh yeah, Iron's mad here. Missing his shot for the first, but gets to follow up now. And this guy has been the Terminator here on his jet dax, stopping every single bit of push here coming in from the side of Odine. And that's going to be forcing all 4 players here, wrapping around towards artilleries. And they want to go for this spawn trap here once more, Cali. I don't know how to feel about this.
They are fairly ballsy, right? They're feeling good right now. They can bring out the Annihilator, by the way. They can bring in the Predator missile, too, to start that, but they don't get it. Kind of unfortunate there for Ninsei and Dino. You love to see Prestige just try to slow things down here. They don't really try to move around the map at all. And some pots manages to continue the damage back. He decides to go send himself out as the lamb to get the spawn trap activated. And there you go, redstone activated. And there we go, kills coming through. Ninsei finds a double. Ninsei goes for the beatdown, 6 in a row. Can bring in the Annihilator, but he runs out. But you find a 6-point lead. Make that, you know, a 7-point lead. Now for Odine this round 3.
16 now here. Becky's gonna go on a run for the War Machine. Doesn't really have to play aggressively, just has to zone out the players while the map control here gets recovered away from the set of Odine. But it might not even have to go for the capture. They can just go for the kills, go for the slays, and claim this match point here away from AX Prestige.
There we go. What they want, right? End this game to a 3-0. They've already done the damage. A much better approach here in round number 3 when they're on the attack side. Arrow going in for the spawn trap. 2 members left standing. Doesn't even have to wait here, but he's just gonna try to take care of his life. I mean, at least he got the free. Yeah, he's spawn trapping the ghosts of the players that just gonna take it down.
Oh, there we go. Match point advantage now here for the set of AAA Odine. You take the first round, we might just be able to take the next 2 here. And Odine, now, with that being said, they gotta deal with those 2 operators available from the side of X Prestige. If they're gonna be able to mitigate that quickly early off the round, then they should be a closeout here as we head straight here to round number 4.
Yo, Prestige, you guys fought through so much of the group stage, but now you're facing elimination. Cannot be causing any errors here for now as you bid farewell. If you lose this map number 3 up against Odine on this Arsenal control, Arrow, they win the first set of gunfights. Becky finds the double. They win the defense. Now they get to extend now. Play the spawn trap.
26. Great kill here for Gomla, taking a weighted imposter away. But Dino slides in, says hello to a triple, making a 4-3 for him. Sparrow invested. They're breaking loose. Hell let loose here for the side of AX Prestige. They got to deal with a spawn trap here from 2 lanes. They take away Dino, but Jedzi is still alive and kicking. Dino goes down. Aro jumps in, and they are struggling to get away from the spawns here, Cali.
Yeah, Aro is holding down the long range, right? Through benches. They really want to be able to get a lot of these eliminations to follow through. One of the players down to go at the southern portions of the minimap right now. Dino with the close range has been great. He's got 20 kills, but Becky's been the X factor. Along with their teammate Arrow's got 22 kills and 23 each, respectively, on this battle. You have your top fragger and hardpoint and Yuka from Prestige just going in here on 4 rounds of action with only 8 kills so far. That's difficult. Your gunfights have not been great right after you won the first round. And Prestige is going in for a massive assault now to finally end this in this battle right here, but still going to be some contest being made by Prestige at the A site, extends the clock to another minute.
Here we go. I mean, we're talking about the lower brackets here, baby. AX Prestige, you're only a game away from getting eliminated from Garena Master 6. 8 lives remaining. 15 for the side of Adine. War Machine, Equalizer, Invested, and they're stowing away the lives here coming from the side of AX Prestige. 4 players remaining here in total. Ian, Fluffy, Yuka, Gamla. Are you going to be able to force this round once more to a game 5 at least here for this control run, or are you gonna wave your hands goodbye away from the Garena Master 6 stage?
Yeah, and just last heap of contest here. It's a 3v9 situation. Odine is in a position to finally close the deal in just 3 maps, end this to 0. There you go, they can find it. They can now finally wave goodbye, send home Prestige packing as AAA Odine advances to the next stage of the lower bracket, fully eliminating AX Prestige in the competition. A 3-0, a sweep done by the squad to earn their way to the next stage.
You know, Dino messaged me earlier. He was like, I'm scared. I'm scared. I don't know how to feel about this. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to perform the same way that I've been doing coming from the last few days. Well, if you're not gonna be able to fix up the mentality, Dino, then you're bound to lose and end your journey quickly. But fortunately for you, you were able to put up the impact. But it got handed down to the substitute here from the side of Adine. Baki, bro. Baki really took the spotlight here for me coming from the side of Adine. For most of the group stage, he wasn't around. It was Logic here for his slot. I don't know if it was a intentional play here for Adine to reserve Baki here for the playoffs, but guess what? He is making it work out here for the competition here for Adine. This guy is really a part of the core now, and why the success has now come through here, especially up against AX Prestige.
Yeah, it would be nice to ask why the reason Baki's playing right now instead of the group stage, right? What was the reason why Logic had to be benched? It will be the question we're going to be able to ask later on. But on this post-game breakdown, we're going to be able to find out what really was the difference in terms of the kills that allowed a team like Odine to pull away. You got Auro, man. He was just beaming, especially when Dino, I remember the map and the round vividly. Dino was just kind of opening the mid doors in the laboratory, making Auro be able to spray and check out every member that might be able to enter the mid map, and he just scored like I think 4 or 5 kills right over there, stopping the push all on his own with the help of Dino, which is obviously the second best guy he got on the team with 23 kills and 18 deaths thus far. But you did mention Baki, he was that playmaker on this match. 23 for 20, he dealt the last kill to put an end on this series as the battle has been won by AAA Odine. On the flip side though, some pots, Prestige, this is the end of their journey. The match has already been done. You guys got swept. The gunfights was definitely lacking, especially for Yuka on this match. He had 0 kills to end the first round. Even though it was a round win for Prestige, he couldn't really get himself going 10 for 22. That is a 0.50 KD ratio for him. Tough. If you really want to bounce back, you need a total team effort. Today just wasn't the case for Prestige.
I mean, many people would say that getting no kills, but your team winning the round shouldn't really be brought up or shouldn't really matter. But when you get the kills, obviously, it also shows that you're trying to rack up those operator skills. And something about operator skills here for this map of control, especially between these two teams here, Callie, is that it mattered quite a lot. A lot of the rounds that AAA Odine was able to dominate came from the equalizer, from the War Machine, and from the Claw.
It was important, right? I mean, the operator skills was definitely more felt in the landings of AAA Odine. Prestige, Ian had a great and out later at the end, but it was just kind of too late when he decided to brought it out. But it's still going to be a nice fight. You made it to the playoffs on your first attempt if you're AX Prestige. It's just all about working to your best of abilities at the next coming Garena Masters that we're going to have. And at the end of the day, you still managed to secure 5th to 8th placements. That gives you $750 for the team to be able to upgrade their equipments moving forward. Now for AAA Odine, their chances of still making it to the grand finals is still going to remain alive as they manages to get this 3-0 sweep right here. Now they will be waiting for whoever drops at the lower bracket tomorrow, or at the upper bracket tomorrow, which will be tough because now the fight is just gonna get a lot difficult for them. But hey, at least you manage to pull yourself into a position where you just get out of the lower bracket round 1. To conclude our maps and modes, let's take a look at this. It was a pretty cool week here.
Yeah, I mean, it was a 160 to 250 here for Hackney or Hardpoint. Search and Rescue 1-7 and 1-3 here for Control Arsenal. We're not going to be seeing the long distance of Hardpoint Summit and Search and Rescue Takeoff. It's just that Undying, they want to catch a break. They want to go ahead, you know, possibly go back to the drawing board and try to prepare. Who are they going to be going up against here later on for this lower brackets? But at the same time, you know, it's still going to be a long run for us to find out who are they actually going to be going up against with.
Yeah, it's going to be, I think, the loser between Stalwarts eSports as well as Team Star Magic. Just looking at the brackets right now, this is going to be tough, right? Whoever they fight, nonetheless, it's going to be a tough fight that they will have to face. Teams that have been there, teams that have, you know, represented the region at the world stage. That's going to be what's going to be awaiting them at their next day's schedule. But you've already done the damage so far. At least gonna have to enjoy the victory right here for AAA Undying. You survive your first games. Now we take a look at our highlights, see what happened, get a full quick recap on the matches we played. It was pretty rather quick. Night and day performance on the series 1 and 2 for today, right? One game had to be forced to a map 5. This one had to go to a map 3 only. A full shutdown that Undying did on this game.
Yeah, the problem here that, you know, Search and Rescue occurred here for a set of X Prestige is that they didn't really have the best of calls, went for those unnecessary gunfights, and for most of it, Baki was able to make his place. Same goes for the set of Oru. But if you want to talk about the biggest spotlight right there was Baki finding that 4-piece to get the clutch as well. Moving over to control here, Callie, it was Dino getting this break in this opener to really get the shutdown. Once he went down, Oru was already around the vicinity as well, and the cavalry was enough to shut down the rest of the players here coming from the set of X Prestige.
Yeah, I can agree more with that. I feel like this play right here for AAA Undying, they were just kind of setting up the spawn trap every time. And it was important for them to reduce the life count of Prestige. Remember, they kept on fighting. They just couldn't take care of their lives when they're being trapped. That was the difference that made this win work for AAA Undying on this attack side. And that will conclude our match. You got your most valuable player at the lower bracket. That will be Auro with 69 kills, 280,
Mr. Loverboy.
2,869 average score, and almost a 1.69 KDA ratio for him. It could have been the magic number for him for the day, right? All love, all heart for this guy. I think the most experience on this AAA Undying squad back in DVK Oblivion days when he played for them in Green Masters 5. And yeah, he's definitely done the load of offense with the AR and the sniper on the search and rescue. So yeah, great job on him. Keeping the hopes of...
He snipes as well?
Yeah, he snipes as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, this guy is a pretty flexible player. It's a really good acquisition here for the side of Undying, and I do hope that he stays around here because he did say, you know, he does see a future here in regards to playing for Undying, and there's a lot of potential. They just have to gain a lot more experience here for the squad. But enough to be said, let's have a bit of a talk here between the players of Undying. Let's see who do we have here.
Okay, we got Mr. Okay, that's going to be Jed C, right? If I'm not mistaken. Hey, hello guys, can you guys hear us?
Hi, Kali. Hey, guys.
All right. So congratulations on the win for today, right? Definitely the first sweep that we got at the lower bracket. Just want to ask the question first. Becky on the team, Logic as the 6th man. Was that really the strategy for the team, or was this just adjustment that the team had to start the playoffs?
Actually, yes. We had an adjustment beforehand. So while Baki is not playing in the group stage, he came up something with a beautiful mind. So Logic is now in 6-man, and Ninsei is the best.
Oh, okay. Okay,
Well,
I don't think the last one connects, but okay. Ninsei is the best. Or your question?
Okay, my question for you here, Undying, is that, okay, first of all, calm down with the camera here. We're getting a bit dizzy with the way that you guys are just playing low round. Just calm down. We want to see your beautiful face here. And then say, okay, my question for you guys is that you guys did struggle quite a lot up against Elevate on the first round of the upper brackets. Now you guys are able to put up a sweep against AX Prestige. What's gonna be the work ethic for the squad? How much work are you guys gonna be putting into this? Because you guys are at the lower brackets here at the start, so you guys have to prepare quite a lot here.
Repeat the question.
I mean, how much work are you guys gonna be putting into this lower brackets?
A lot of effort and hard work to be done before the lower bracket so that we can manage to show our
Okay.
potential in the Garena Masters.
All right, that's great. So one last question. You guys seems to be in a familiar place. Where are you guys are right now?
In my house,
Oh,
Rich
okay,
kid.
okay. Rich kid right over here. Great job. Congratulations on the win, Triple
Nice
A
shirt.
Odine. We're going to be meeting you guys on your next day schedule. Have a great night. Goodbye.
Right,
thank
goodbye,
you.
Jensen Insei. Peace out, peace out.
There we go. There we go.
That was so random.
Yeah, that was so random, right? There was just so. I think the amount of hair touch on that one is more than what they said on the interview. But we're gonna end off on a quick break here. Once we come back, we are on our final game of the day. This will be SKD and BVK. Only one team remains at the lower bracket, and we are about to find the last team to get eliminated for today's schedule. We'll be right back right after this break.
有些真相只能用鲜血交换。 有些真相只能用鲜血交换。
We are down to our final game of the day, and we are about to bid farewell to one last team for today's schedule, and it's between DBK Oblivion and SKD, the team who lost up against Stalwarts Esports at the upper bracket. This one is going to be a big one. Joining you at the desk, it's me, Callie, up against Warren.
Yeah, it's gonna hurt big time here for either Scatty or Dovik and Oblivion. I just hate to see the situation, man. If only we... I mean, okay, I'm just letting my interesting thoughts speak here for me. I mean, I was about to say, you know, why not have like a triple bracket format where, you know, after the lower brackets, there's gonna be the hell bracket. But yeah, obviously, no one tournaments ever does that. Yeah, possibly a wild card, because Scatty and Dovik and Oblivion, they're two remarkable teams that I totally expect to make it to at least like, you know, possibly like top 4, but we gotta choose one here. Well, it's not really us choosing. It's about them choosing. Whether they have that mentality, whether they have that strategy, this game plan here to go for it. And I'm a bit scared here for Scatty because earlier they had the money, but it turned into rock.
It was tough, right? They almost had the win. They could have won this match here, fight up against Team Star Magic on the upper bracket semifinals, but they just lost the next 3 maps straight. And now they're going to have to keep that mental game in check. And this is where the experience comes into play. You've been here in the playoffs for at least a lot more seasons compared to DBK Oblivion. So at least you're going to have that kind of advantage moving here once you're down at the lower bracket. But you played 2 games today. And that might just be the endurance that might just alter your performance here in this coming game that we got at the lower bracket. But nonetheless, we are bound for a great fight here. Potential game 4, game 5 that I feel like is going to happen. Should we see the first map be scrappy between these 2 juggernaut squads that are about to be the next best thing. Just need a little bit more push to be able to get there.
You know what, man? It's a really tough look here for the set of Scatty. The morality is down. Probably. I hope not, because I want to see the best out of the best from them. Dovik and Oblivion up against Scatty is something that I've been so excited to see. And something about these 2 squads, this has been their best form. This has been their best looks. This has been their best appearance here in this Garena Masters series. Dovik and Oblivion, Scatty, all going to come down to you guys, whether you all are longing to extend your journey here in this Garena Masters 6 for more, or are you just going to let this one slide? I mean, Team Star Magic was on the verge of losing up against Dovik and Oblivion, but kind of like goes to show as well that, you know, they really just had the trouble to close out the series. Moving over now to the team lineups here for the set of Dovik and Oblivion. We got Aski, Steve, Josh, Epox, Cash, and Batman.
And again, this team managed to push a game 5 up against Team Star Magic yesterday, just like what you said. Almost won it in that search and rescue takeoff, but a couple of lapses that made them lose those games. And the players that you really watch out for, most definitely going to have to be Epox, who's currently the best player on this team. The last time they played the hard points, it was very consistent. 43 kills and 32 on map 1 and map 2 of the hard point that they played here so far. But the player you really need to watch out for most definitely here was Badman. Anytime he pops in, he can make that play when the team needs him the most. But Scatty, after going 2-0 up against Stalwarts Esports at the upper bracket, they faltered on the last 3. Now, what's going to be the mental game looking like at this point right now, right? Do you find the reset, or are you still phased at what just happened a couple of hours ago? And it seems like they're pretty chill with it. Okay. Pretty okay. All smiles on the 3 guys up top.
Yeah, I mean, for Freezy, you never really get to see his facial expression. He just wants to play the game, get the win, and celebrate later on. Moving over now to the maps and modes here, Callie. Here we go. Please give us a game number 5. Search and Rescue Terminal. Forget about the first 4 maps. Search and Rescue Terminal finally the stage.
This is like, you know, using all of the hidden tricks in your bag. Look at what's on the ban, right? Apocalypse standoff on hardpoint, but DVK and Scatty just thinking, hey, let's just ban Tunisia and Coastal. Let's just take away our best maps for that game mode. Now we play a little bit fair and square, 50-50 on those search and rescues. Now, one thing more than likely, Scatty will be a superior team when we hop into Hardpoint Summit. They played this game 4 times, right? 3 times on the group stage. They won it dominantly, but earlier you saw their dominance there just kind of faltered when we have Cloves score in 53 kills, then Skirbit 51 on the hard point. Gave the team that map 4 win to force a game 5 and obviously end it there and ruin the chances of Scatty to maintain their upper bracket spot. Now this is a high chance. There's definitely a high chance this ends up to a game 5. Knowing that DVK is not that great in search and rescue, and they are kind of adept into playing that hard point Hacienda and that control raid. So I feel like this is going to be a game number 5 right here. But who knows, right? Scatty might just be able to end this into game 3.
I mean, that's going to be a far-fetched call here for me. I personally differ that, Callie. I think in some way, yes, for sure, Scatty has been arguably one of the best teams in Hardpoint Summit. But we got to see a glimpse as well on how they go about when they're up against a big dog like Stalwart eSports. Moving over now to the operator skills here, man. We do get to see a Claw, War Machine, Gravity Vortex, Sparrow, and an Equalizer for the side of Dovik and Oblivion. For the side of Scatty, we got an Equalizer, Sparrow, War Machine, Free Fire, and a Claw this time around.
You just want to have the same amount of consistency once again with that operator for Scatty once you play that hardpoint standoff on map 1 earlier. And I feel like there's just definitely a greater chance for you to be able to win this, right? Sanji just needs to maintain spawns. That's where he kind of lacked when they played that hardpoint summit earlier. And allowing for the breakers just to be able to get away with it so easy, you need to be able to find another traction, a great adjustment, maybe send in a couple of more players for Scatty to defend the spawns of P3 to P4 to be able to secure and just read away the first and second onslaught that will be provided here by your opponent. Right now, players you have to watch out for Scatty, Freezy, 40 kills per game in hardpoint so far in the playoffs, while Chroma follows up as the second highest fragger for this team. Mids, though, needs to be the guy to be watched out. I think he's that Irfan J of the team, right? He's that player that you hate to go up against with because he spams destroy weapons. And specifically for him, he's got that MG42 in his hands. We saw what he did, the damage he does on the first 2 maps in that upper bracket up against Stalwart eSports. He was making those plays.
Great choice, great plays, and just a great series that we're bound to see here. Coming in once more, guys, this is a recap of the maps here, guys. Starting off with Hardpoint Summit, Search and Rescue Kurohana for game number 2. On the middle, we get to see Raid Control. If ever it's necessary for us to reach the distance, it's going to be Hardpoint Hacienda and Search and Rescue Terminal for the decider.
Now, I gave my prediction earlier. What about you, Enzo?
Honestly, I think we are bound to see a game number 4, only specifically game number 4. I don't think we're going to be seeing a game number 5 as much as I want to see it. I've been dwelling on it for so long, and how much I wish that they switched Terminal for Kurohana on the game number 2.
Oh, could have been possible, right? But the team just decided to throw their curveballs here. We did not see any players, any team so far outside of Stalwart, AAA Odine, as well as Scatty bring in Kurohana into the map pool. So this is going to be a nice map pick that we're going to be provided into this map number 2 that we got for today. But this Hardpoint Summit will be the first game, right? This will be opening things up. We'll get to decide what's going to happen on that follow-up map. For the meantime, looking at the hard point, we already mentioned that Scatty, Freezy, and Chroma will be the main players that you have to watch out for in this matchup right here, right? But for DVK, Oblivion, again, has to be Epoch. He's been the anchor for this team, able to pull the team at his back once they go into P3 to P4. But hey, down in the lower bracket, round 1, it's DVK and Scatty fighting for the next spot, next stage of the competition. Do they got what it takes to bring this to a map 4 or 5? Let's come and find out as we start Hardpoint.
Oh yeah, game on here. Dovik and Oblivion. Gonna be able to get the pretty nice clearance here at the start of this round, but Hardpoint number 1, something you don't really get to expect a lot of defension once more, so it's just gonna be a battle of better gunfights inside a hill, and so far, still a 50-50 battle, but you want to talk about Steve here and Chroma. Tied up for 4 kills here for each squad.
Chroma just being the playmaker so far, able to find 3 in the feed. You can see the contest now working big up of him, just being obviously a badass inside. That's going to be 6 before going down. And DVK cannot find they cannot find any momentum inside at the moment. This is SKD just at their full force right now. They banned stand up, although that was the map win that they did up against Star Wars eSports. They want to prove that this is not their weakness. It was just a bad game that they have, and they start it with a very great lead, 22-4, as we hop into P2.
Yeah, make it 23-4 now here, and they're looking to chain this one as well towards Green Raider. But unfortunately for them, they are not going to be able to get that rotation here locked in, so they got to go full force here towards the hard point. Fortunately for them, though, they do have player 1 that's going to be mids anchoring for the squad. Going to be able to get the pick off now, but Dovik and Oblivion gets the same read as well, and they want to barge inside the hill. Ace now going to be found into the action. Cash as well. Epoch's going to go for the pinch. Now, last player remaining here, this is going to be Sanji going down, and Dovik and Oblivion, they do win the first wave.
A nice break that they got there inside, just taking care of the top and the bottom side of this control room, but Freezy able to get right back into with the snap back there to get himself 6 kills so far on the feed. Spawn still favors DVK on his last 24 seconds. You do have Chroma just trying to flip that, give them that green spawns and mids on your screen, just able to get that map control, the break that's needed to pull the team inside of this one, keep that lead in their favor. And the grenades is flying on your screen right now from the MG42 and a War Machine from mids. But this P3 is the most important part, right? You need to be able to get that early setup. And for Tokyo to cut down 2 members on the slopes, that will give them the early rotation. They got the anchor position up. DVK are going to be starting off the back foot. This means trouble.
The 100-killer drone is now gone rogue here in the battlefield, and it might just be able to get a cutoff as well for 2 players here, perhaps, if the trophy gets invested. Moving back here for this hard point, 2 operators invested. It's going to be Tokyo with the Sparrow, Purifier for the side of Chroma, and Dovik and Oblivion is barely having any proper respondment at all, aside from the fact that they want to barge in here coming from the front side. But they go for the break, they go for the barge, but the Purifier will be able to mitigate the force, lowering down the numbers here to just 2, but they still go for it here, Cali.
Yeah, Batman just going down. They cannot really find an elimination, right? It took them a lot of time before they enter one of their members in that 10-kill mark. That's going to be Steve so far doing great, but the gunfights from Chroma just on a different level right now. Able to slide through on that reload action. 13 seconds, you're able to spawn DVK on the back end of this P3, so you're going to be able to have at least a chance to win this P4, turn it into a monohill as you take down C. That's only going to be Epochs on that P4, holding down tractors mids. Going to have that information, goes in for the wall banks, but it's the one going down. No backup yet so far for DVK on this hill, and it's going to be taking so far. Caddy will be able to change that P3 to P4.
Yeah, I mean, this is not the performance that I was expecting here coming from the side of Dovik and Oblivion. They're just getting shattered upon, and the biggest difference here is that, you know, we have been able to see ASK really perform really well for the side of Dovik and Oblivion, especially against Team Star Magic, but this time he's struggling here, barely putting up the boards up here, only having 8 kills, the only player alongside with Freezy and Sanji that will be on the single-digit mark. If you're on the side of Dovik and Oblivion, you need to find a means to make ASK step up.
Oh, this is just a massive beatdown right here. DVK cannot get any of the spawns, right? Scotty just allowing themselves to get unlimited reinforcements inside. Steve just playing tight end. Finally get a little bit of a life here for DVK as they find the last 10 seconds of the game here so far. They've managed to flip that spawn. What you need here is a massive P2 hardpoint hold. Right now, that's the thing that's missing right now. You obviously got the gunfights working for you, but mids just spamming this MG42, so much bullets in the magazine, and it's just halfway through it right now. It can still spray, get most of his kills.
Steve is now getting tagged up. One player, though, will be trying to go for the flank. Batman goes down. Steve is there for the trade. And Dovik and Oblivion, they do get the clearance here. Holding down, isolating every single bit of lane here. And this hardpoint number 1. And this is something that they need badly here for them to try to revitalize and equalize the game. Coming in. Such a strong start here. Back to hardpoint number 1 for the side of Dovik and Oblivion.
A nice adjustments that we're seeing from them. More aggressive on this P1 compared to what we saw from them. Better map control too, as Skydys is spawning all across the map. Cash able to get a good read on that. Now things have changed. Now the script has been flipped. It's DVK starting off strong, trying to erase that deficit. Cash on a 5 spree right now. He can't be stopped, just utilizing the head glitch to his advantage, finding his eliminations. But finally, it's mids that will stop the chaos that will ensue for DVK. And that throws them in the oblivion. SKD maintains the lead. We're hopping on to P2 next.
I mean, it's a really good call here for the side of Dovahkiin Oblivion to really play this hardpoint number 1 down to the T. And as we head straight back here to hardpoint number 2, it is going to be the sponsor well covered by the side of Dovahkiin Oblivion. That is going to be player 4 and player 2 here, painted in yellow, holding down the spawns, but they're lacking the power inside a hill. You really have to find an equal balance for you to be able to rack up those points. And this first initial opening here, first 15 seconds, going to go to SKD.
Oh, Badman, nice shot with the R9, but Tokyo there. Again, this is the guy you really want to step up. He played terrible in the last 3 maps up against Stalwarts eSports. Gets himself to 23. He had, the last hardpoint game, he had 23, 42 deaths. That was insane. But right here, at least, he's winning this gunfight, helping his team maintain that lead, but he's still got 20 seconds inside of this hard point. You need to be able to contest this. Avoid DVK to be in striking distance. They still got the spawns heading onto P3, so that's something that you want to change there right now. But it's difficult. Freezy decides to try to play for that route, but he's going to get taken down. So this will be DVK giving up the early time on that P2 to set up properly on this P3. Now, what's needed is a better setup on their operator skills to stop the first wave coming in for SKD as they look to go in for the aggressive here on this P3.
Oh, the kill mark here for the set of Dovahkiin Oblivion is looking to be in a better shape up against SKD. But if you want to talk about detrimental kills, SKD is the team that you'd want to watch out for. Look at this. Players inside the hill now here from the side of SKD. They're going to go for an investment here with Sparrow. It's going to be Tokyo now holding this bow and arrow. 4 players here going to be coming up from the back, but the flank here coming from the side of Dovahkiin Oblivion will be able to put them down. And we get to see once more. Really good clearance here for the side of Dovahkiin Oblivion, and they should be able to pull away with this one as if they are able to deal with this next wave, and looking like they will.
Yeah, they did. Shut down SKD, not just twice, but 3. Make that 4 times. They look to try to get this one aggressive too. On this P3, it's difficult if you don't have a multi-angle push. The red down Sanji, they decide to try to hit the back. Head over towards Cable Farm platform to manage to find a break inside, which they will be successful to. Not only keeping this players of DVK inside of this P3, but avoid that early setup from them to chain that P3 to a P4 hardpoint hold. Now, things have changed. SKD on a nice tighter setup here. All 5 members just securing the parameter. Batman brings in the Predator missile, gives the team that information. Now they know where to get that break.
Yeah, Freezy push the platform, should be able to relate it to his team that it's going to be about to be a pretty heavy push here in this hard point. Now, we get to see the breaker coming along for the side of Dovahkiin Oblivion, but they don't have the spawn, so quickly as they get the kills, quickly as SKD bounces back inside the hard point. Heavy fight coming in, player 2 wrapping around. Can he get the kill to shut down the players of SKD? Looking like it is still going to be a trade-off here, a back-and-forth battle we go, but the cohesion here coming from the side of Dovahkiin Oblivion is starting to show.
Yeah, man, we got Mid still trying to get himself here activated. There are 34 kills already to his name. You got a Gravity Vortex is being brought out here by eFox. Good for 2, but Mids is just on a different tear once he hops in. Sprays it down on a very unfair angle. Now it's going to be a close game here. 198 to 174. Batman just holding his ground inside. Hardpoint needs to be contested. SKD managed to break through. Keep that 30-point lead as we hop into P1 reset. Heading into this is going to be the most important part of this hard point. You need to be able to find the last few hills to favor your way. Turn it into a money hill to be able to get this win in this map 1.
Oh, they're gonna barge in now, but they gotta deal with Chroma here. eBox has got the trade. Back and forth battle is something that we get to expect here on this hardpoint number 1. But Dovahkiin Oblivion, they want this one badly on their tippy toes. But clutch, very intense. Moving over here for the side of Dovahkiin Oblivion, they are able to win the first initial waves. And now they get the clearance here. They push away 3 players from the side of SKD towards the left, 2 players towards the right. And they're gonna be able to get the first 15 seconds inside the hill, but Mids gets the break.
Yeah, he just sprays it on only one angle, just able to slide in, get his eliminations. Now SKD might just be able to end it in that P2 later on as they manage to secure the last 18 seconds of this. You still need to manage to get the break here if you're DVK. Get this hard point contested, but you are getting gunned down inside of the kill feed. You guys got some players holding in towards mid, but you guys have not really been able to find those strays to favor your way. Now SKD only needs 20 points to win this match. Togi can bring in the Sparrow to get this kill spree to work his way, but he's gonna save that best for last. Hard point opens up. SKD will be inside the point.
Give it the last and final hard point. Nonetheless, Dovahkiin Oblivion forces another one here. But Mid's on the feed, still being that MVP. Finding 46 for his name. He does get that opener here for the side of SKD. 5 more points to claim. Can they take this one all the way? Dovahkiin Oblivion is still not done to put up a fight, but SKD is so much better in this very moment.
Yeah, now just 3 more points for SKD to make this break. They managed to get the players inside the Hunter Killer zone.
GG's.
Takes down Batman. Map 1 favors SKD, 250 to 199.
Woo! Close one right there. But man, you want to talk about the improvements here for the set of mids. This guy is just able to rock the tides here for SKD. In fact, Freezy wasn't even the most impactful player there is. It was mids. It was Chroma that was able to take on the killing department and was able to own that vicinity.
Yeah, mids was just I feel like it was the how do I say it, the kryptonite for DVK on that match. You see the impact of that MG42. It's just unfair, man. He was just spraying on power positions. 200 on the magazine. It's just going to last you a lifetime, right? You see him ending up with 47 kills here. 28 deaths, a minute and 24 on the clock. So he was not just holding these power positions, he was also serving time inside the hill. In 196 on that impact rating, he was the best player on this map itself.
Man, it's an Anchorage dream to have that MG42 on its hands. You hold out an angle, it's basically a laser beam. Once you peek out, you get damage. The effect, the recoil effect when you get tagged by that MG42 is something that is just so hard to deal with. So you got to find the means to get the first shot to connect for you to be able to have a chance off that MG42 coming from the side of mids at least. And if we're going to be talking about the overpoweringness here for the side of this MG42, it wouldn't have been so effective if mids played terribly. But no, he played it into perfection. He mastered the gun in the span of a few days. And that's going to be really able to turn it down. Talk about Dovahkiin Oblivion here in regards to the statistics here, Cali. 27 to 33 for the set of Aski. Cash alongside with Badman is going to be on the negative rate for the kills as well.
Well, talking back to mids, right? It did not work for it, man. I can wield that MG42 in rank right now and average 92 kills. It's a no-skill gun, I'm telling you, right? And yeah, you have to do everything at all costs to win this match, and he just did that up against DVK Oblivion here. But yeah, moving forward, DVK Oblivion. I don't think there was any problem, but outside of that early game, right? I feel like when they started to have that slow start is where things just kind of faltered for them. They had to go through so much just to be able to come back there. You see, they can win it with the gunfights, only a few difference, but the early start that mids provided for SKD, that was it. That was the it factor for them to win this map number 1. You saw it with that MG42. He was spraying it on the computers. He was anticipating the players to enter that mid map. And that MG42 was just gunning down every rotation that we'll have there for DVK Oblivion. And that right there should be maintained properly by mids. If this team wants to win, he needs to be able to lock it down fully up until this series ends.
You know, if it's going to be a topic now that the MG42 is going to be overpowered here, Cali, I think Dovahkiin Oblivion should start utilizing it even more. Have 2 players perhaps, because we did see a composition where SKD had like, what, 2 MG42s for their comp, and it was able to really put a lot of pressure here coming up against Stalwart Esports. And, you know, we had an interview with Incendio earlier. How did they feel up against SKD? And guess what? They did say they were just a better team. That means quite a lot if you're on the side of SKD.
I agree. And, you know, for you to do that exactly to a team that has represented Garena for all this time, you know, there's really definitely a talent on this team. Just have to put yourself in the positive state. And yeah, the 4 players of SKD's been great, right? But it always depends on how well Tokyo plays. You saw it when he underperformed on the next 3 maps on the Stalwart match. He was going negative, right? 23-42, I remember it. Hardpoint Summit, he was not really able to lock it down. But when he did that up against DVK Oblivion today, they pretty much was bullying the players of DVK Oblivion back to reset. And that right there needs to be more, you know, consistent all throughout cannot just be one game. You need to be able to keep that kind of performance all throughout this best of 5 series that you got, because just one wrong mistake might just lead to a snowball. And that snowball happened for Star Wars eSports on that map number 3. So you do want to put yourself in a great spot. So Tokyo needs to be able to maintain his position out there while also having the performance from Freezy and Chroma to be as ever as dominant as possible.
You know, I'm just pretty excited to see Garena and Metropolis here. This is going to be the 3rd time that SKD will be playing this very map. And for the side of Dovahkiin and Oblivion, you know, you should be able to get a lot of information already on how, you know, SKD is able to play and route themselves, maneuver around the map, because there has been a lot of instances already that they have been able to force this one down. Same goes for the side of Summit. You know, we were able to see SKD play Summit earlier, and unfortunately, I didn't really get to see great reads here for Dovahkiin and Oblivion. It was just all about them, you know, barging in 50-50 gunfights, and for the most of it, the gamble didn't really go for them. Here we go. We are now starting here on this game number 2. It's going to be SKD here playing on the defense, Dovahkiin and Oblivion playing on the offensive side.
The same setup that we got on the match that Stalwart had up against SKD. Now more on a very passive approach here for DVK on the stack side. Just trying to play through scope. Epox will be that the main player for you in the long range up against Sanji. Now, do we have a double LMG setup for SKD? Nope. Looks like they will just opt in for the usual setup. So right now in this first 30 seconds, nothing really much has happened. No info has been claimed by any of this team so far. And yeah, the patience. You really know what's really at stake here. They're just keeping it slow.
Taking their time. Don't want to put up any mistakes. Still going to be Dovahkiin and Oblivion here, looking to get an opening here. It's going to be Epox here, diverting his attention towards Highway. There's going to be 2 players, 3 players, 4 players around the vicinity.
What?
They got to worry about the push here towards
Oh
Dom.
my god,
and Mids with an MG42 will be able to find a double now. Someone gets it straight onto Josh. The numbers here gets depleted down here from the side of Dovahkiin and Oblivion. And it all started with Mids with an MG42.
Yeah, high street hold right there. He was waiting for that best moment possible. I mean, able to get the front man right there, right? The spray and pray was just insane. Such a high skill weapon right now. That's going to give Mids a 2 kills in that round number 1. DVK is going to try to hold this one a little bit. And again, nobody is really making a move here. Don't know what the idea is for DVK Epox here. I think he may have spotted the guy already. Decides to take a pick there. Misses the shot. They got 2 ways to go here. They might attack B all the way to Spring Lane, but they want to take High Street here. They want to take that bomb over towards A.
Really good med control here for them. Player 2, Freezy is going to be the closest player, but he is going to be falling away, and now they divert their attention here towards the B bomb site. They go for a push. They got to deal with Freezy here. He does go down. Sanji as well. Looking to get the pick off here, off this rotation. And he's going to be holding this angle pretty boldly. Really nice angle for him to do. And now moving over to the retake here, it's going to be a 4v5.
Look at that, number 1 and 4. That will be Mids and Tokyo trying to play attack on the Spring Lane. This will be a multi-angle attack. Sanji decides to take a pick. Hits the shot. Aski goes down. And now the flood works. Epoch still managed to find a double. Right when you think SKD was about to pummel them down to the ground, DVK responds back on that round. Takes that win. And you see what happened there, right? You take down Mids. You increase your odds of winning. Once that MG42 is out, you're pretty much good to go.
Nice back and forth here we get to see. But this time, no, Dovahkiin and Oblivion is not going to be wasting any time. They get the call, and Sanji's going to be right there. They make for a push. Freezy's going to go down, and now the collapse comes in here for the side of SKD. Should be an early bomb plant, and a quick response in here from the side of SKD to try to get this one through. But they do get one. They do get a double. Mids now pushing up with an MG42. Quick push here for the side of Dovahkiin and Oblivion. Rescue could be a quick respawn as well.
You can still go for a rescue here if you're Mids, but you're running out of bullets. 29 seconds left here. If Mids can make a play, he can. He does find the read on Steve. He managed to get the spray down. But the revive numbers game now definitely in favor for DVK. Just have to take care of their lives. Just dwindle that numbers. Right now, Mids is trying to push up. It's a 1v3. He managed to find 1. They're not flooding, they're playing time, pretty smart, but you can go for a fake defuse here, maybe try to force up another player. Epox managed to get 1. Oh so boy! Close. That was so close for Mids Hargreaves, but that's it. DVK gets that round, but that was close. Mids was making plays once again. 5 kills in the first 3 rounds.
Yeah, that MG42 has that multi-kill capability.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for him, he wasn't able to get the shot. If only he went for the slide, maybe he could have had a better angle. It wasn't the case. Gonna move on now to the 4th round. Here we go. Once more, it's gonna be Dovik and Oblivion here, calling for a default, while SKD is gonna be barging in here, coming from the B bomb side, and they do get the first kill.
Yeah, back alley attack is just on. Now they got some mid-map presence too coming in for mids, but he's the one that will fall on the gunfight up against Josh. Was Josh here the whole time? No, right?
I think he got subbed in.
He got subbed in. Did not expect that to happen, but you do require a player like him to be able to make these plays on search and rescue, so at least that's working for them. But Freezy, he can 1v4, so gotta watch out.
What?
And he gets that kill on the smoke. Now about to turn this into a blender, but Badman with this staircase attack right over there gets that 3-1. But you can see the impact, right? Any play for Freezy, it can really, really turn it into a favor of SKD, but not really on that one. It was a 1v3. It takes quite a miracle for you to clutch it with the sniper, but hey, it's a lot of rounds to play here to be able to come back, get this round wins, and put yourself at a 2-0. But so far, DVK has a 2-round lead in this map.
We need to see more here for Sanji. Being a sniper here in this map has been struggling, and has been pretty evident as well when we were able to see them play up against Stalwart eSports. Moving back here, it is now going to be Dovik and Oblivion looking to push here on towards the A bomb site, and there's only going to be Freezy here holding this angle down, coming in from spawn. But they look to go for this here 5-man push, leaving one player that's going to be Steve to watch the flank. Now the bomb's going to get tapped away. Freezy cooking up the nade. Can he find the perfect medium rare? No, he can't.
Now we got push coming up along here. This is going to be a full flop for SKD. Smokes will be there to cover their tracks. Ace trying to spray it down. No fill coming in for him, but it's a 3v3 situation. It's going to be a close battle here. Steve able to make the right play. Mid still going to be taken down. Now it's Freezy that will go down next. And it's just a bender for Josh to find the double there. 4-1. Now on the board. Oh, it's a quick and steady attack at the bomb site. SKD wasn't really able to close the distance down properly. They got the execution right, but it's just that the chaos favored DVK at the end.
Gonna bring in Josh for most of the fights here. Come on, Search and Destroy Specialist is the title that I'm gonna be giving him for him. Carrying the squad so far with 6 kills. Gonna be on the trail with Steve. That's gonna be 5. And now we are seeing this round number 6 here. Opening up. Looking like it's gonna be Dovik and Oblivion. Still looking to get that mid control away here from SKD, while it's going to be a 2-2 format here. Moving over to the blue team.
I think it would have been better if Mids gets to position himself at the high street where he find those 2 kills out the round number 1 instead of that mid map, right? Because he's just got not a lot of mobility in there. He might be able to get picked by the sniper if he cannot really slide in on time. But at least you got that multi-kill potential presence on that mid map. It will give you so much pressure, let DVK panic. Now the first blood happening at the courtyard. Mids, oh, he decides to hop in with the Odin here this time. So at least he's going to find himself with some information, but not a lot. The A site about to be swarmed here by DVK.
Pushing up now. Bomb's gonna get planted by AC. They don't have any. They don't have the core player here, Freezy away, so
Revive.
it's gonna be a tough retake here for them. They are gonna go for the revive, but you do lose one player in the process in the midst of it. And now we get to see SKD making still some great efforts to getting the breaks inside the bomb side. And now trace after trace we get to see, left alone Batman and Aski here. Batman's gonna go for the chow. He finds one, the pinch will try to climb through, Smoke's deployed. He gets frustratedly taken down.
That's the right play there if you're a SKD, right? You know that you're going to play retake. You gotta bring back your players. Make this a 5v5 retake. And bringing back Freezy allowed them to just be able to create a distraction for DVK. You saw them try to extend out, play the bait and switch. Now you're going to switch sides. Now 4-2 on the first half. Now SKD will be on the attack side here this time. You're going to be able to dictate where that bomb will go. Easier chances for you to be able to score in, light things up once again. But you're going to try to play passive here off the start.
Gonna be a 2-2-1 format here, just having one player towards this A bomb site for the side of Dovik and Oblivion. While Scatty does have the formation here to go for a bit of a slow push here on this B bomb site as well. It's a similar formation here for both ends of the spectrum, but now they want to make a call here to possibly make a push in this B in this mid side.
There we go. First blood favors Scotty Freezy, something that's been missing for this team for so long. Finally able to get that massive break. Mids finally gets himself involved in the gunfights, but the raids go back to black. Badman finds a double on the mid-map courtyard in control. Almost finds a 3-piece. Again, going for the bait and switch, but HK cannot win the gunfight. Chroma stays alive. And there we have it. Scotty managing to raise the deficit down to just 1 round.
1 round it is. Very shaky game here. No sense of definition. For the side of Dovik and Oblivion, they need to find the means to try to regain their grounds here. Not let the momentum slide away for the side of Scatty. After all, you did lose that first game. You can't afford to drop another one. Now they gotta go for this massive read here towards the B bomb side. 3 players here push up towards mid, while Scatty is already waiting for the time to execute to go for the push here. Here we go.
B-side push, only 1 glimmer there. That's going to be number 5 in Epox. He finds the first blood, but that's going to be immediately traded here by Chroma. Now they can put the bomb down. It's going to be taking a long time for DVK to make it over here, so they can still rescue back their teammates, make this a numbers game, but it doesn't really matter at all because Freezy already find 2 on the feed. There's 1 more member to take care of to tie this round up. Badman, last guy standing, needs to win this gunfight on Freezy, but that even if that gunfight, there's going to be a trade happening there. So he needs to find an alternate route, but even that will be impossible now. This is going to be a 1v5. Chroma makes the read. It's over. DVK will now have a tie round as Scotty as we bring it to round number 9.
Yeah, 4-4 here. Dovik and Oblivion. When are you going to step up? It's just going to be Scatty here. Really able to dismantle you guys. You got to talk about Freezy and Chroma here. Both really leading the squad here with 10 to 9 kills. 19 in total for them. Now they won't hesitate at all to make a push here on this A bomb site, which no players from the side of Dovik and Oblivion is located at.
Ace Key makes the first blood work there now. Sanji's gonna go drop down. They can utilize that scope, but Mids is spraying this. Only if the MG42 is here, right? Could have been an easy kill for him, but now he's gonna try to hold it down. It's gonna fall. Revive still possible for DVK. Freezy, we know what he can do. He's got 10 kills, the highest in the lobby here so far, along with Tokyo. They need to be able to hold this down. The bomb is not yet planted. They can rotate away from this position at the moment. Maybe play for some rescues. You see Tokyo just playing an angle here. Decides to take a pick on the wrong end, and that's going to be a spray down for Josh. Last player in Freezy. Let's see if he can clutch his 1v4. He's got that bomb. He can play for a rescue. He's got his teammate in the spawn location right now. Was going in for the Eagle Chow. He decides to take a pick, and now the slide is working for Sieve to put the lead still in favor for DVK, but that's going to be a nice try for Scotty on that note.
Yeah, 2 in a row there for a set of Scatty, but Dovik and Oblivion is now going to be able to get the shots to connect as well. Coming in, moving forward. 1 last round here for Dovik and Oblivion to force that map advantage. Can we see this one play through? Looking like it's going to be under B-bomb side push here coming in, but this time around, they got to deal with 3 players here coming from the side of Dovik and Oblivion. But Chroma is not going to have any problems away from that, finding the first 2 kills. Batman is there to try to get a multi-kill, but he does run away for dear life. And now,
Rescue.
Rez is going to come in, bomb's going to get planted.
That's going to be nice for you to bring back Chroma, your SMG close range specialist over there. Sanji though goes and falls down. Batman on the way to go down here. Josh on a 1v1. Tokyo, he needs to win this. Oh no, he reloads. Josh reloads too. And Tokyo will win that through a headshot. Talk about mishaps happening for both players. Tokyo able to clutch it up and see if he plays well. Scotty manages to come up on top.
Yeah, so close there for Dovik and Oblivion. Scatty is going to be able to get the one through, and now they're going to go for another blitzkrieg push here on this B-bomb side. Coming in, Badman going to be able to get the God Nade, slowing down the push here. And now he wants to go for a spray down. Chroma finds another double.
Oh my god.
Now going to be a 2v2, 2v1, MG42 to the face.
1v1.
Now it's going to be a standoff between Epox and Mids. And Mids with an MG42 shuts it down. Match point advantage here for the side of Scatty.
Sniper versus MG42. I'll ask you who wins.
Totally the sniper.
Epox thought that the guy had the Odin. No. Now that grants Scotty that match point, game point, bring this to a 2-0 lead on the overall best of 5 series standing. Mids brings out the boss fight. Now he sprays, finds the first blood. Epox did not get the trade. Everybody falls. DVK now needs a solid miracle here on the mid-map. Sanji falls down. It's a 2v3 situation. Bomb is down. But you got some resurrections happening for Scotty right here. It's all down to Aski to clutch this. No chance whatsoever. Chroma now going for the beatdown. Chasing the guy on the courtyard. It's over. We got Scotty going up 2-0 in the overall series. In a chance to potentially end this to a sweep and end the run of DVK Oblivion on the playoffs.
You know, I'm pretty scared with your predictions here, man, because so far you have been pretty spot on. And it's bound to be right once more here in this series. You did call it. Could be a possible 3-0, not unless, you know, Dovik and Oblivion can respond back with search and rescue, if I'm not mistaken. So it didn't happen. It was a close fight there. But at the end of it, Scotty, the way that they were able to play like the last 3 rounds on the offensive side was really something that I want to see from them. Moving over, possibly, if ever they do get to close out the series here up against Dovik and Oblivion, they go through the next process here on this lower brackets and just play confidently, because you didn't get to see that they didn't waste any time. They just went for those blitz play. Same intentions on the B bomb sites, but different approaches.
Yeah, I agree with that one. Again, this is going to be a tough bracket here, right? You will be able to advance, but you're going to meet up whoever loses between Elevate and Smart Omega at the upper bracket. So it's kind of a bracket of death on the lower bracket. So you're going to really need all of the momentum that you can get, right? Right now for Scotty, it seems like they're completely unfazed for now. They went up 2-0 up against Stalwarts eSports. Going to be the same exact thing right over here. Despite trailing behind by 3 rounds on this search and rescue off the start, managed to earn their way in this battle bit by bit, work through mids. Once again, who's got that MG42 brought out, scores himself 13 kills. But Chroma takes away the MVP for Scotty as they get themselves 14 kills in this one. Close range definitely was the main thing on this map right here. It had to go down to those 1v1 mishaps, right? You saw there it was Tokyo and Aski on a 1v1 Fennec gameplay where the reload was just the breaker between the winner and the loser. And that's just really close. That map number 2 really is. So Scotty will be able to win this. And just one more win for them to be able to win the overall series, pack DVK Oblivion's bag, send them home, and advance to the next stage of the competition.
You know, the game wouldn't be too hard here for the side of Scotty if only Sanji was able to do his job well. Unfortunately for them, the snipers is not really, you know, the factor that was able to help them out here on this run for Corona Metropolis. And even if they brought in Kenobi, it wouldn't have made too much of a difference as well. In fact, it could have lowered the rates of them winning. 4 kills for the side of Sanji. Some was detrimental, some was pretty good. But for the overall impact, it's not looking to be in the best shape. And this really snowballed coming in from the loss that they had, moving over to Control to the second round of Hardpoint and Search and Rescue up against Stalwart Esports earlier. He needs to find a means to bounce back, as he's going to come in pretty crucial if ever he does bring himself back into the table later on for Control.
Yeah, 1 point difference on the kills. Just much more rescues for Scotty. We saw those rescues turn up into round wins, by the way, for Scotty. You saw when Breezy was taken down at that mid-map on the retake, it was a 4v5, manages to bring him back to life, made it a 5v5, then the flood just happened in the B site, where DVK Oblivion just fell behind, not really able to get those eliminations, and they're now back at the same scenarios where they started on the upper bracket when they went up against Team Star Magic, down 2-0 on the overall series. Scotty going to have this similar route, but who's going to manage to break through Curse, right? Scotty won the first 2 maps up against Star Wars, then lost the next 3. DVK Oblivion, on the other hand, at the upper bracket, lost the first 2 maps, forced a map 4 and up until a map number 5, but could not really close it out, right? So it's going to be able to break through from their curses, their own curses that this allowed them to be able to advance to the upper bracket. Right now, it's going to be determined on our map number 3, Swing Game, as we hop into Control Arsenal.
Control Arsenal, we have been able to see SKD and Dovik and Oblivion play in this very map, and something that they really lack on is that proper decision making there. And you know, in regards to proper decision making, it goes to show that it's gonna come in pretty critical, especially, you know, when we got to see earlier with a Dynam against AX Prestige, where they tried to go for that early spawn trap, but it wasn't really the right time. They got taken away, but they were able to get this one through. Moving over, Control Arsenal is not going to be our map of choice once more. It is going to be Control Raid. And talk about this map here, Callie. I mean, this map should really rely on those ARs, possibly those MG42s. There's a lot of wall bangable spots and a lot of long-range gunfights.
Now, heading into this one, it's DVK that is currently 3-0 in the Control game mode so far. And right now, for AAA Odine and the team that they faced earlier, we seen that raid map not be played at all in that last game that we had. It was Arsenal, but for SKD, they played this map 5 times in the group stage. They only lost 1 map, so this is going to be strong maps for both ends. But one thing more than likely that we saw for DVK yesterday was up against Team Star Magic, where they won their attack side, those objective wins, right? Those spawns, those captures that pretty much allowed them to win in just 4 maps. And SKD might just be able to get a read on that here for today. See if they're going to be able to have, again, the fortitude to finally end this in 3 maps, because they had it almost up against Stalwarts eSports.
I mean, I'm really glad that we're seeing SKD in, you know, their primal form back at it, because the Hardpoint Summit was a bit shaky. It still could have went to the way of Dovik and Oblivion, but for the search and rescue Garena Metropolis, despite the fact that it was pretty close, the way that they were able to recover from the loss from like the mid-round of the game mode, they were able to just hey, call it out, play confidently, and the rest lived on for them. As we move over now to Control Raid here, Callie, it's now going to be SKD here playing on the defensive side, off and for the side of Dovik and Oblivion.
Now, do we see SKD end this in 3 maps, or DVK towards the map number 4, played at Ashenda Hardpoint later on today? Mid starts it off with the MG42. Great, I want to have some more of that, but the Garage Invasion already activated here for SKD. That's the same setup that Smart Omega has when they come and play this raid map. And right now, spawns just going to be favored right now for SKD as they just completely disintegrate everybody on site. Sanji finds a double and already down to a 12 counts, live counts for DVK.
Yeah, it's just so rough to see it if you're a Dovik and Oblivion fan. Finally, they do get some recovery here and try to make a push here towards the B control point, but look at the formation here from the side of SKD. I mean, they got player 4 that's gonna be Tokyo holding down the top side of the garage. Player 2 here, Sanji, will go down, but the damage has already been done. And they get this convincing lead here for the kill count, and adding the fact, just putting some salt here on their wounds. It's gonna be the speed control point getting washed away, so we're not even gonna get any time extension here for the side of Dovik and Oblivion.
Yeah, the Garage Invasion just worked there pretty much very well for SKD. Now, DVK Oblivion will look to decide to attack at the A side. Not looking good there so far. There's an emission flank that might just happen here for Promos. Got the MG42 locked in. A site pretty much not in their control right now. Only 2 segments that they're able to take there. 19-6 on the live count. This is difficult if you are DVK. You're allowing so much mid-map presence from Breezy and Chroma. And this is just it, right? Just one more member standing in Batman. You're about to get completely obliterated. That will be all. SKD will be able to take that map number 3, round number 1, as they just let Batman just roam around the map.
Yep, and they're gonna go for an emote here. Showcase, guys. What's your dance moves? Okay, yep.
What's your go-to dance move, Warden?
The floss.
The floss? Oh my gosh. No. All right, I'll take it. I'll take it. I can do the floss with you. Are we the backpack guys? We'll be the backpack guys.
I think we're bound to be the backpack guys at some point. I'm just gonna say a teaser there, but you know, we're bound to be the backpack guys at some point, Callie, together on the Casher deck.
Do you want to wear a schoolboy outfit tomorrow and wear backpacks with me tomorrow also?
Sure, why not? I'll take it.
Let's take it. Let's go. All right, now we're heading into round number 2. 27 to 25 on the live count. The defensive side needs to be looking stronger for DVK. Avoid that Scotty 2-0. Right, it's been a nightmare. The defense has been great. You saw that garage invasion. They're pretty much able to cut down lots of lives there for DVK.
Coming in, 21 to 24 here. We're just seeing the same thing over and over again. It's just going to be Scotty here getting a great start for the round. There's going to be 2 operations invested. Unfortunately for the side of Sanji. Whips out the claw. He's not going to be able to make the most out of it. Freezy with an Annihilator. Still going to be alive and kicking here towards the central garden. And now the life discrepancy, the life count is just getting stowed away here from the side of Novikin Oblivion.
Oh, yeah, this is rough right there. DVK just doesn't have any mid-map presence here. I mean, they really want to go in for a spawn trap too. That's what they want to try to cut down on. Scotty definitely knows what's up. Tokyo decides to hop back in. They will be able to find the trades on the mid gardens. So far, 17 to 13. Still possible for Scotty to make this rotation at the A side work for them completely. Extend that clock to another minute as Sanji wins that gunfight onto Epox. And there we go. 16 to 10 on the live count. DVK still trying to find their way. Finding that momentum is definitely essential, but right now, live count definitely not favoring your team at the moment.
We just saw Chroma here just walking up the staircase, swinging his hands with a prize fighter. It's like, come on, man, give us a fight. This is what Scotty is saying up against Dovikin Oblivion. As we get to see now, 4 lives for either way. It's just going to be Cash, Aski, Steve. Epox is going to go down. They try to go for a push here on this B control point. They try to go for the retake. But unfortunately for them, it's just not going to be working in their favor. The odds are against them. Last player remaining, Mids with an MG42. A slap to the face to Dovikin Oblivion.
Yeah, well, that's just hard. That's a red mark that will just be felt in DVK's cheeks right now. Hold on, 2-0. That means they're just 1 round away from closing map number 3 and ending it on a high note. And advancing to the next stage while also taking down DVK's playoff hope at the lower bracket. Freezy. Definitely, they got what it takes to be able to get this one through. The gunfight has been favoring their way today. Mids on the mid map, trying to cut off players coming in from galleries. Through Art Room, Mids will have himself an MG42. Oh, he loses that gunfight up against a Fennec. Rare sight.
Rare sight. Rare calling right there. But now there's no mountains that Dovikin Oblivion won't climb up. There's no oceans that they won't swim. Just to try and have another shot here on this stage of Garena Master 6. As they get a capture here on this B control point. They got the lives, they got the time, they got the resources as well. Can we see another round here for Dovikin Oblivion?
Yeah, fighting for survival. They want to push up towards this Tiki. They want to break some ankles in the basketball court. Badman getting stunned, getting stopped. Force these 2 players for DVK to get a belt down to play that reset. Now they're back at spawns. You do have a couple of players through kitchen. You do win the gunfights up next. Their Cash was able to find 2. Tokyo though, he's gonna have the equalizer coming in from the flank. This is going to get difficult. You need to be able to sort him out. You need to be able to find those trades. If you're Cash, you need to get this kill, but you fail. And now the disaster is on. DVK works with 1 segment on the A side, but Tokyo's play right here forces DVK to play reset.
Bit greedy there for the side of Cash to go for the run right there. Moving over. Scotty here. Regaining control here towards kitchen. That's exactly the call that you want to have if you want to take a hold towards this A control point. The double shot comes in. Badman finds 1. The pinch doesn't connect here for the set of mids. And now they lose the map control here away from Dovikin Oblivion. Wow. And this is bound to be a round given here for them. But the beam down here from Chroma with his MG42 will be able to stop the pinch. And now they go for the reset.
MG42 from Chroma just made a difference there. They're able to stop the push on the kitchen. 10 to 13 on the live count. Where do you want to take this if you are DVK? Epox operating the Annihilator. Finds some players. Needs to connect the shots. Finally able to take down Sanji. Moving forward, Mids. He's got the MG42. We know he can shred. All it takes is 1 pick and it's going to be a boom. But finally, Grace working DVK's way. It's a 4v10 time. Going to be under the belt. 2 segments completely at the A site. 1 pinch can be working here. That will be number 3 in blue and Freezy. But the push coming into the front end will fall. And a win through capture is possible for DVK to extend the round to round 4.
We're at the lowest bracket. No more chances. No more extensions. Dovikin Oblivion, if you hear us right now, which obviously you can't, but you gotta step up. You gotta win this next 2 rounds if you want to extend to game number 4 and have another shot here on this stage of Garena Master 6 once more. We get to see another round gets kicked off here. And it's going to be Scatty surging towards the speed bomb side.
Man, that's going to be 3 going down early for DVK. They bring out Thieves, War Machine, all the way from Tiki. Able to get only 1. 3 members still at the sculpture for Scatty here. So far, Freezy on a 5 spree. Built up to a Predator missile. Now the Annihilator is ready for them to use. B side now going to be the main play.
Yeah!
Oh boy! Oh yeah! Freezy with the 2 Bs. Yeah, kind of delayed there. The GUI was not really cooperating with us on that one, but that confirms the kill. And this is a massive beatdown. DVK just playing fire with fire. You cannot handle this heat if you play it the pacing where Scatty is currently at. Cash tries to bring it forward. Batman takes Freezy, maintains that presence on the kitchen. 21 to 17 to the life count though on this defense. You want to be able to prevent this plays to work, but Chroma shreds it with the MG42. Dwindles the life count of DVK further as they try to slowly stack that mid. Gordons sets up a play on the kitchen to finally end this all.
Fire with fire, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. I can already hear the victory chants that Scatty is singing up against Dovahkiin Oblivion. They got 2 operators already invested. They have the map control here so far. They try to hold their grounds here for the first wave, but the pinch comes in for the side of Dovahkiin Oblivion. It's not yet over, not until the Ladybug starts to sing, and we get to see here a break coming in loose, coming from the side of Scatty. This might just be it here, Callie.
Scatty just needs 9 more kills and just 2 more segments on to capture the A site to finally advance to the lower bracket round number 2, where they play the quarterfinals. Whoever gets dropped down at the upper bracket, DVK Oblivion facing elimination. Just
6 live.
Yeah, it's a do or die right now for them. Tokyo just able to spray that onto Batman, brings an equalizer, and this might just seal it. DVK's down to their last 4 lives, and their journey about to end here for Garena Master 6 as Scatty dwindles the life count to 2. We might just have our winner on this match just be crowned. It will be Scatty that will take this match right over here as they take down Epochs. Chroma with the killing blow. Scatty advances, survives with a sweep at the lower bracket. That will end their journey for DVK Oblivion in the playoffs.
A punch to the face with an MG42. Dovahkiin Oblivion will always remember that weapon of this MG42. They're gonna get traumas, they're gonna get Pandorum from that. The paranoia. Whenever they hear that MG42, they'll always remember this moment. That is exactly the dagger, the weapon that shut them down to push them away and send them back home out from Garena Master 6.
You gotta talk about the adaptability here. You gotta work with everything that you got to be able to win this match. And Scatty just brought in whatever works for them best, and that's going to be the MG42. Yes, it was restricted in the group stage, but in the playoffs, it's available, right? So you really have to work with the best weapons possible. And for mids, Hargreaves, as well as Chroma, they managed to really fully lock in, get the most potential for the team here. And if you try to take a look at the post-game breakdown right here, they've done a lot of insane plays, especially for Chroma, who had 25 kills and 16 deaths on this match. Freezy, 32 and 12, almost going for a triple positive here. But you really love to see him be able to use this kind of plays, right? He is the best player for Scatty, and he just continues to light it up. Now I want to see this guy play tomorrow, right? If we ever do have their schedule right there, because we know that Scatty, this might just be their best team. This team right here could score, an underdog story down here to lower bracket.
Freezy, the youngster for the squad. Chroma giving serenity for the squad. Sanji, the latest addition alongside with Kenobi. Tokyo mids the staple for Scatty. They are able to just shut things down here up against Dovahkiin Oblivion. Was I expecting this? Not at all. I thought that in some way we were able to see at least a game number 4, but it wasn't the case. Closest match there was, we got to see, was either Search and Rescue or Hardpoint.
Search and Rescue.
But Dovahkiin Oblivion, they didn't have it. They weren't able to get it done. Really good efforts here for DVK, but we got to wave our hands goodbye to you.
Yeah, now that makes it 2 teams out of the playoffs. That's AX Prestige as well as your boys, DVK of Oblivion. But one thing for sure, they went toe to toe up against Team Star Magic at the upper bracket, right? Then does that mean that Scotty is stronger than Team Star Magic right now, right? That makes you really beg the question. But yeah, we got read off of that upper bracket semifinals between them and Team Star Magic because of Stalwart eSports going for a reverse sweep. But finally, on this match right here, Scotty gets to finally go in for a sweep here, Warden.
I mean, this is something that I expected from the side of Scotty earlier up against Stalwart eSports, but not something I expected. Okay, I take that back. It was a surprise. Finally, they do perform this type of narrative here, this time up against Dovik and Oblivion. Now, to determine later on who are they going to be going up against with has to come down for tomorrow's matches on that round number 2 upper bracket run. Going back to the statistics that was accumulated for this very game mode of control, it's going to be a 1-0 for the objectives, but the kills is really the factor and why this turned into a blowout away from Dovik and Oblivion.
32 kills is the difference on this match right here on this post-match head-to-head. And you know what? That 31 kills, the 32 kills, that difference that Scotty had up against Oblivion, those kills actually happen to be from Chroma's 25 kills and meets MG42, right? That weapon right there definitely is something. So what are you guys waiting for? Make sure to draw the MG42, the campaign in Unlucky Draws, because you're going to be able to play like Mids, Hargreaves, and Chroma right now if you have it on your arsenal. That's going to be the best part about this. And I don't know why you're laughing, man. I am about to throw it right after this. I'm about to throw it. Bro, I got 5,000 CP. Bro. I'm about to get 5,000 CP right now. Get myself a full draw because that right there is the next best thing. I want to be able to shred people in hardpoint later on. But before we talk about it, right, let's talk about the hardpoint. Search and rescue control rate. It was a quick 3-0 right here. Unfortunately, we couldn't really head into our search and rescue terminal.
Kelly, I just know for a fact you have a personal beef with MG42, brother.
But
if you can't beat them, if you can't beat them,
you gotta join them.
Exactly.
That's what I'm doing right now. I'm about to enter. I'm about to enter Garena Call of Duty mobile application.
I can see you right now looking at your phone here, just trying to top up and trying to get that MG42. I can't blame you. I'd love to partake myself with the campaign as well for this MG42. I mean, that Iron Sight, I thought that it was a bit obstructive, but it works so well because the recoil control for the MG42 is just so damn easy to control.
It's non-existent, right? It's just like the Fennec, man. And again, this really working with wonders. So you can see it right here, MG42. I hate it, but before in Call of Duty World at War, I love spamming that weapon. I am an MG42 enjoyer back then, but you know, times have changed. This is not World at War anymore, but it definitely packs a lot of damage, right? The fire rate is just on a different level. And it definitely performs better over a AR if you're holding certain angles on the map. It is what you call the anchors dream weapon, as you say it.
Yep. You know, something about this MG42 is it's gonna be a key weapon as we move over to like the heavy hitters here for this playoffs. If we're not gonna be able to see it utilized, then I don't know what's up. Maybe it's just a fluke, but
no.
The statistic that was accumulated with the MG42 was really evident right there. And moving over, who's gonna get that MVP? The guy with an MG42.
Mids Hargreaves, 75 kills, 3,334 average score, 1.6 KDA. And he was able to mostly stop the attacks in that hardpoint, more specifically because of that war machine. He was able to time that so well here today. I don't know what he ate, but definitely he paved the way for Scotty to win this match right here. And we got the MG42 King on the interview. Mr. Meats Hargreaves. Oh boy, Mr. MVP himself. Boy, how are you? How are you feeling, man?
Yeah, feeling better.
Okay, feeling better. Okay. First question. You know, the MG42 being unrestricted, you're the first one to find ways to score a lot of kills with it. So what can you say about the gun?
Yeah, it's just too OP. Too OP.
He knows. You can tell from the smile. Okay, Mids here. I want to ask like a full-on team question here. Is that You guys already was like 2-0 up against Stalwart Esports. What went wrong there? How did you guys lost 3 games in a row?
I think for me it's just the mental game because we are in rush to win that game and close the series already. And yeah,
All right,
it
I
went
It's
out.
see.
okay.
Well, finally you guys did manage to win this one at 2 or 3-0. Finally ended in that map number 3, right? And it's great that you guys are going up against DVK Oblivion and managed to get this sweep right now. You're moving into the next stage of the competition. You guys are going up against Smart Omega and Elevate. Whoever loses on the upper bracket will be going against you guys. Now you guys went up against Stalwart Esports and almost gave them a 3-0. So you guys have to be confident, right? Now, what do you think? Which team do you want to fight most? Like, is it Smart Omega or Elevate?
Yeah, no comment. No comment.
Play it safe. Play
Okay,
it safe.
follow up. This is your time now to be able to give a shout out to everyone that supported you guys today in the playoffs. It was a grueling 2 matches for you guys. You have the time, man.
Shout out to Freezy, to Chroma, to Konobi, to Sanji, to Tokyo. Shout out to our manager, Randy, at Shiri. And shout out to my mom and my brother.
Hey, yeah, that's going to be the Garena Clash Season 1 champions there for you. And also a
Also,
potential
shout
lower
out to
bracket
Kendall.
run that we're going to have right now. Congratulations, mates, on your win here for today. See you guys on your next schedule. Good luck and have a great night.
GG's.
Mr. MG42, there he is.
The king of MG42. Now he's got a
He said it.
nickname. Yeah, he's the king of the MG42. I think that is undisputed now. You saw his impact on this match right here up against TVK Oblivion and his impact up against Stalwart Esports earlier.
Yeah, and he said as well, it's just overpowered.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that. What do you think about the MG42? It's just overpowered, and
Yeah.
you know, there's no such thing as playing anti-metas or so on and so
Yeah.
forth. You gotta choose whatever guns that has the best odds of winning.
Yeah.
And that's the Brazilianness of mids.
And also, you have to be able to adapt in order for you to survive in the playoffs. And SKD was able to utilize those MG42 setups. They were not just running one, they were running 2 LMGs at some point when they're playing respawns. And for sure, the teams at the upper bracket are looking to try to get a study on that, maybe try to imply that in their coming games up ahead. As we take a look at our brackets right here, we are done on our first 2 stage at the upper bracket and at the lower bracket. We wave goodbye to AX Prestige and DVK Oblivion, but this is not just the majors that we're going to have this year. We still got Garena Masters 7 going along the way, moving forward, heading into our upper bracket semifinals. We got Smart Omega Esports going up against Elevate, Team Storm Magic and Stalwarts Esports, both having to play map 5s. Now that will be very scrappy right there. But on the lower bracket, you have Odine and Skyly just waiting for whoever gets dropped down at the upper bracket here, Warden.
Smart Omega Esports and Elevate, whoever goes down will have to go up against the Dine. And if it's going to be a bummer here for a Dine, if ever they got to go up against Elevate, if ever Smart Omega Esports to take the win up against Elevate. Moving over to Team Star Magic and Solar Esports, whoever's going to be waiting for them is going to be SKD. And I'm not going to be asking you no predictions anymore, Cal. I'm not going to show you down to the hot seat. But if you want to take that initiation as well to make some sense of predictions, which you already have, by the way, I saw you on Twitter. You want to run us down on what's your evaluation about your predictions?
I hate to say it here right now, but I feel like this is it's going to be tough. I don't want to say it. My prediction is already ruined, but hey, do not miss the action tomorrow. We got our next day schedule. We got 1v1 MG42 showdown starting at 5 p.m. plus HGMT, Singapore time, you name it. We got Smart Omega Esports going up against Elevate. Now that's going to be the #1 and the #2 team going up against each other. To follow up, it will be Team Star Magic and Stalwarts Esports on our match #2, and AAA Odine will be going up against whoever drops between the Team Star Magic and its Stalwarts match that we will have tomorrow.
Coming in, it's just all going to come down to us waiting once more. Fortunately, you know, we are going to be having a bit of a break for tonight. We still have to continue until the very end, which, by the way, guys, if you guys are not going to be, going to be right around for the next few days, be at least there at Sunday, because Championship Sunday is going to be right there.
And we're almost drawing closer to the grand finals, right? We've already done the 2 days of the playoffs. We got 3 more days to go tomorrow. We will meet you at 5 p.m. plus HGMT. And this will be Cali down here with Warden. We'll bid you guys farewell. See you on the next stage. See you on the next day.